Chapter 1. That is to say, I want to make up a diary for myself and create my own identity. The more real it is, the easier it is for people to believe, and the stronger the ability I get. Manhattan, inside an apartment building. Seeing himself passing through the awakening system, Suche pondered. Yes, Suche is a time traveler, who has inexplicably time traveled to this dangerous Marvel world. Fortunately, awakening has a biography system. As long as you fabricate an identity that is easy to believe according to the requirements of the system and the set identity, then you can get a powerful ability from it. Yes, host. Facing Suche's inquiry, the system gave a mechanical affirmative answer. Clearly, the system isn't very smart. Just looking at the prompt given by the system, Suche pondered slightly. I know the future development of this movie universe, so according to the direction of the timeline, there is no difficulty in coming up with an identity for yourself in a self-created diary. According to the system requirements, I need to create my own personality according to the identity limit it gives, and around this limit, there are not many restrictions given by the system. It starts with superhero. The second point is grow gradually. Point 3. Identity is about making the diary holder and making it believe. These 3 points are clear. First, I have to create my own personality as a superhero. The second point is that you can't directly write that you are invincible in the diary. This is symmetrical to the third point. That is to say, the more the diary holders believe in the diaries and personalities they made up, then you can gain more and more powerful strength. Instead of writing in the diary that I am invincible in this universe, then I am really invincible in this universe. However, the second and third limiting requirements correspond to each other. But the third point is also the hardest. It means that I want to write in the diary, and I have a relationship with the holder of the diary. This allows them to trust what they have written. Well, this is the hardest bit. System, who are the holders of the initial diary? After pondering for a moment, Suche asked the system. First-time diary holders, Wanda Maximoff, Natasha Romanoff, Nick Fury. Looking at the initial 3 diary holders given by the system, Suche nodded lightly. That means that the initial owner of the diary is Scarlet Witch, Widow's sister, and Madame Francia, right? Scarlet Witch is easy to say. According to the timeline, she is still a 14-year-old girl in Sokovia. Although the Widow is already a famous Black Widow, it's not a big problem. The biggest problem is Nick Fury, who's never been skeptical about anything. It should be said that Nick Fury is the most difficult one for the initial diary holder to gain trust. Looking at the transparent compilation screen on the system panel in front of him, Suche leaned on his chin and said, "You can't easily fabricate a persona and identity. You have to do it carefully. The most important thing is to have a relationship with these 3. Then how can I be a superhero and have a relationship with them?" After thinking for a few seconds, Suche's eyes lit up. Have. The kind that can think of itself as a behind-the-scenes stream. Doesn't it just revolve around being a superhero? Does it have something to do with them? How simple is quantum mechanics? Looking at the system editing light curtain in front of him, Suche began to edit. At the same time, SHIELD, or should I say Strategic Homeland Defense Offensive and Logistics Agency, inside Nick Fury's office. Nick Fury, who just finished a discussion with Alexander Pierce, former director and current Secretary General of SHIELD. As soon as he returned to his office, he saw a black gold, extremely mysterious diary on his desk. Seeing the sudden addition of things on the desk, the only remaining eye of Nick Fury froze. Then he looked at Maria Hill, who was sitting not far from his desk, and asked, "Hill, has anyone been to my office?" "Nobody." Facing Nick Fury's inquiry, Maria Hill, who was processing the documents, immediately replied, "It has been 12 minutes and 45 seconds since you went to find Mr. Pierce. I have been in the office during this period, and I can confirm that no one has entered your office." Hearing Hill's answer, Nick Fury came to the desk, pointed to the black gold diary on his desk, and said, "How did that thing come about? What?" Looking in the direction of Nick Fury's finger, Maria Hill saw nothing but a clean desk and some neatly arranged files, and didn't see anything. "I mean this." Pointing to the diary, Nick Fury asked Hill, "You can't see?" "Boss, I don't understand what you're talking about." After making sure that she was not dazzled, Maria Hill's expression became serious. He got up and patted the ordinary watch on his wrist. The next moment, the holographic camera appeared, and the picture appeared in front of Nick Fury in real time. "Director, as you can see, I can't see anything in the place you're pointing at. Even the whole series of cameras didn't show what you said." Seeing the entire series of images appear in front of him, Nick Fury frowned. In the holographic projection screen, there was nothing at the place he was pointing at. But when he turned his head, he could see where the black gold diary was kept intact. "Nick, need me?" Seeing Nick Fury frown, Maria Hill was about to speak when she saw Nick Fury wave his hand. Stretch out your hand, and the scanner on your wrist scans lightly. Looking at the state-of-the-art scanner did not suggest that the diary was in any danger or after radiation. Nick Fury's expression gradually became serious. At the same time, Sokovia. I really can't see, and there's nothing. Looking at Wanda, who insisted on calling her sister, she was actually her own sister. Pietro reached out and patted Wanda's palm. Look, if there is that black gold notebook you mentioned, then my hand should be slapped on the notebook, not directly in your palm. Did you not wake up last night, or did you have a fever? As he spoke, Pietro raised his hand in concern and measured Wanda's forehead. Okay, forget it if you can't see it. Slapping Pietro's hand away angrily, Wanda pointed to the door. Go and help me get my lunch back. This is what you, a younger brother, should do for your older sister. Listening to Wanda's words, Pietro looked at her helplessly. I always feel that Wanda is a little weird today. Chapter 2. Parallel World. Looking at the content written in the black gold diary, Nick Fury frowned slightly. I once heard Dr. OSS put forward the theory of parallel worlds, but I didn't expect to see it in this diary now. Although he has always maintained a vigilant and skeptical attitude towards the contents written in this black gold diary. But Nick Fury decided to keep watching. My name is Suche, and this is the second month since I traveled to this parallel world. I really like sitting on the bench and basking in the sun, because I can't remember how long it has been since the last time I could bask in the sun so leisurely. Yes, the world I'm in is destroyed, completely destroyed. At first, we thought we had won the battle. We defeated Kong the Conqueror. We defeated the Time Administration. We Avengers guard the world once again. Seeing this, especially seeing the name Avengers, Nick Fury's pupils shrank instantly. Avengers has always been an idea he didn't implement. In his conception, it is to form a team with some super ability users. Use their power to guard the safety of this world. This is after the battle with the Kree is over, and after Captain Marvel Carol leaves Earth. Ideas that I conceive myself. But now, this concept of mine has not yet begun to unfold. He actually saw this name in this diary that appeared out of thin air, and only he could see it. This can't help but make Nick Fury serious. After that battle, Hawkeye Barton told me with a smile that he had found his successor and could become the second-generation Hawkeye of the Avengers. Thor also jokingly said that his adopted daughter can also join the Avengers and become the second-generation Avenger. Loki spreads his hands and says he's going to have some kids with Hill, hopefully not as naughty as he used to be. Dr. Banner is discussing with his cousin, the female Green Titan, and Ant-Man. The son he brought back from Sakaar is getting more and more disobedient. Everything was so easy. Everything was so peaceful. At the end of the day, they told me and my wife Wanda that we should have 2 more babies too. We could also name the baby Pietro. In this way, the members of the second-generation Avengers can stabilize the world, and our group of Avengers can retire. Sokovia. Look at the sentence, me and my wife Wanda, in the diary. Wanda, who was sitting on the sofa holding a diary and looking at it, felt a little overwhelmed for a moment. Why does this diary show my name? Is it the same name? But, can the baby's name be Pietro? This is definitely not the same name. After all, Wanda and Pietro, aren't they just me and my brother? Most importantly, she is the wife of the owner of this diary. That man named Suche is my future husband? What? I don't even know the owner of this diary, that guy named Suche. How could she become his wife? And want to have a baby with him? Although I have always hoped to have a warm home and have 2 cute and well-behaved babies with my future husband. But I am only 14 years old now. With a trace of curiosity, Wanda continued to read. At that time, the atmosphere was relaxed, and all superheroes were enjoying the relaxed atmosphere that the war had just ended. But in the next second, everything changed. Before we realized it, countless Conqueror Kong appeared in various timelines, and together with countless conquerors, there were also countless monsters and god groups. Those monsters and the god group are so powerful, they are so powerful that they are desperate. At that moment, the sky fell apart. Countless mountains and rivers began to collapse, and countless rivers and seas boiled and evaporated. As far as the eye can see, there are ruins everywhere, and as far as the eye can see, there are corpses everywhere. It seems that the whole world is full of desperate wailing. We failed, even though we Avengers have saved the world countless times. But this time, we really failed. Hawkeye Barton is dead, Thor is dead, Dr. Banner is dead, and the Green Titan is dead, all dead. I don't know if they were unwilling or desperate before they died in battle. All I know is that at the moment when the Earth exploded into a tiny speck of dust in the universe, I saw Natasha Romanoff, Steve, Tony. That was the earliest group of people in our first generation of Avengers, and it was also the first group of people in our Avengers to die in battle or retire. I only know that when my consciousness dissipated in despair, we have protected the Earth countless times, but in the end we were not spared. We lose. The first diary was written here and ended abruptly. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. At this moment, in Nick Fury's mind, with the end of the diary, it seems that scenes of despair are also filled in his mind. This is the power of words. No exaggeration, no long descriptions. But it was the simple to desolate sense of despair that deeply enveloped Nick Fury, as well as Natasha Romanoff and Wanda who were reading the diary. They even seemed to have witnessed the desperate doomsday scene described in the diary. Chapter 3. After reading the first diary, Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, the scene described in the first article of this diary is so shocking. In the diary, Kong the Conqueror failed, but Kong the Conqueror on various timelines joined forces with many monsters and the Celestial God Group to destroy the Earth together. But who is Kong the Conqueror? Some villain who wants to destroy the planet? What is the Tenjin Group? The so-called gods in Norse mythology? What is the Time Administration? The same organization as the National Strategy. S.H.I.E.L.D. that I control now? Nick Fury is pretty sure he's never heard of the Time Administration. Imagining this, Nick Fury turned on the computer and then entered a few names on the computer. Suche, Barton, Dr. Banner, the Green Titan, Thor, Loki, Hilvi, Ant-Man, Wanda, Pietro, Tony, Steve, Natasha Romanoff. After thinking about it, Nick Fury distinguished the three names Tony, Steve, and Natasha Romanoff from other names. After all, according to the Black Gold Diary, Tony, Steve, and Natasha Romanoff were the first to sacrifice or retire. After a few seconds of hesitation, Pietro's name was classified into the column of Tony, but an indeterminate symbol was marked behind Pietro's name. It is clearly stated in the diary that other people hope that the owner of the diary and Wanda will have a child named Pietro. Definitely, that doesn't mean Pietro is dead. After all, many times, there are always people who name their children uncle, or other people in the family. After dividing the names, Nick Fury began to think about these people. According to the diary above, these people are all conceived by themselves, members of the Avengers. Suche can be sure that the owner of this diary came from a parallel world. Barton and Natasha Romanoff and Dr. Banner should be able to ascertain as well. And what about this guy named Tony? Who is he? Is it the same name, or that famous playboy, the son of Mr. Howard Stark? Probably not him. After all, no matter what this guy Tony Stark thinks, they are all standard arrogant, narcissistic playboys. Nick Fury has a hard time linking him to the so-called superhero. Thor, Loki, Hill, and others don't know it either. But Ant-Man. It reminds Nick Fury of Dr. Pym. He seems to be able to use Pym particles to change the file size. In the top secret files of S.H.I.E.L.D., Ant-Man is marked. Will it be Dr. Pym? Probably not. There is a detail in the diary. Dr. Banner is talking with Ant-Man and the female Green Titan about the education of his son brought back from Sakaar. It should be stated, then, that Ant-Man also has a child. And Dr. Pym's daughter is almost 30 years old now. And according to Dr. Pym's character, no matter how you think about it, you won't discuss this matter with Dr. Banner. While Nick Fury was thinking, there was a knock on the office door. Signaling people to come in, Nick Fury saw Natasha Romanoff walking in. Seeing Natasha Romanoff walk in, Nick Fury didn't put away the diary, but asked calmly, Natasha Romanoff, what do you want? Anyway, according to my own test, other people cannot see this Black Gold Diary. There was something wrong at first, but Mr. Director, it's all right now. Looking at the Black Gold Diary on Nick Fury's desk, Natasha Romanoff shook her head. Then he took out the same diary with a black gold cover from behind him. You also have. Looking at the Black Gold Diary in Natasha Romanoff's hand, Nick Fury raised his eyebrows slightly. Apart from you, who else in S.H.I.E.L.D. owns this diary? S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff nodded after reacting. That's right, the name S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed much simpler and more convenient than our current name. After complaining, Natasha Romanoff sat across Nick Fury's desk and shook her head. I don't know much about this. However, except for me, no one else seems to be able to see or touch this Black Gold Diary. I just tried Hawkeye and found that Hawkeye can't see this diary in my hand. That is to say, other than the holder of the diary, no one else can see it. Nick Fury nodded when he heard what Natasha Romanoff said. Not only that, Director, in fact, the holder of the diary cannot disclose the contents of the diary to others. Natasha Romanoff continued to add to Nick Fury. I just tried it out and wanted to tell Hawkeye the unimportant content written in the diary. But before the words were spoken, I suddenly felt a palpitation. It seemed that as long as I said it, I would die. The last time I had such a terrifying feeling was when I was training in the Red House. Having said that, Natasha Romanoff looked at Nick Fury and asked seriously, Director, what do you think of what is written in the diary? Duh. Chapter 4. What do you think? Facing Nick Fury's question, the widow tapped on Erlang's leg and fell silent for a moment. I hope it's fake, although the diary is full of oddities. But if it's true, then I'm not sure if the future of the parallel universe in this diary will be the future of our world. So you believe it? Listening to Natasha Romanoff, Nick Fury asked. Have no idea. Facing Nick Fury's words, Natasha Romanoff pretended to be relaxed and smiled. I don't know whether I should believe it or not. After all, the first entry in this diary is simply hopeless. But if that Hawkeye Barton in the diary is the Hawkeye we know, then that Natasha Romanoff must be me. So, if what is written in the diary is true, then I will be the first among the so-called Avengers to retire or die in battle. Having said that, Natasha Romanoff looked at Nick Fury and said with a smile, So, Mr. Director, do you want me to be the first to die in battle, or the first to retire? Facing Natasha Romanoff's smile, Nick Fury was silent for a moment. Avengers has actually always been a concept of mine. A super ability team that wants to gather super ability users to save the world and face the crisis. Looking at Natasha Romanoff, Nick Fury said very seriously, I haven't implemented this idea yet, or in other words, no one knows the name Avengers except me. Director, that means you believe the contents of this diary? It does not matter. Looking at Natasha Romanoff, Nick Fury said seriously, Natasha Romanoff, from now on you give up all the next tasks. There is only one goal, to find out the owner of this diary. This is very important to us. If what the owner of this diary wrote is true, then the owner of the diary, Su-Che, who knows what will happen in the future in advance, will be very important to us. Facing Nick Fury's extremely serious look, Natasha Romanoff spread her hands. I definitely know this, but there are 7 billion people in this world. There are 1.4 billion people in Dacia who have removed black and white skin. Director, we only know his name is Su-Che, and he is a super ability man. The specific ability is unknown, the identity is unknown, the appearance is unknown, and the location is unknown. To use a Wuxia idiom, this is looking for a needle in the vast sea. The most important thing is, if he is in Dacia, the territory of the Shunspear Bureau, according to the comparison of the strength of the Shunspear and our country, our shield. It is estimated that our aegis has been broken, and the God Spear will not hurt the bones. In the comics, Shield and Divine Spear are really not the same size, whether it is the number of super ability fighters or similar aerospace aircraft carrier battleships, or the number of members. Hearing what Natasha Romanoff said, Nick Fury also leaned on the seat and squeezed his eyebrows. It's really difficult. Take your time. Since the first diary is out, I think the second diary may not be too far away. At least, when the next few diaries appear, maybe we can find the figure of the owner of this diary, Su-Che. Manhattan, inside an apartment building. In other words, Nick Fury is the most trusted of the three? Seeing that Nick Fury's trust in the diary is as high as 57%, while Wanda is only 40% and Natasha Romanoff is only 35%, Su-Che was slightly surprised. After all, in his mind, Wanda, who is only 14 years old now, should be the best to deceive. She is still young now, and she is only thinking of avenging her parents. And Nick Fury, who is skeptical of everything, is the hardest thing to convince him. Unexpectedly, the guy who was the most difficult to deceive trust is now the one with the highest trust. TSK. Looking at the first diary I compiled, Su-Che suddenly reacted. Yes, Nick Fury hasn't proposed to build the Avengers team yet. In other words, the concept of Avengers exists only in Nick Fury. Probably this is why Nick Fury has the highest level of trust among the three. Get up and go to the window, watching the people coming and going outside. Depend on. This is the most dangerous place in the Marvel world. New York, where both aliens and villains like to make trouble. If it is not to follow the system requirements. If it wasn't for the next contact with Avengers members, let them believe that they are people from the parallel universe, so as to get a stronger ability. Then I have already thought of a way to leave here and return to the territory guarded by the Domestic Spear Bureau. TSK, and the system has to be set with a superhero from a parallel world. Otherwise, how cool it would be to be a Homelander by yourself, and to the moon soaring to the sky, without any scruples. Thinking of this, Su-Che laughed. Then open the system and start receiving the rewards from the first diary. Chapter 5. Water Control Ability. Looking at the ability given by the system, Su-Che raised his eyebrows slightly. This is the rhythm of making yourself Aquaman. All right, perhaps it's because of the three. Only Nick Fury has the highest level of trust. So the ability rewarded by the system is not the most advanced. But anyway, it's a good start, isn't it? Raising his hand slightly, the next moment the water in the glass in front of him began to flow upwards directly following Suche's thoughts. Then it slowly gathered in Suche's palm. It can even be transformed into any shape with Suche's idea. Just like now, Suche only thinks about the shape of the arrow. The next moment, the water droplet in the palm instantly turned into an arrow. With a light wave of his hand, the water arrow flew out in an instant, directly piercing through the photo frame on the wall. Seeing the power of the water arrow, Suche nodded in satisfaction. Moreover, who said that water control can only become like this? You must know that the water content of an adult's body accounts for 70%. So, As soon as this idea came out, Suche shook his head instantly. Why is it a little bit evil? Hiding this thought from his mind, Suche then opened the diary compilation page. Well, anyway, I am not Homelander now, but I want to create a superhero for myself. It can't be so evil yet, right? Opening the diary editing page, Suche thought for a while. How can the three diary holders increase their trust more? After thinking about it, maybe I should make my personality more full. And I have to get in touch with them. Otherwise, how can I gain more trust? Definitely, we have to be prepared for Shield to tie himself up as a prophet. After all, prophets are dangerous. Suche doesn't want to be kidnapped by someone sent by Nick Fury just because of revealing his identity. Then locked in the secret hut, interrogated about the future every day. For anything, the only way to make yourself invincible is to keep the worst idea, right? After thinking for a while, Suche's eyes lit up. Inside Shield. Director, the diary has been updated. Natasha Romanoff, who was flipping through the diary and repeatedly reading the contents of the first diary. Suddenly, I saw text appearing on the second page of the diary, which was originally blank. He immediately said to Nick Fury. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's words, Nick Fury also immediately flipped through the diary, ready to see what was written in the second entry of the diary. It has been more than half a month since I came to this parallel world. I thought I could gradually forget the world I was in. But looking at the scene in front of me, bits and pieces of my world always pop up in my mind. I really want to take another look at the world that belongs to me. If the two worlds are only separated by distance and time, then even if there are hundreds of millions of light years apart, I will try my best to return to the world that belongs to me. However, that world of mine has been destroyed, and it has been completely turned into an insignificant speck of dust in the universe. Can't go back. What a despair. Perhaps I should continue to protect this parallel world, continue to be a superhero among Avengers, and use my ability to protect this parallel world from the doom of destruction. However, I am a little tired. In my world, I have been an Avenger for more than 10 years, and I can't count how many times I have saved the world from the crisis of destruction. I just want to be a common now. Be an office worker who only cares about life. Perhaps, this is why God let me come to this parallel world, and it is the best reward for my more than 10 years of Avenger career. But I can't do it. Dream back to midnight. In every dream, I can see the despair of my comrades and Avengers members before they die. I dreamed of them more than once, dreaming that they told me to continue to protect the world. I was even in my dream, subconsciously looking for a way to save this world. Every time is very tiring. Every time I have to face despair, but in my dream, I never stop. Maybe I should go to Nick Fury now and talk to him about the dangers the world faces in the future. But I don't want to do that. On the one hand, Tony in this alternate universe timeline hasn't been kidnapped yet. He hasn't become Iron Man yet. Everything has not yet officially opened. On the other hand, Shield is not safe. At least, there are only a few people in Shield that I can trust. Nick Fury, Maria Hill, Phil Coulson, Natasha Romanoff, Lin Tay. I may be able to contact them now, but I cannot contact other people in Shield, let alone let other people in Shield know that I came from a parallel world. Because Shield is not really Shield yet. Even Nick Fury is blinded by that group of people at the moment. Well, that's pretty good, at least before Tony is kidnapped and becomes Iron Man, which symbolizes the official start of everything. Maybe I can live a flat but simple life. Just let me, my heart full of cracks, take a brief moment of self-cultivation. Chapter 6. Looking at the contents of the diary, Nick Fury frowned. What is called Shield is not really S.H.I.E.L.D. What does it mean to be blinded by those people? Moreover, Shield is not safe. How many people can you trust now? Looking at the content written in the diary at this moment, Nick Fury inexplicably felt an extremely bad, even absurd premonition. Director. Listening, Natasha Romanoff looked up at himself, seeing that she was about to say something. Nick Fury waved his hand suddenly. Under Natasha Romanoff's gaze, Nick Fury reached out and pressed a hidden button under the table. In an instant, a signal shielding wave invisible to the naked eye enveloped Nick Fury's office. I don't know what the content written in this diary means. But looking at what he wrote, it's obvious what happened to Shield in his parallel world. Although there is already a guess in my heart that even Nick Fury finds it ridiculous. But he didn't say it directly. Continue to read this diary, and after reading this diary, we will ask questions or draw conclusions. Listen to Nick Fury. Although Natasha Romanoff has strong doubts in her heart at the moment, but he still nodded and continued to read the diary. In the diary, if the previous content was written on purpose to Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff, it is to make them believe that when they come into contact with them, some embarrassing things will not happen. Then the next content in the diary. It is related to Wanda compiled by Suche. Rain and Dew. After all, there are 3 diary holders. Suche definitely couldn't leave Wanda behind. Suche is very good at writing short essays. Unfortunately, one of the system rewards for the first diary is to turn the ice cream shop opposite Stark Industry into your own coffee shop, instead of making Stark Industries your own, even if it is to make Hammer Industries its own. Save money. Opposite to Stark Industry, it was originally an ice cream shop, but now it has become a coffee shop. Yes, this cafe is mine now. I like to sit on the edge of the window in the coffee shop and look out, because it makes me feel rare peace and tranquility. I named this cafe Peach Blossom Forest because when I first met Wanda, it was in a peach blossom forest. At that time, Ultron was just born and was still preparing to destroy the world. At that time, Wanda and Pietro chose to help Ultron because of their parents' hatred and Ultron's deception. Later, the Avengers defeated Ultron, and Wanda also became a member of the Avengers. Afterwards, we were together. Sokovia. Seeing that she was mentioned again in the diary, Wanda's eyes lit up instantly. She is curious to know what will happen to her future. I also really want to know if I will avenge my parents in the future. Although the owner of the diary is a bad guy, he always says that he is his husband. What? I don't believe it myself. However, looking at the peach blossom forest mentioned in the diary, Wanda was still slightly surprised. He actually knows that his favorite is the beautiful peach blossom forests. Could it be that the owner of this diary is really her future husband? How else would he know what he likes best? With a hint of curiosity, Wanda continued to look at it. The reason why I opened a coffee shop is because this is the original idea of me and Wanda. When we were together, I said I wanted to open a coffee shop, and she said she wanted to open a flower shop next to the coffee shop. I also said that the coffee shop and the flower shop are for our future daughter. As for our son, we will send him to be a doctor or a lawyer. When the two of us are together, we always like to cuddle up to each other and discuss the future careers of our son and daughter, always constantly looking forward to the future. However, who would have thought that the future we were looking forward to would eventually turn into a piece of dust? Who is cuddling with you? And also a son and daughter. Why does he write everything in his diary? Looking at the contents of the diary, Wanda blushed slightly. I also began to wonder what the owner of this diary looks like. After all, this person named Suche is very likely to be her future husband. 14 years old is the age when one can imagine wildly and yearn for love. So looking at the content written in the diary, Wanda inexplicably had a trace of anticipation. The first thought I came to this world was to go to Sokovia to find Wanda. But, is the Wanda of this world my Wanda? Also, I can't do that either. Not to mention that she is only 14 years old at the moment. Most importantly, although she and Pietro were born with the ability, they didn't know it. Even if the mind gem as a medium stimulates their ability, then they may be common people in this life. I can't, at least I shouldn't decide their fate. But I really saw her, even if I just hid from a distance and took a look. Perhaps, Wanda is my deepest obsession and the last trace of attachment in this world. But I know that the Wanda in this world doesn't belong to me. At least, she doesn't belong to me right now. Chapter 7. Looking at what was written in the diary, Wanda's eyes lit up. Will I and Pietro have super abilities in the future? Doesn't that mean that he and Pietro have the opportunity to find that damn Tony Stark and avenge their parents? However, as stated in the diary, the ability of myself and Pietro needs that mind gem to stimulate this ability. What are mind gems? It shouldn't be those rubies and sapphires. I really want to ask Baron Strucker. He should know what mind gem is. It's just that the contents of the diary can't be disclosed to non-diary holders. After all, when I first got the diary, I wanted to tell Pietro the contents of the diary. The result was heart palpitations. That feeling is really horrible. However, what kind of super ability will I and Pietro have in the future? It's really exciting. Really, this stinky guy named Su-che shouldn't have written in his diary. The key things that should be written are not written at all. Really, if I meet him in the future and really become his girlfriend, then I must ignore him for 3 days. SHILD, inside Nick Fury's office. Director, it seems that I don't need to bother to investigate the owner of this diary named Su-che. He has clearly written his location in the diary, and the coffee shop he opened is across from Stark Industries in Manhattan. Having said that, Natasha Romanoff looked at Nick Fury and asked, "So, Director, do I need to meet with him, or should I bring someone to tie him here?" No. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's proposal, Nick Fury thought about it for a few seconds, then waved his hand. Obviously, the owner of the diary, Su-che, doesn't trust S.H.I.E.L.D. In other words, I don't trust the current S.H.I.E.L.D. Although I still don't understand why this Su-che trusts us, but to S.H.I.E.L.D. However, I will slowly figure out what's inside. Before that, don't bring him to SHILD for now. Having said that, Nick Fury looked at Natasha Romanoff. Through the content written in this diary, what kind of person or state do you think Su-che is now? Superhero, a superhero who has saved the Earth countless times. Facing Nick Fury's questioning, Natasha Romanoff replied bluntly, "If what is written in the diary is true, then there is no doubt that this Su-che is a respectable superhero. Analyzing a person based on the intelligence they have is one of the basic skills a professional agent should have. As for the mental state, it is not difficult to analyze the fragments revealed between the lines. This Mr. Su-che is very tired. Definitely, I mean the psychological aspect. Director, let's assume that this diary is real. So according to what is written in the diary, it has been more than half a month since he came to our parallel universe. But he often dreams about the destruction of the parallel universe he was in. This shows that he is full of stress and anxiety. I even feel deep self-blame for failing to save the world he lives in. Otherwise, you wouldn't be looking for a way to save the world even in your subconscious dream." Speaking of this, Natasha Romanoff looked at Nick Fury and smiled. Definitely, it is also written in the diary that he is an Avenger for more than 10 years, an old superhero. He has saved the Earth countless times. This can also show from the side that his mind should be very firm. You must know that ordinary people cannot continue to fight against villains who want to destroy the Earth for more than 10 years. Although, as written in the diary, he failed in the end, and the Earth he was on was destroyed. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's analysis, Nick Fury nodded in agreement. Similar to what he analyzed. Seeing Nick Fury nodding, Natasha Romanoff hesitated for a few seconds and said, "Director, what he wrote in his diary, that Tony hasn't been kidnapped yet, and everything hasn't officially started yet. So before that, he wanted to live a common life. I can actually understand this, just like I have been tired of tasks again and again, tired of my life. But if what happened in his world, the future really happens in our world, then director, I suggest that you should contact him in advance, although he only wants to live the life of a commoner now. Are you interested in him?" Listening to Natasha Romanoff, Nick Fury easily heard her subtext. Definitely. How could you not be interested? Facing Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff crossed her legs and said with a smile, "The superhero in the parallel world, it should be very interesting to touch. Also, now that he's full of stress and anxiety, and even deeply blamed for failing to save his world, I think maybe he needs a psychiatrist at this moment. As it happens, I'm still very professional in this area. What's more, I also want to test the authenticity of this diary. After all, only by getting in touch with him can I evaluate him more deeply. If he recognized me right away, it doesn't matter whether he pretended not to know me or revealed my identity directly. At least it can show that the content written in this diary should have some credibility." Putting his legs down, Natasha Romanoff looked at Nick Fury. He said that among the people SHILD can trust now is me. Then such a good opportunity, I think I should go and meet him. After all, I really want to know now, in that Avengers team, was I the first to retire or the first to die? Looking at Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff spoke seriously and with interest. Chapter 8. System Prompt. Since Wanda Maximoff has reached 90% trust, a special reward for the full version of water control ability. And reward the simulated diary function once. Simulation Introduction. Su-che can simulate what happened in the diary to change the host's demeanor, experience, etc. Looking at the rewards given by the system, Su-che's eyes lit up slightly. Well, co-authoring the water control ability that I just obtained yesterday is a castrated version. The water control ability obtained now is the real full version. After receiving the water control ability, the next moment Su-che felt that the surrounding air was full of water molecules. He slightly raised his hand, and in the next second, A group of deep blue water polo appeared in the empty space in front of him. With a thought, Jean Blue's water polo sometimes turned into dozens of blue swords, and sometimes turned into a terrifying water beast. It seems that as long as Su Che gives an order, these water swords and water beasts can directly penetrate the enemy in front of them. As if getting a new toy, he kept changing the Jean Blue water polo into any shape. After playing for a while, Su Che let the water polo wrap himself. A thick layer of water enveloped Su Che's whole body. Standing in the middle of the water mass, Su Che found that he could not only breathe in the water. Even as long as you think about it, even your clothes will not be soaked. Even if the clothes are soaked, you only need to wave your hand lightly, and the clothes can be cleaned immediately without the need for the washing machine to spin the dryer. Well, with this ability, you can save money on a washing machine. Well, if the above is just a joke, then Su Che thinks that he has this ability to control water. Then if you stand in the middle of the ocean, wouldn't you be invincible? And with this full version of ability, Su Che no longer needs to carry a bottle of water with him. By simply waving your hands, you can turn the water molecules in the air into weapons to attack the enemy. Don't think that water's attack is weak. In fact, the energy of water is quite terrifying. To give an inappropriate example, the energy of a high-pressure water gun can easily cut a stone slab. And Su Che is like a human-shaped high-pressure water gun at this moment. As long as the energy of the water is enough, then Su Che can even easily destroy a mountain with water arrows. Well, if the full version of water control ability makes Su Che very happy, then this simulation reward was what surprised Su Che the most. Just imagine, writing in your diary, how your parallel world collapsed. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't save that world in the end. After meeting Natasha Romanoff or Nick Fury, people found that they didn't have the emotions written in the diary at all. Don't tell me now. At least it will become very difficult to make them 100% believe what they wrote in the diary. After all, sometimes, lies can be told, but that kind of experience cannot be faked. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Su Che took a deep breath and then gave instructions to the system. Start to simulate the scene of the destruction of the world that I wrote in my diary. Following Su Che's command, the next second, his eyes were dazzled, and the space began to flicker. In just a moment, the surrounding scenery changed rapidly in his mind. A strong sense of science fiction slowly formed in front of my eyes. In the blink of an eye, Su Che seemed to appear in a ruined wall. And sitting around are those superheroes who are scarred and survived. What are you thinking? Hawkeye, who was wearing a hearing aid, patted Su Che on the shoulder and then began to ramble about her daughter and another good seedling he found. It seems to be enjoying the second generation of Hawkeye joining the Avengers, and he can enjoy the time of retirement. On the side, Thor, Loki, and others are also describing the future life, and Dr. Banner from Hulk Integrate is talking about children's upbringing with Ant-Man and the Green Titan. It can be said that the whole atmosphere is extremely relaxed. It seems to be the kind of ease of victory after the war. Yes, it is the ease after victory, not the carnival after victory. Su Che could clearly feel that his mentality was being affected. It seems as if I have also experienced more than 10 years of Avenger career, saving the world time and time again. So there is no carnival joy in saving the world again. Yes, it's just a sense of relief after saving the world again. Just when the mentality was slowly changing, the next second, the world was dark. Looking around, countless Kong the Conqueror appeared in the sky in front of him on various timelines. Beside countless Conqueror Kong, there are countless monsters. At the top of the sky, there seemed to be a group of gods who seemed to be bigger than the earth, looking down at the people like themselves. It seems that the earth will be easily crushed by them in the next second. Chapter 9. Call. After the simulation came back, Su Che subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. In the simulated scene of the system just now, Su Che seemed to have really experienced the doomsday catastrophe compiled by himself. Depression, fear, palpitations, despair, all kinds of negative emotions enveloped Su Che's heart. Even the moment when the Tianjin group looked down at everyone in the vast sky, and then crushed the earth with one hand. Su Che seemed to really feel the feeling of dying in despair. Taking a deep breath, he dispelled all the negative emotions in his heart. Subconsciously looking at the mirror on the wall, only then did Su Che suddenly realize that although he was still 19 years old in the mirror, he was still so handsome. But the sense of vicissitudes in his eyes couldn't go away no matter what. It was as if I was really like the diary I compiled. It's the same as experiencing these hopeless things in parallel universes. I got up and went to the balcony to exercise my muscles and bones, and closed my eyes to feel the warmth brought by the sun. After a long time, the various negative emotions in Su Che's heart slowly dissipated. This simulation really can't be tried lightly. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have used the reason of the end of the world, Kong the Conqueror, and the Celestial Team to destroy the Earth. However, at least you don't have to worry about it now, after Nick Fury or the Widow find themselves. I see right through myself. Well, just like the system said. Stories can be edited, but experience cannot be faked. Especially people like Widow or Nick Fury. It is a basic operation to see through a person based on a person's actions, even micro-expressions. Especially Nick Fury, the so-called king of agents, Mayor Frank. If there is any doubt about a common heart, then if this person does not have a certain amount of experience, just relying on the development trend of the future timeline to talk in front of him, I'm afraid he can tear it apart at a glance. Never underestimate anyone. This is the rule that Suche set for himself after traveling to this Marvel world. Although I know what will happen in the future, if I look down on others because of this, then I'm afraid it will really capsize in the gutter. Suche's guess was not wrong. In fact, whether it was Nick Fury or Natasha Romanoff, they were already smart. If it's common, there's no way to be like them. Like now. In the diary, Suche wrote that he did not trust SHIELD, or that he could only trust those few people in S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff saw it all. Still, Natasha Romanoff didn't ask Nick Fury that question when she left. The SHIELD without asking him what is called the moment is not the real S.H.I.E.L.D. Not to mention asking why the rest of SHIELD can't be trusted. Natasha Romanoff didn't ask, and Nick Fury didn't say. It's just that when the Widow sister left, Nick Fury's expression became uneasy. As the king of agents, as the person in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D., as a person who doesn't have any special super abilities, but can single-handedly form a team of super abilities like Avengers, Nick Fury had an extremely absurd guess in his mind. However, he didn't tell anyone. According to the clues in the diary, 70% of the Tony Suche mentioned should be Tony Stark. Otherwise, he wouldn't open the coffee shop, Peach Blossom Forest, opposite Stark Industry. People always like to be close to the people they trust and know the most. This is one of the subconscious nature of human beings. But according to what he said, the prelude to everything started when Tony Stark would be kidnapped. Thinking of this, Nick Fury tapped the table lightly. The next moment, the holographic projection of Tony Stark appeared directly in front of Nick Fury. Watch a holographic projection of Tony Stark, as well as his latest itinerary and some news. Nick Fury gradually began to think. Suche opened the coffee shop opposite the Stark Industry, but the diary did not clearly state that he wanted to stop the kidnapping. So that means, this kidnapping about Tony Stark will be one of the turning points in Tony's fate. And according to the speculation in the diary, the prelude to this kidnapping should be something that happened recently. Otherwise, this Suche wouldn't use the word rest for a while. Leaning on the chair and pinching his chin, Nick Fury frowned and looked at the holographic projection of Tony Stark in front of him. But in his mind, he was imagining whether he should send someone to follow Tony Stark to stop this upcoming kidnapping case. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Nick Fury decided to do nothing for the time being. After all, it is not difficult to see based on the speculation in the diary. Although Tony Stark will be kidnapped, his life will not be in danger. On the contrary, this will become one of the factors that will turn Tony Stark, an arrogant playboy, into a superhero. Whether it changes what happens in the future, Nick Fury doesn't care. What he really cares about is what happens in the future of his world written in Suche's guest diary in this parallel world. Will the same happen in my own world? This is the most important. Turn off Tony Stark's hologram. Nick Fury is looking forward to now, Natasha Romanoff and Suche's upcoming first meeting. Perhaps, this will bring some unexpected surprises to myself. Chapter 10. Seriously, Nick Fury doesn't care how many people die, or who they die. In fact, in his career over the years, he has seen too many deaths. Many of them were even sent away by him. But Tony Stark was different after all. Although, Tony Stark is a selfish, arrogant playboy. It's just not likable at all. However, his father is Mr. Howard Stark after all, one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Because Mr. Howard Stark and Ms. Maria died that Christmas night. So Nick Fury felt that as the controller of SHIELD, he needed to ensure that Tony Stark could survive safely. Besides, Ms. Page is still alive. But if there is no life-threatening, just be kidnapped and suffer some torture. In the end, it allows him to grow and become a superhero. Well, Nick Fury thinks it's all worth it. At least, that's what Mr. Howard Stark and Ms. Maria hope to see. So about Tony Stark being kidnapped by Dow, Nick Fury chose to put it aside. What he wants to see now is Natasha Romanoff and this mysterious parallel universe traveler, the owner of the Black Gold Diary, Suche's first meeting. Perhaps, this will bring you unexpected surprises. Well, that's what Nick Fury made himself think on purpose to distract himself from that absurd guess. Although, Nick Fury cannot 100% trust the contents of this black gold diary. However, some preparations should be done. Early the next morning, Manhattan, across from Stark Industries. Inside the Teowalan Cafe. Morning, boss. Good morning, sir. Seeing Su-Che walk in, the staff of the coffee shop greeted Su-Che warmly. From an ice cream parlor employee to a coffee shop employee, these people don't mind that jobs and bosses all change. After all, compared to the weekly salary of 130 yuan a week at an ice cream shop, the weekly salary of 200 yuan per week in the coffee shop is even more attractive to them. Good morning. Seeing the three very beautiful employees greeting him, Su-Che responded with a smile one by one. This ice cream shop is very big, so the size of the coffee shop will naturally not be small. After all, in Manhattan, a place where every inch of land is very expensive, if it is a small ice cream shop, I am afraid that it will not make much money at all. The daily expenses of water, electricity, rent, and rent are a large number. Not to mention the salaries of the 3 college students. Well, Su-Che has a total of 6 employees, and they always have to change shifts. Boss, is it still the same? Looking at Su-Che, Selena asked with a sweet smile. Definitely. Okay, black coffee without sugar will be delivered to your place immediately. For more than half a month, the employees here have long been familiar with the boss, who likes to drink black coffee without sugar. At the same time, I always like to sit near the window, where I can get the sun. Although I don't know why my boss always likes to sit in a position where he can bask in the sun, but this does not prevent them from liking their boss. After all, generous, don't arrange extra work for them. Bosses who don't criticize their jobs, don't harass them. Well, that doesn't count. Anyway, Su-Che is the best boss. Besides, the boss is so handsome. It is normal for the 3 views to follow the 5 senses. The only pity is that the boss doesn't seem to have much interest in them. Otherwise, it would be good to go on a few dates and experience the flogging from the East. Coupled with the young man who can open a coffee shop in Manhattan, where every inch of land is precious, there must be a lot of family property. If he can get his hands on it, he will be a proper son-in-law, the kind who will struggle for decades less. Hey, Superman, did the sun give you strong Kryptonian powers today? Walking into the coffee shop, I looked at Su-Che, who was sitting by the window drinking black coffee and basking in the sun. People greeted with a smile. As Tony Stark's personal assistant and personal secretary. As someone who works at Stark Industries almost every day, Peepo is definitely familiar with this original ice cream parlor, which is now a coffee shop. And after going back and forth, she also became acquainted with Su-Che, the owner of this coffee shop. After all, as an elite, Peepo likes to sit in the coffee shop every day after work. Enjoy a rare afternoon of leisure time. Peepo was still very curious about Su-Che, even though he was young, even more than 10 years younger than himself. But whether it is mental maturity, speech, or personal cultivation, they are all perfect enough. The most important thing is that the trace in the eyes does not match the age, as if he has experienced many things and can see through all the vicissitudes and mysteries. That's attractive enough. Women like this tune. Peepo is no exception. There is also a reason for calling him Superman. After all, those who like to bask in the sun are not necessarily called Superman. Definitely, it doesn't involve a relationship between a man and a woman. Looking at Peepo, who was sitting across from him with a coffee, Su-Che laughed. I don't know if I will transform into Superman, but I'm very clear about your skipping work today. Who said I skipped work? Taking a sip of the coffee, Peepo chuckled lightly. I just checked in at Stark Industry. So you see, I've already clocked in, which already means I'm at work. So how can you say I'm skipping work? Facing Su-Che's words, Peepo responded with a smile. That's right, after all, punching in the card means that the person has come. However, I think Mr. Tony Stark's chance to go to the desert to show off his weapons gave Peepo enough personal time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to show up in the coffee shop early in the morning. Listening to Peepo's joking words, Su-Che picked up his coffee and laughed. Don't tell me. Tony went to the desert to show off his weapons, which really made me feel a lot easier. Otherwise, having to help a young child deal with all kinds of things and all kinds of daily garbage every day is always not so pleasant. Nodding his head, Peepo agreed with Su-Che's words. Tony's departure really gave Peepo enough personal time. At least, as it is now, I can show up in the coffee shop early in the morning. Duh. Chapter 11. Natasha Romanoff thinks she's got something. Jingle. The door of the coffee shop was pushed open, the breeze was blowing, and the wind chimes were crisp and pleasant. Hello. Coming to the coffee shop table, Natasha Romanoff looked at the staff and asked with a smile. I saw the job. Is this a waiter job? Yes, but the boss is there. Hearing Natasha Romanoff say that she is here to apply for a waiter, the waiter smiled and pointed to Suche, who was sitting by the window. Okay, thanks. Smiling at Selena, Natasha Romanoff walked towards Suche's seat. It seems that you are coming to work. Then I won't bother you for now. Listening to the conversation at the service desk, Pabwa turned his head to Suche and said, It's just right. I have to go back and sort out some materials. When Tony comes back the day after tomorrow, I will start to get busy again. See you. Hearing what Pabwa said, Suche nodded. See you later, Mr. Superman. Waving his hand at Suche, Pabwa smiled and got up to leave. At the same time, inside SHILD. Nick, I've already found the information you want. Handing a USB flash drive to Nick Fury, Maria Hill said seriously. This person is really weird. At least I can't find any trace of this person named Suche half a month ago. Whether it's air ticket records, real estate, cars, etc., everything can't be found. Even the life records from half a month ago can't be found. It's as if he appeared in this world out of thin air half a month ago. Listening to Hill's words, Nick Fury nodded and said he understood. This file will be archived after I read it. The confidentiality level, level 10. At the same time, anyone but me is prohibited from reading it. Originally, Nick Fury is SHILD level 10. Files belong to level 10. That is, the highest level of confidentiality. Anyone except SHILD level 10 agents is prohibited from viewing it. So besides Nick Fury, who is the defense? You mean, Mr. Secretary General has a problem? Facing Nick Fury's order, Maria Hill frowned slightly. Do you need me to communicate with the World Security Council? Well, Maria Hill was the first person on the World Security Council who they sent over to oversee Nick Fury's work. Only later, Maria Hill gradually favored Nick Fury. Even some secret things of SHILD helped Nick Fury hide from the World Security Council at times. That's why Nick Fury trusted Hill more and more. Even when I arrived at the moon base later, I took Hill with me. There is no need to communicate with the World Security Council for the time being, as if nothing happened. As for the Secretary General, I don't doubt Pierce, let alone doubt him easily. It's just that there are some things that no one can see. Clear. Listening to Nick Fury's words, Maria Hill nodded. Although, she knew Nick Fury was lying, but still chose to believe Nick Fury's words. Although, he also knew that she knew he was lying. But isn't that what partners are? Many things cannot be explained clearly. More importantly, Nick Fury really didn't want to doubt Alexander Pierce. On the one hand, he recommended him to be the chief of the Bureau. On the other hand, as the former director of SHILD and the current Secretary General of SHILD, he is responsible for the bridge of communication with the World Security Council on the surface. Once you suspect others, if you don't do it well, SHILD will become turbulent. This is no joke. Watching Hill turn and leave. Nick Fury tapped the watch lightly, and the next moment a USB flash drive socket appeared on the watch. Connect the USB flash drive, and the holographic projection information about Suche appears in front of Nick Fury. Looking at the handsome image and information of Suche displayed on the holographic projection, Nick Fury focused on where Suche first appeared. This information is so detailed that even the records of purchasing real estate, purchase records of coffee shops, and records of daily withdrawal of money or swiping cards can be displayed. It really appeared out of thin air. All the traces and traces of life before are all blank. But where did he get his money? If he is really a person from a parallel world, then the bank deposits from the parallel world can also be used in this world. Watching Hill go through a night of investigation, the information does not show Suche, a guest from the parallel world. Where did the money used come from? Nick Fury pondered for a moment, and then began to decipher all the details on the information. Not even the tiniest detail is spared. Nick Fury, who has always been suspicious of everything, even though he was once the highest trust value among the 3 diary holders. But he still wanted to analyze something from this information. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. What matters is what Suche can bring to this world. That's what Nick Fury cares about most. Inside the Teowalan Cafe. Definitely no problem. In fact, like the other 2 waiters, I also choose to work part-time. Sitting opposite Suche, Natasha Romanoff said with a charming smile. At the same time, he was constantly evaluating the young man in front of him from the bottom of his heart. The more she evaluated, the more surprised Natasha Romanoff was. Although, the Suche in front of him looks very young on the surface. But the sense of vicissitudes inadvertently revealed between the eyebrows cannot be hidden. And the whole person reveals a trace of mystery, as if a secret treasure is waiting to be discovered. Including age-inappropriate maturity versus just seeing yourself after. Natasha Romanoff easily caught the inadvertent touch of sadness and nostalgia in her eyes. Obviously, the young man in front of him definitely has a lot of stories. It seems that this time I came by myself. Duh. Chapter 12. Noon. Does our boss stay here all morning, every day? Watching Suche leave, Natasha Romanoff, who was wearing a cafe outfit, asked Selena with a smile, as if she was chatting. Definitely, this is the boss's personal habit. In the face of Natasha Romanoff's inquiry, Selena is trying to become the manager of this Teowalan cafe. He explained with a smile. Every morning, our boss will come here and sit in the second row by the window, because the sunshine is the best there. At this time, our boss always likes to drink a cup of hand-ground black coffee without sugar. Black coffee without sugar? Facing Selena's words, Natasha Romanoff deliberately pretended to be a little surprised. Slightly sour and very bitter black coffee without sugar. Our boss actually likes this taste? Who knows? Very neatly cleared up the account of the bar counter in the morning. Selena looked at the newcomer Natasha Romanoff and said, under normal circumstances, Mr. Boss will stay here all morning. Sometimes he also has lunch here at noon. He still prefers to eat fried chicken. His favorite fruit is watermelon. In addition, although our boss is only 19 years old, Duojin is single, so if you want to do it as soon as possible. You know, you are not the only one who asked me about our boss's situation. A lot of girls really want to date him. Listening to Selena's words, Natasha Romanoff raised her eyebrows slightly. So, our boss is very popular? Definitely, young and rich, and so handsome. He has extraordinary manners and elegant conversation, and from time to time, he exudes a faint mysterious and melancholy temperament. God, this makes the girls have no resistance at all, okay? Who wouldn't want to conquer such a mysterious prince from the East? In addition, such a large coffee shop can be opened in a place where every inch of land is precious in Manhattan. And he is so sincere and generous to people. As long as he is taken down, it will save 10 years of struggle, okay? Listening to Selena's almost all praises, Natasha Romanoff picked up a cup of coffee and smiled. What about you? Selena, don't you want to date our boss? Listening to Natasha Romanoff's question, Selena smiled without hiding it. If our boss wants to date me, then he only needs to hook his fingers lightly, and I will never refuse, and I will even wash myself and send me to the boss bedroom. Do you know? Many girls in the store, even some girls who came here on purpose in the morning, came for our boss. Everyone is no longer a girl of 16 or 17 and knows what the real society is like. Speaking of this, Selena hesitated for a few seconds. However, I still want to use my own efforts to become the manager of this coffee shop. After becoming a store manager, not only will the weekly salary increase to 500 knives, but more importantly, there will be some commissions. As long as I can become the store manager, then I can give my family a better life. At least, I can afford my sister's college fees next year. To be honest, Selena didn't know why she was talking about this to Natasha Romanoff, who just came here all morning. But Selena always felt that Natasha Romanoff, who looked only a few years older than herself, was a good person. And it's different from the other girls in the store. Selena, who grew up as a single-parent family, was always inexplicably attracted to the maternal brilliance of Natasha Romanoff. Unconsciously, he has a crush on her. Like a bosom big sister. It's very strange. Obviously, I just met her for less than a morning. After chatting for a while, looking at the waiter who came to take over after lunch, Natasha Romanoff smiled and went to prepare lunch. Smiling and declining Selena's invitation, Natasha Romanoff chose to go home alone for lunch. Watching Natasha Romanoff leave, Selena was ready to go to lunch alone. For Natasha Romanoff, she had to go back to make lunch for her brother at noon. Selena thought it was perfect. No wonder I hit it off with Natasha Romanoff so much. She has to support her brother, and she has to support her own sister. Earn tuition for my sister to go to college. Gosh, Natasha Romanoff is just another version of me, okay? It was decided that Natasha Romanoff would work part-time here in the future, even if she was a few minutes late. Selena decided that she would help her hide it. Around the corner, inside a dark car. Picking up the lunchbox, I looked at the sandwiches that had been in it all morning. Natasha Romanoff hesitated for a few seconds, then ate a sandwich and called Nick Fury. Well, I have been in contact with Suche, the owner of the diary, and I have probably made some comments about him. Still, something about Suche's love of things like fried chicken and watermelon. Natasha Romanoff didn't feel the need to tell Nick Fury. Otherwise, if cotton fields are added, then the three elements will be gathered together, okay? Even though Nick Fury is the director of SHIELD, this kind of thing. Who knows? Chapter 13 Natasha Romanoff's analysis of Suche's first meeting. Legs crossed on the frame, Natasha Romanoff reclined in the seat, eating a sandwich and videoing Nick Fury. I'm sure there are many things that can't be fooled. Looking at Nick Fury while eating a sandwich, Natasha Romanoff said very seriously, "Actually, he recognized me from the first moment he saw me. It's just not exposed, but I think he should think that I have some mission or choose a way to relax after the mission is over, rather than deliberately approaching him. So, on the premise that he doesn't affect me, he didn't expose me directly. Then what was Sue Che's reaction after seeing you?" Listening to Natasha Romanoff, Nick Fury continued to ask, "Nostalgic, if you have to use a suitable word to describe it, then it should be excitement and nostalgia. It's like suddenly seeing an old friend whom I haven't seen for a long time. Excited but rusty." Speaking of which, Natasha Romanoff threw the half-eaten sandwich into the lunchbox. "Nick, you know I'm not a picky eater. Even when I'm in a desperate situation or on a mission, I've eaten other things that are more unpalatable. But, can you change the cook in SHILD's cafeteria? Our budget is not that tight. This sandwich is a bit sour." Listening to Natasha Romanoff's complaint, Nick Fury didn't care. "Anyway, according to your physical fitness, even if the sandwich stinks, you won't damage your body from eating it. Okay, let's get down to business. What's your first impression of this Sue Che? How should I put it? This is definitely someone who has experienced a lot." Listening to the director's words, I recalled the scene of chatting with Sue Che for a few words in my mind. Natasha Romanoff withdrew her foot from the frame, and her expression became serious. No matter in terms of behavior or words and deeds, this is not a feeling that a 19-year-old young man can express. There are even some temperaments that cannot be pretended. It's an aura that has weathered the world, but is still tenacious. This is in line with what is written in the diary, the 10-year career of superhero Avengers. Although this conversation was not long, I could detect a hint of anxiety and fatigue in his eyes. This is also in line with what is said in the diary. Every night, even in his dreams, he is subconsciously looking for a way to save the world. Overall, when we met for the first time, he left a deep impression on me. I kind of like the sense of vicissitudes in his eyes filled with stories. It's quite attractive. Having said that, Natasha Romanoff hesitated for a moment before finally picking up the half-eaten sandwich. In addition, from the perspective of behavior, he likes to sit in the coffee shop by the window most every morning. Drinking a cup of unsweetened hand-ground black coffee while basking in the sun doesn't seem to have much meaning at first glance. It's just a person who likes to bask in the sun and drink bitter coffee. But in fact, bitter coffee can refresh you and help you concentrate on thinking. And I have observed all the places in that coffee shop. The position he is in is the most convenient distance from the doors and windows. If something happens outside, the person sitting in this position can go out to support as soon as possible. At the same time, if there is any danger in the coffee shop, that position can rush to stop it as soon as possible. Looking at Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff said seriously, "What kind of person would subconsciously sit in the most convenient position to prevent danger and support, rather than escape and cause chaos?" Nick, perhaps this is what is written in the diary, one of the proofs of his 10-year superhero career. Even the seed, I have become accustomed to subconsciously choosing a position that can protect others in the first place. Hearing Natasha Romanoff say this, Nick Fury was silent for a moment. I'm thinking, after more than 10 years of superhero career, I came to our world inexplicably because of my inability to save the world from destruction. But why is he 19? So young. And Natasha Romanoff, according to Hill's survey data, he really seems to have come to this world more than half a month ago. All the life trajectories and life imprints of half a month ago are gone. It seems to have appeared out of thin air. So where did his money come from? I made a range map based on his life trajectory in the past half month. The investigation in the morning found that there was no criminal record. You think he committed a crime? Listening to Nick Fury's words, Natasha Romanoff suddenly laughed. Nick, it looks like you've been in SHILD for too long and have forgotten some unconventional ways of doing things. Looking at Nick Fury in the video, Natasha Romanoff said with a relaxed expression, "For those of us, it seems that money is never the most difficult thing to get. Take me as an example. I can easily get millions without being discovered by others, and the source of the money is definitely the kind that can withstand investigation. Don't forget, if what's written in the diary is true, then as a super ability user who has been with us for more than 10 years. Do you think this kind of thing can be difficult for him?" Chapter 14 Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff, don't mess with Sue. Nick, the only thing I'm worried about now is that the pressure is too great, and it will cause a slight change in his heart. Looking at Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff also put away her joking look. Excessive pressure often destroys a person's mind, although agent psychology has nothing to do with him. But in fact, I feel the same way. I have been secretly observing him all morning. I found that besides playing with his mobile phone for a while sitting there, he was more thinking. As for what to think about, I think we should know. It's nothing more than self-blame for not being able to save that world, and once this parallel world falls into the same dangerous situation, how should he find a way to save it? It can be said that now he feels that he bears the pressure of the whole world. If it's been like this for a long time, I'm really worried. Natasha Romanoff didn't say anything, but Nick Fury understood what she wanted to say. Over the years, Nick Fury has definitely seen the behavior of many agents under pressure. In fact, someone who can become a SHIELD agent. The quality of heart is far beyond the kind of common people. But once such a person has psychological problems, the harm caused is often huge amounts of. It can even cause big waves. That's why SHIELD psychologists are very busy. Every member of SHIELD receives treatment from a psychiatrist after completing their mission. It has even become a rule to do regular psychological counseling for members of SHIELD. However, Su-Che is different. Although he has been a superhero for more than 10 years, he has witnessed and experienced the horrible catastrophe with his own eyes. It is conceivable how much stress and anxiety he is feeling at this moment. Besides, he doesn't have his own psychiatrist. Although it is not yet known what Su-Che's ability is. But once such a superhero has problems in his heart, he starts to become paranoid, stubborn, and even. Then I am afraid that the harm to this world will be far more violent than the SHIELD agent. Definitely, despite this premise, Nick Fury believes that Su-Che should never be regarded as a potential threat to the world. After all, Su-Che has been an Avenger in the parallel world for more than 10 years, and has saved the parallel world countless times. Then he was originally a superhero. For such a superhero, Nick Fury definitely can't. Wait. Forcing this idea to stop abruptly, Nick Fury looked up at Natasha Romanoff in the video. Natasha Romanoff, don't you feel that the so-called assumptions we are making now are getting more and more deviated from the original track? Even, the premise of the conversation between the two of us just now is that we have already trusted the content written in the diary. I have already accepted the setting that Su-Che is the Avenger of the parallel world, so I started to continue the conversation. This is not the same as our original intention of seeking proof. Our initial idea was to prove the owner of Su-Che's diary. I want to see if he is a superhero as written in the diary. Instead of thinking about these things after that. Listening to Nick Fury's words, Natasha Romanoff was also taken aback. Yes, my original purpose was to verify the owner of Su-Che, the diary. Is it really the traverser of the parallel world, or is it the so-called Avenger? Etc. When did I start observing Su-Che with preconceived notions? This can run counter to their own professionalism. What's more, it's just a morning of observation, and I haven't talked to more than a dozen sentences. Why did I suddenly believe in him so much, and started to think for him? Carefully recalled the scene when we first met. Natasha Romanoff felt that after seeing Su-Che, he noticed the flash of surprise and nostalgia for seeing the old man in his eyes, coupled with the sense of vicissitudes between his brows and the eyes full of stories. It is precisely because of the influence of the eyes and the content written in the diary on me. That's why I subconsciously believed in him preconceived. Seeing that Natasha Romanoff also reacted, Nick Fury suddenly laughed. Natasha Romanoff, what do you think now? Weiwei was silent for a moment. Put yourself in the position of the third perspective and start from the beginning as an observer. Natasha Romanoff thought for a few seconds, then turned to Nick Fury and said, not sure, but I stand by my opinion. During the whole contact process, I didn't notice that this young man named Su-Che was pretending to be anything. On the contrary, the surprise and nostalgia after he recognized me gave me new insights. What opinion? Listening to what Natasha Romanoff said, Nick Fury asked, I think I should be the one written in the diary, among the Avengers, the one who died first, not the one who chose to retire. If that's the case, then this look makes sense. Speaking of this, Natasha Romanoff looked at Nick Fury and suddenly smiled. Nick, a lot of things are starting to become interesting. Don't be silly. Looking into Natasha Romanoff's eyes, Nick Fury had a headache. He knew that once Natasha Romanoff's so-called interesting eyes appeared, it proved that she was ready to use her own way. Nick, there are often only a few ways to relieve anxiety and stress. Listening to Nick Fury's words, Natasha Romanoff leaned back on the seat, with a hint of laziness in her tone. I like target shooting, and I like to use this method to relieve anxiety and stress. The bartender at the bar. Either become a white-collar worker in a company. I like to use this method to relieve stress. But other people are different. Other SHIELD agents relieve anxiety and stress. In addition to suppressive drugs, the most common ones are psychologists, bullets, women, and alcohol. You can't hang on a tree every day and look into the distance. After all, not everyone is like Eagle Boy. Stretching and looking at the time on the watch, Natasha Romanoff said to Nick Fury, "Don't worry, I know it. At least make sure what his ability is. Until then, I still stand by my judgment. So, it should be a treasure waiting to be unearthed, at least for our world." Chapter 15, The Third Diary. You should believe it. Inside the apartment, sitting on the sofa, Suche kept replaying the scene when he met Natasha Romanoff in his mind. When she first saw Natasha Romanoff entering the coffee shop, Suche immediately reminded herself to simulate the scene written in her diary. After Natasha Romanoff sat opposite her, there was a sense of vicissitudes in her eyes and the surprise and nostalgia of seeing her old friend. It also reached the extreme in an instant. If it wasn't for the fact that I pressed down on purpose, there would be a sudden burst of strong emotions in my heart. Maybe he will make himself think that he is really the avenger of the parallel world compiled in the diary. Whether it's the conversation about temporary job hunting later or your own performance in the morning, there are no omissions in the review results. Well, fortunately, the rewards given by the system simulate what I wrote in my diary. Otherwise, this level is really difficult. After all, they are professionals, and they can tell whether an untrained commoner is lying or not at a glance. Turning on the system, looking at the system, Natasha Romanoff's trust value has increased by less than 10%. Well, this is a good thing. It shows that Natasha Romanoff is not suspicious of herself. At least for the time being, she has not strongly doubted the contents of the diary she compiled. I leaned on my chin and thought about it. Maybe I should add fuel to the fire. After all, according to the personality set that I compiled for myself, after meeting Natasha Romanoff, I should write a journal to express my inner emotions. This is in line with the basic personality. Well, since Nick Fury sent Natasha Romanoff over here, let's work hard with Natasha Romanoff. It's a pity that Wanda has the highest trust rate now, and it has reached 90%. This should be the reason for the meeting in Teowalan written by me alone, and those love stories full of regrets. After all, Wanda is only 14 years old now, and it is time to look forward to love. So for her trust value, I can compile some. Why does it sound like a big bad wolf fooling a little white rabbit? Cleared his throat. Opened the system compilation page. Suche began to think about how to relate himself to Natasha Romanoff. Thinking back to the Widow's movies I've seen, his relationship with Dr. Banner, and her relationship with Hawkeye. Thinking about it, Suche's eyes lit up. After sorting out the conceived ideas, Suche is ready to start writing the third diary. Well, this diary should not only write about the relationship between myself and the Widow's sister, but also write about what is about to happen. This will ensure that Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff believe in themselves even more. And let's not forget about Wanda. Although Wanda's trust in diary compilation has reached 90%, it's only 10% short. Whether I can become stronger depends on you, my lovely Wanda. After sorting out his thoughts, Suche began to compile. SHILD, Nick Fury's office. After dealing with some documents that he needs to sort out daily, Nick Fury turned his attention back to the Avengers roster. This list is revealed in Black Gold's diary. Although some people are still unknown to me, this does not prevent me from being able to guess some, such as Tony, Natasha Romanoff, Barton, Dr. Bruce Banner, etc. In addition, he also began to send people to monitor Dr. Pym. Although I know that he may not be the Ant-Man written in the diary, but this does not prevent him from sending someone to monitor him to see if he is preparing to train the second generation of Ant-Man. I have to say that with what's written in the diary, Nick Fury feels a lot easier about his vision for the Avengers piece. Although some members still need to consider their personalities, ways of doing things, ways of acting, and other factors. But at least, this Black Gold diary has given itself a rough range. Although, I have been thinking for a long time whether the horrible and desperate doomsday catastrophe written in the first entry of the diary will happen in the future. But Nick Fury prefers to keep his eyes on the present and start sorting things out for the Avengers. If the Avengers can be sorted out in advance. So, maybe what was written in the diary, SHILD, is not the real SHILD, is not worthy of trust. I have more backhands. Flip through the Black Gold diary from time to time to see if the diary is updated. It's become a daily routine for Nick Fury. If it wasn't for TSK, I really want to arrest Suche, lock him up alone and make him write a diary every day, or ask him directly what will happen in the future. Unfortunately, I can't do that myself. Whether it's for the future Avengers or Suche, the superhero of the parallel world. Doing it yourself does more harm than good. Glancing at the computer screen in front of him, Nick Fury flipped through his diary. Looking at the third diary has not yet appeared. Nick Fury was slightly disappointed. Just as he was about to close the diary, the next moment, the text in pale gold slowly appeared. Seeing this scene, Nick Fury immediately regained his spirits, simultaneously pressed the buttons under the table. Although he knew that it was impossible for someone to monitor his office, others couldn't see this diary. However, there are some things that you have to guard against. After all, it has been clearly written in the diary, SHILD is not as pure as I imagine now. Chapter 16. Unexpectedly, the first person I met was Pepper Potts. In fact, we are all familiar with Peepo, because she is not only Tony's life assistant, not only the president of Stark Industries later. More importantly, she is also Tony's wife and Morgan Stark's mother. She often comes to my coffee shop these days, and it can be seen that she can relax a little these days when Tony Stark goes to the desert to display weapons. But she didn't know that this time Tony Stark would be attacked and kidnapped, and what kind of hardships he would go through. What kind of person will he become in the end? I think, if Peepo knew what Tony would go through this time, then she would definitely not let Tony Stark go. Even if Tony will become one of the superheroes who will save the world in the future. It's like Tony Stark said after he came back by himself, the only person he trusts is Peepo. Look at the content written in Black Gold's diary. Nick Fury frowned momentarily. Nick Fury knew about Tony Stark's trip to the Middle East desert to display weapons. He also knew through the diary that Tony Stark would be kidnapped in the near future, thus becoming the so-called Iron Man in the future. But what I didn't expect was that the one who was kidnapped was this time. Where is the desert? SHILD does not have a branch base there, let alone the power to act directly there. Although this time I sent Phil Coulson to lead people to follow quietly. But, just in case something unexpected happens. Thinking of this, Nick Fury immediately took out his phone and called Phil Coulson. As soon as the phone was connected, the sound of gunfire came from the other end of the phone. Sir, as you predicted, Mr. Tony Stark's convoy has been attacked, and we are preparing to go to support it. Before Nick Fury could speak, Phil Coulson reported immediately. Listening to the hail of bullets on the phone, and even the sound of shells, Nick Fury paused slightly. It turned out to be the same as what was written in the diary. Tony Stark would be attacked and kidnapped in this desert weapon display. So does it mean that because of this kidnapping, Tony Stark will also become the superhero of the future Avengers in the diary? Thinking of this, after Nick Fury paused for a few seconds, there was no hesitation at all. Directly issued an order to Phil Coulson. Suspend support. No matter what happens, you should not reveal your whereabouts for the time being. At the same time, quietly send someone to follow the group that attacked Tony Stark and find out where they are. Remember, no matter what happens to Tony Stark, as long as Tony Stark's life is not in danger, then you don't have to rescue him. Desert area. Originally planned to bring SHILD's agent to support Tony Stark's Phil Coulson. After hearing Nick Fury's order, although he was puzzled, he still raised his hand to stop the people around him who were ready to act. Just watching the fierce battle and the sacrifice of those military people. Just as Phil Coulson was about to say something to the director, the next second he saw a cannonball land directly beside Tony Stark, who had escaped from the car. Oh my God! Before the sound of exclamation fell, Phil Coulson saw with his own eyes that Tony just got up and was about to run away. The next second the cannonball exploded beside him. Although the distance is not very close, you can still see through the telescope the scene where Tony Stark is bleeding from his chest after being blown away by a shell. Sir, are you sure you don't need our support? Mr. Tony Stark's current situation seems to be very bad. The battle is over soon. Those guys are ready to take away the unconscious Tony Stark. The sound of the gun battle on the other side gradually disappeared. Nick Fury looked at the diary in front of him and frowned. However, there was no hesitation in the tone. Don't worry, but you need to follow and monitor them secretly. Until Tony Stark escapes himself. Well, Nick Fury chose to temporarily believe what Suche wrote in this diary. If it really works this time, then maybe the content recorded in this diary. It will become your guide to action in the face of any emergencies in the future. After all, it is very beneficial for him to use the condition of a prophet to face emergencies. In contrast, let Tony Stark suffer some pain, as long as it is not fatal. Then it's no big deal. Yes, Mr. Director. After hanging up the phone, Phil Coulson took a look through the binoculars at Tony Stark, who had been carried into the car. Then he said to the SHILD agent who was traveling with him, "The nature of the mission has changed. Now, we have to follow them until we find out where they are hiding. At the same time, keep monitoring them. As long as Tony Stark's life is not in danger, then we don't need to take action." Listening to Phil Coulson's order, the accompanying SHILD agent nodded. One of the agents asked Phil Coulson curiously, "Sir, is this an order from Mr. Director?" It shouldn't be. After all, Tony Stark is Mr. Howard's son. Are you sure we will? Don't ask if you shouldn't. You should have learned it in Eagle's Nest. Before the agent could finish speaking, Phil Coulson waved his hand. One of SHIELD's goodies, Phil Coulson, wasn't prepared to hold this passerby-level agent's questioning nature to account. After all, he was also promoted from the passerby level. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. After hanging up the phone, Nick Fury's expression remained unchanged, ready to continue reading the next content of the diary. Hopefully, this time it will really be as written in the diary. Chapter 17. What? Sokovia, inside the castle where Hydra is located. Looking at the contents written in the diary, Wanda was a little dissatisfied. It would be better if that damned Tony Stark died in the desert. In this way, my parents' revenge will be avenged. Really? Take a bite of Tony. Are you still my future husband? Thinking of the romantic things about myself and him in the future written in the second diary. Let yourself dream of sweet love. As a result, in the third diary, he actually called his enemy so kindly. Seeing this, Wanda became angry for a while. Why is this so? What husband? Pietro, who came in with dinner, seemed to hear Wanda say something about her husband inexplicably. As he handed her the dinner, he asked curiously, "Have you made a boyfriend? Is it the people in the training camp or the backup people? It can't be a locked-up experimental subject, right? What? Who would like those guys?" Listening to Pietro's words, Wanda raised her head and gave him a blank look. It's just a bunch of immature brats. Don't forget that we are only 14 years old. Putting the lunch in front of Wanda, Pietro smiled and said, "Compared with them, our minds are indeed much mature. However, we haven't fully grown up yet. Do not bother me." Holding the black gold diary and turning around, Wanda didn't want to pay attention to Pietro anymore. Although I am only 14 years old, girls are always more mature than boys of the same age. Not to mention Wanda, who has experienced ups and downs. Then you can't skip dinner. You're still growing. Even if you want to keep in shape, health is the most important thing. Looking at Wanda, who started holding the air again, as if she was really looking at something. Pietro sighed slightly. He is obviously a big brother, but he wants to coax her into becoming her younger brother. At the same time, as a younger brother, he can exercise the rights of big brother to care for her. But forget it. As long as she is happy, it's okay to pretend to be naive or immature in front of her. As long as it can give her a sense of accomplishment as an older sister taking care of her younger brother. Then, it's fine to call her elder sister or pretend to be pitiful. I don't care. After all, she is her only relative in this world. Okay, I know, you eat first, Pietro, I will eat it later. Listening to Pietro's words, Wanda turned her head and gave Pietro a sweet smile. What stays in shape doesn't stay in shape. I have to grow up healthily and then protect my younger brother. Smiling sweetly at Pietro, Wanda continued to read her husband. It may become a diary written by her husband in the future. Among the black gold diaries, the third diary is still going on. I saw her by accident. Natasha Romanoff. The moment I saw her, I trembled unconsciously. If it wasn't forcibly suppressing the emotions in her heart, I'm afraid she would really lose her name in excitement. I don't know if she came here to change her identity to hide, so as to continue her mission, or the mission of SHIELD is over, so I want to change my identity to clean up my mood and experience a different life. No matter which one it is, I shouldn't call out her name or disturb her. Compared to other Avengers members, she is always different. At least, my feelings for her are different. Seeing this, Wanda frowned slightly. Why is there another woman? What does it mean that the feelings for her are different? What about yourself? Didn't the first two diaries also say that she is his future wife? How come the feelings for this woman named Natasha Romanoff are different? Inexplicably, there was a hint of irritability in her heart, but Wanda didn't show it, but chose to continue watching. She wanted to see what kind of woman it was that made her future boyfriend and husband have unusual feelings for her. Actually, among our original Avengers members, the first person I met was Natasha Romanoff. When I first met her, she was a bartender, and when I saw her the second time, she became a restaurant waiter again. I have seen her in the company I used to work in, and I have also seen her in Yellowstone Park. She always has many identities: bartender, night DJ, waiter, tour guide. Later, after joining the first-generation Avengers Alliance, I once asked her why she likes to change so many identities. She smiled and said to me that this is a way for her to release stress and experience different lives with different roles. This relieved her tense emotions. To be honest, I understand her preference, because I didn't have a choice before. After all, the experience in the first half of his life was too cruel. Sometimes it's good to experience the life of some common people. It is precisely because I have no chance to live the life of common people that I long for it and yearn for it. People always yearn for a life they never had. To be honest, I am still a little emotional now, because she is the most important reason why I joined the first-generation Avengers Alliance. Duh. Chapter 18. The she who loved this home the most, but never came back. At the very beginning, she recruited me to join the original Avengers Alliance. Just like the fate of every superhero, in everyone's story, there will be one or several villains. Steve has been fighting Bucky and Hydra, Tony Stark and his Uncle Iron King, Whiplash, False Ten Commandments gang. Thor is always unable to escape the influence of his family, whether it is Loki or Hela. Doctor Strange is leading the group of Magus Guardian Earth to prevent pretenders from outside the territory. Natasha Romanoff and I are no exception. She is the Red House, and my opponent is the Balrog, a guy who absorbs the energy of the jewel and transforms it into his own energy. Well, fake, but always make up an enemy for yourself. After all, every superhero has one or several enemies. Suche has to make up an enemy for himself, so it makes sense. Otherwise, how to show the ability and value of superhero? The Balrog. Looking at the contents recorded in the diary, Natasha Romanoff sat in the car and thought about the name or nickname carefully. It seems that I have never heard of a villain with this nickname. However, Natasha Romanoff didn't care, but was going to continue watching. After all, Natasha Romanoff thought, after she met Suche, the owner of the diary. Suche will write himself in the diary. However, he didn't expect that he was more important in Suche's heart. Why is there a slight excitement for no reason? But it seemed that when he saw him, the flickering look in his eyes became even more excited. Although it was fleeting, it was still captured by myself. At first, I thought it was the kind of joy after seeing an old friend reunited. Unexpectedly, it turned out that he was very important in his heart. TSK. It's getting more and more interesting. However, looking at the contents recorded in the diary, the Red House still exists? Didn't I blow up the Red House with Hawkeye? Why are you still haunted? Did he blow up a fake one? Shaking her head, the widow sister was ready to continue reading. If we say that at the beginning, Avengers was a superhero organization, the purpose was to unite super ability fighters to save the Earth. Then later, everyone spent a long time together, lived and died together more times, and finally gradually became a family. Although, there have been various differences, and even because of that damn agreement, a civil war broke out between the Avengers Alliance. But all of us know that there has never been a single person who is willing to play a real heavy hand on the opposite party. During this process, Tony, who was concealed, was the saddest in his heart. Then Natasha Romanoff and I are the ones suffering the most, because the two of us seem to have managed to have a family that must be valued, but in a blink of an eye, this family is torn apart and opposed to each other. SHIELD, a civil war broke out in the Avengers Alliance because of a certain agreement? Seeing this, Nick Fury frowned slightly. What kind of agreement would lead to civil unrest within the Avengers, these superheroes, and each other? And most importantly, withholding from Tony Stark? What does this concealment refer to? And Steve? That's Steve? His enemies are Bucky and Hydra. If it is related to these two messages, then the first person that comes to mind is only one person. To think that that has passed away and become legendary's name. Nick Fury sat up straight in an instant. Even his fine hairs felt a little trembling. Steve Rogers, one of the founders of SHIELD, the best friend of Howard Stark, and the love of Ms. Peggy Carter. A legendary hero who is gone but will live forever in memorials and people's mouths. Thinking of the name from the connection in the diary, Nick Fury had a rare mood swing. There is no way not to be excited. You know, that's Steve Rogers. That's a legendary hero. Call. He let out a long breath, calming down his agitated heart. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Nick Fury continued to read the diary. Anyway, wait until after reading this diary. Nick Fury decided to immediately order people to re-find the place where Steve Rogers was flying a fighter plane that crashed. Must find him. A living Steve Rogers is always more valuable than a dead legendary hero. Diary continues. Later, after the Thanos flickering event, half of the population of the entire universe at that time had disappeared. When everyone has given up hope, even Tony chooses to live in seclusion with his family. Even Thor has become an alcoholic, and even Steve, resigned to his fate, set up a spiritual mutual aid club within his ability. My deepest memory is when Natasha Romanoff ate a sandwich in tears, but told Steve that if he tried to talk himself out of it, he would throw the sandwich in his face. Yes, everyone gave up. Only Natasha Romanoff is still persisting, standing alone in the empty Avengers Alliance base, persistently looking for the hope of bringing back the dead. Because she said that it was her home. Others can give up, but she can't. After all the hard work, she finally has a home, and she is reluctant to lose it like this. She said she would bring all her family back. For this, she is willing to do whatever it takes. As it turns out, she did it, and we finally did it. But the one who loved this family the most never came back. Chapter 19. Inside the car. Look at what is written in the diary. The widow laughed self-deprecatingly. Sure enough, just as I imagined. I was not the first to retire, but the first to die. Raising his hand, he brushed Wine-Red's hair behind his head. Natasha Romanoff adjusted the seat and lay down, putting her feet on the steering wheel in front of her. He also began to think seriously in his mind, if there really is such an Avengers. So what will I do? He grew up in the Red House, where he received brutal training and torture. After growing up, he gained the title of Black Widow, but was controlled by the Red House to do evil deeds that he couldn't forgive himself time and time again. With blood on his hands, he managed to escape from that place. Every day, he can only hide into bed, and he is constantly hunted down by the people from the Red House. It can be said that I was like a rat crossing the street during that time, even worse than that. Later, this guy, Linte Barton, received an order from SHIELD to kill himself. But he pulled himself out of that quagmire without any hesitation and let himself join SHIELD. That is, since then, I have regarded SHIELD as an affiliation. Willingly help SHIELD complete mission after mission. But what if SHIELD is not really SHIELD? Thinking back to what was written in the first 2 entries of the diary, the current SHIELD is not trustworthy, and the current SHIELD is not the real SHIELD. Thinking of this, Natasha Romanoff opened his eyes, and there was a trace of sadness in his eyes. What Suche said in the diary should be true. Follow your own character. If I really joined the Avengers in the future, then fight side by side with these guys and live and die together. Once the time has passed, I'm afraid I will really treat the Avengers as a big family. As Suche said, others have chosen to give up. Only myself will continue to choose to persevere and insist on bringing everyone back. The more people lack something, the more they desire something. And what I long for most, precisely, is a warm home. Call. With a long sigh of relief, Natasha Romanoff looked at the roof of the car. If your future self is doomed to sacrifice, then give up your life for the family you desire and cherish the most. Then maybe for myself at that time, I wouldn't have any regrets. Thinking about what she would do, Natasha Romanoff found that according to her own personality, it seems that I can really do these things. Thinking about it, Natasha Romanoff never noticed that the corners of her mouth were raised. It seems that in the future, I will definitely have a big family that I know and cherish very much. Really, hope to have it soon. As for the fact that I will die in the future, from the first day of escaping from the Red House, I have already prepared for this. Before he died, he successfully brought back all his family members. So what else can I complain about? Inexplicably feeling happier, Natasha Romanoff picked up the diary and continued to read. That's it. When I saw Natasha Romanoff this morning, I almost got excited and wanted to hug her. Tell her how much I miss her. But fortunately, I held back, otherwise she, who doesn't know me now, might slap me directly or treat me as a crazy person who took advantage of me. However, after seeing Natasha Romanoff, I am a little grateful and regretful. Unfortunately, this is a parallel world after all. In my world, I will never see her again. People, I can no longer see her who will help everyone in the Avengers Alliance as soon as possible and always treats us as family. Fortunately, there is no other me in this parallel world, so he doesn't have to carry such a heavy burden like me. Yes, there is no other me in this parallel world. After I came to this parallel world, I tried to trace the traces of another me according to my past. But after all, there is no other me in this world. Maybe it was my appearance that made me disappear in this parallel world. Maybe there is no trace of another me in this parallel world from the beginning to the end. I'm not sure what kind of things my appearance will bring to this parallel world. I'm not sure if my existence will put the world in a more dangerous situation. So I can only hide myself and dare not interfere with the development direction of this world. I am like that butterfly. The difference is that I dare not flap my wings. Chapter 20. What do you think of this diary? I watched it in the car. Natasha Romanoff. Okay, no kidding, honestly, I don't really care that much. Watching the video, his face turned dark. Nick Fury, now darker because of his own joke. Widow's sister smiled very naturally. Everyone will die one day. This is a fate that human beings cannot escape. So since everyone is going to die, I don't mind being the first one to leave in the Avengers Alliance. As long as I can find something that I think is more precious than life, something that I need to cherish, and something that I need to protect with all my might. At least that's how it is for me. By the way, Nick, actually from the moment I saw the diary, I wanted to ask, what is mine, Jim? Watch Nick Fury in the video. Natasha Romanoff asked. Sue wrote in the diary that the Wanda siblings originally possessed supernatural abilities, but inspired through Mind Gem. So, what exactly is the Mind Gem? If we get the Mind Gem in advance, can we turn the Wanda siblings into our own? Speaking of this, Natasha Romanoff stared at Nick Fury in the video. Definitely, I don't mean to pinch the Wanda siblings to blackmail Sue Che, the superhero of the parallel world. Listening to Natasha Romanoff, Nick Fury was silent for a few seconds. Okay, I admit that I sent someone to Sokovia to find the Wanda siblings. Know exactly what Natasha Romanoff was trying to say. So Nick Fury admitted it quite simply. In fact, as long as there are superheroes that have appeared in the diary, I have already sent people to find or monitor them. The proposal of Avengers is my idea all along, so I won't be so idiotic as to use the Wanda siblings to coerce Sue Che. Doing this will only make Sue Che, the superhero in the parallel world, feel bad and stay away from our side. For this world, one more superhero is equivalent to an extra layer of protection. What I can do is to form them and give them sufficient protection, and the rest depends on them. Definitely, the premise of all this is that Sue Che is really one of the Avengers members of the parallel world. Speaking of which, Nick Fury has no hesitation. In fact, after the appearance of the Black Gold Diary, Nick Fury knows that many things cannot be hidden. Fortunately, Natasha Romanoff can be trusted for now. Mind Gem is the same existence as Tesseract. Tesseract. Hearing what Nick Fury said, Natasha Romanoff sat up straight. Is that what Captain America Steve Rogers and Red Skull John Schmidt robbed when they fought? Right. He nodded slightly, agreeing with Natasha Romanoff's words. Nick Fury continued. The last battle between Steve Rogers and Red Skull ended with Red Skull disappearing and Steve Rogers driving a fighter plane into a glacier. Later, Mr. Howard Stark and Ms. Page have never given up on the salvage work to find the legendary hero. It's a pity that SHIELD ended up only salvaging the Tesseract where the Captain America fighter plane crashed and was last seen. But the body of the legendary hero was not found, not even the fighter jet he was flying. The Tesseract doesn't look big, but the energy contained in it can be described as terrifying. A tiny Tesseract, if used properly, can easily destroy a planet. Hear Nick Fury tell the secrets he didn't know. Natasha Romanoff was obviously interested. Is the Tesseract now stored in SHIELD? What does it have to do with Mind Gem? Tesseract exists in SHIELD's secret dark matter research base. Many researchers are currently conducting secret research on it. I want to study the power of Tesseract to develop new weapons to protect the Earth. In fact, another name for Tesseract is Space Gem. It is one of the 6 infinite gems that exist in the universe. The other 5 gems are Mind Gem, Power Gem, Reality Gem, Soul Gem, and Time Gem. Then how do you know? I chuckled. Nick Fury looked at Natasha Romanoff with some emotion and said, Do you think that I became the director of SHIELD just on the recommendation of Alexander Pierce? Natasha Romanoff, the reason why I've always conceived of the Avengers proposition is because I've been through a lot of things firsthand, including going to outer space and having fierce battles with aliens on their battleships. In fact, I'm the first person in SHIELD to fight aliens. Having said that, Nick Fury pointed to his eyes. My eye was blind during that battle. That's why I have the idea of forming a team like Avengers, with super ability players as the team. Because I know that the small planet Earth is not alone in this vast universe. Well, half of this was told to him by Captain Marvel Carol, and the other half was told by the Skrulls hiding in S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff as one of the future Avengers members. Then there are some things I can tell her in advance. Anyway, it is estimated that it will gradually appear in the diary. Definitely, what I can tell her is only part of it. This does not include Captain Marvel Carol, his last and most reliable hole card. It does not include, among SHIELD, there is the existence of aliens who can transform into any shape and anyone. Yes, Natasha Romanoff is currently to be trusted. But, even so, Nick Fury will not tell anyone all the secrets and cards without reservation. Chapter 21. It is said that everyone will experience 3 deaths. The first death is when the heart of the body stops beating. The second death is when relatives and friends say goodbye to you at the funeral. And the third death is everyone slowly forgetting you. After seeing Natasha Romanoff, I was really grateful from the bottom of my heart. It's not that I'm glad that I'm still alive, but that at least I haven't forgotten them. Whether it is to not forget them, or to avoid the same fate in this parallel world, I must find a way to solve that damn doomsday catastrophe. This may be the only reason why I survived. Or perhaps, this is the best tribute to them. I believe that neither I nor any of the surviving Avengers will want to see the same bad luck happen to this world after experiencing the catastrophe of the Doomsday. There must be a way, there must be. It's just how many times I dreamed of going back to midnight. I really hope that the ones who survived are other people. I really, really miss them. The diary writing stops here. After closing the diary, Natasha Romanoff had a serious expression on her face. Director, although I haven't been in contact with him for a long time, I have analyzed him through brief contact. Whether Sue's temperament, subconscious behavior choices, mind, or other aspects, in the short contact process, he fits the description of the superhero status in the diary for more than 10 years. Just after reading this diary, I think I should get in touch with him too much. I believe that his mind is very firm. Otherwise, he would not be able to become an Avenger to protect the world for more than 10 years. But the more a person is like this, the more he needs help. Once Suche's stress, anxiety, and other psychological problems reach the critical point of endurance, the consequences after the rebound will be even more terrifying. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's very serious analysis, Nick Fury shook his head. Natasha Romanoff, I agree with your idea of how close you want to be, but I don't agree with your point of view. If Sue is really the superhero who has guarded the Earth for more than 10 years, then even if the pressure reaches a critical point, I don't believe he will cause any irreversible rebound consequences. A superhero who has guarded the Earth for more than 10 years will become AB*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** because of strong pressure? If he's going to be such an A*** hole, then he doesn't qualify as a superhero in his world. Natasha Romanoff. I believe in him as much as I believe you would make a great Avenger. However, I agree with you to get in touch with him more, relieve stress, and psychological treatment. I allow you to use any method you think is suitable to help him sort out properly. Just right. I can also take this opportunity to observe him comprehensively. And as the guide for him to join the Avengers Alliance in the parallel world, you have a different position in his heart. I believe that through him, we will definitely bring us a huge surprise. Listening to Nick Fury's serious words, Natasha Romanoff nodded very seriously. Understood, Mr. Director. After the formal order conversation is over, Natasha Romanoff sat upright and slowly leaned back on the seat again. But Nick, what you said just now doesn't seem like you can say it. After all, you never trust anyone or anything 100%. Hearing Natasha Romanoff say that, Nick Fury didn't answer either. Just a word to Natasha Romanoff to be careful. Then the video was hung up. After the video hung up, Nick Fury frowned slightly. Looking at the sentence in the diary, it's just how many times I dreamed of going back to midnight. I really hope that other people survived. I really, really miss them. This sentence. Nick Fury was silent for a long time, then slowly closed the black gold diary. Gently pressed the button on the table. Soon, the closed office door opened. The very sassy Maria Hill walked in. Hill, the previous stop has been laid. This time you personally lead the team to Sokovia. No matter what the price is, you must bring the Wanda siblings back intact. Yes. Listening to Nick Fury's words, Maria Hill nodded with a very serious expression. This is the first time she has received orders from Nick Fury to do whatever it takes. Although she didn't know the reason, Maria Hill knew that this order must be completed. Watching Hill cleanly leave to get ready, Nick Fury leaned back in the chair. He has to be prepared for anything. Trust Natasha Romanoff yourself. But you can't put all your hopes on Natasha Romanoff alone. After all, it doesn't matter whether this Suche is really a superhero who has been guarding the Earth for more than 10 years. Or another identity. He means so much to SHIELD, and even to the world he lives in. You have to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Absolutely, absolutely must not let him have any psychological problems. Perhaps, with the contact of Natasha Romanoff, coupled with the company of the Wanda siblings, this Suche should relieve some psychological pressure. Thinking of this, Nick Fury sighed unconsciously. In other words, I don't know when was the last time I felt like a nanny, even taking care of people from a psychological perspective. Chapter 22. Damn, Wanda's trust value is already 90%, and the damsel Phokexia is only 59%. It's only an increase of 2% from the first diary. Looking at the display on the system, the trust value of the 3 people in the diary, Suche felt a toothache for no reason. Did you say that Nick Fury had the highest level of trust in the beginning? That's it. The widow's trust value has now increased from 35% to 60%. In the end, you, a black stewed egg, only rose by 2%? TSK, it really deserves to be called the most suspicious. A 70% chance of something is called 100% existence. But that's right, if Nick Fury's trust value is skyrocketing, then he is not Nick Fury. System: receive rewards from 3 diary holders whose trust value exceeds 50%. Hearing Su Che's order, the next second the system began to issue rewards to the 3 diary holders whose trust value exceeded 50%. A warm feeling lingered in my body, and the next second, well, nothing happened. It's the same as sitting in the Teowalan Cafe and basking in the sun. In addition to feeling that my strength and physical strength have increased a little, others don't feel much. Taking a look at his data, his physical fitness has reached the peak state of ordinary people. TSK, I have to find a way to increase the Widow Sister's trust value to more than 90%. Well, Wanda's trust value is more than 90%, and what I got is the perfect advanced version of water controllability. Not only can control water, even the moisture in the air can be used by itself. And if the Widow's trust value exceeds 90%, she can get 10 times the reward of the peak physical fitness of ordinary people. I just don't know when Nick Fury's trust value also exceeds 90%. What kind of reward will you get? He returned to the sofa and changed to a more comfortable position. Su Che closed his eyes and said to the system, "System, start simulating the daily life with Natasha Romanoff written in my diary." This is the last system reward. I can simulate and write superhero scenes in my mind. In this way, I don't have to worry about being exposed because of unfamiliarity with tiny details when getting along with them. This is still very beneficial. And even if there is a slight discrepancy in details, it can be attributed to the different habits of the two people in the parallel world. It's just that sometimes Su Che wonders whether after countless simulations, he will remember fragments of these simulations and become a true Avenger. No way, this is equivalent to stuffing a memory in your mind. Although Su Che can choose to delete or block this memory and open it when necessary. However, thinking that the system requires him to use his identity as a superhero to make up stories to convince the diary holder. Maybe one day, I will really become a superhero. With the start of the scene simulation, Su Che seemed to be in another world in the next second. There's a first meeting with Natasha Romanoff, and there's a scene where she's working as a bartender and getting along with her in normal times, and even a clip of her inviting herself to join Avengers. Although these fragments are all virtual, they are all fabricated by themselves. But it's quite true. During the whole process, Su Che was very careful to record the Widow's little movements and little likes and dislikes. This is very important. It is related to when I get along with my Widow sister next time. Starting from the details is whether the Widow can make the Widow believe in herself more, which is the key to the identity of the superhero from the parallel world. For these detailed questions, Su Che never dared to be sloppy or careless. At the same time, inside the Hydra base castle in Sokovia, Maria Hill, that Nick Fury staunch supporter coming? Looking at the agent rushing over from SHIELD in front of him, he deliberately reported the news to himself. Baron Strucker, head of the Hydra base in Sokovia, frowned and asked, "In the beginning, Nick Fury asked you to find the siblings Wanda and Pietro. Then you just received an order that Maria Hill will come over in person and take away Wanda and Pietro." "Yes, Mr. Strack." Facing Baron Strucker, the ostensible SHIELD agent. The real identity is Sitwell, one of the Hydra members hiding in S.H.I.E.L.D. Well, the one in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, after being kicked down the stairs by the Widow and then dragged up by Falcon. The guy who defected without hesitation and told Steve they had insight into the plan. After facing Baron Strucker's questioning, Sitwell said without hesitation, "In fact, Mr. Strack, we are not sure why Nick Fury would know about the Wanda siblings. But it's clear that he attaches great importance to the twins and has confirmed that the Wanda siblings are still alive and in Sokovia. Otherwise, Maria Hill would not have come in person. Definitely, Mr. Baron Strucker, it seems trivial as to why this happened. But something that someone like Maria Hill could do in person. I thought Mr. Peters might look into it." Well, Sitwell's words are clearly telling the Baron Strucker in front of him through the subtext. Don't try to hide their siblings. Or just get rid of Wanda Pietro directly. Otherwise, the Hydra base here will definitely be exposed. Maybe at that time, Nick Fury will investigate in advance. SHIELD hides the fact that a large amount of Hydra exists. After all, the mind and strength of that guy Nick Fury, Sitwell as a member of Hydra hiding inside S.H.I.E.L.D. I still understand it very well. And more importantly, everything should serve the Insight Plan. Before the Insight Plan is fully completed, then they have to continue to hide their identities. Even if the price is to pay the Sokovia HYDRA base, it is not hesitating. Chapter 23. The next morning, inside the cafe. Your eyes are bloodshot now. It can be seen that you didn't have a good rest last night. Looking at Pepper Potts, who was sitting in front of him with a cup of coffee, Su Che comforted softly. "Don't worry, Mr. Tony Stark should be fine." "Yes, Word has spread that Tony Stark has been kidnapped. In just one night, the news about Tony Stark being kidnapped while displaying weapons in the Middle East desert can be said to be overwhelming. The major media, websites, video portals, news, etc. almost only need to turn on the TV and computer. You can easily see the news about Tony Stark's kidnapping. It can be said that the news about Tony Stark's kidnapping has become the hottest news this year. Not only that, there are endless speculations about Tony Stark's kidnapping. There are even many people who think that Tony Stark has been killed. It's just that it hasn't been reported. Some conspiracy theory experts believe that there must be a terrifying conspiracy behind the kidnapping of Tony Stark. Anyway, there are endless speculations about this news on the internet. But no matter what kind of speculation it is very uncomfortable to watch, especially Pepper Potts, as Tony Stark's personal secretary and life assistant. She was even more worried. After learning about this incident, Pablo panicked and constantly called last night to inquire about the news. But the negative answer always made her extremely disappointed. Thanks. Without the usual joking intentions, Pablo held the coffee and said anxiously, sorry, I can only sit here for a while to maintain my mood. As long as I sit in the office, I can't stop thinking about it. It doesn't matter. Listening to Pablo's words, Suche comforted softly. You can stay here as long as you want. If necessary, I can even order a bed for you in the coffee shop. Forget it, I don't like sleeping in front of so many people. It seemed to relax some tense nerves, and Peepo forced a smile. I called, and Tony's friend, Colonel Rhodes, has taken people to search for news about Tony himself. It's just that the vast desert is so big, it is very difficult to find Tony's traces, not to mention that all the traces in the desert will be covered up as long as the wind blows. Since last night, as long as I close my eyes a little bit, the scene of Tony being attacked is all in my mind. I can't imagine what kind of bad luck Tony is suffering at this moment. Speaking of this, Peepo's eyes began to turn red, and the longer it takes, the more dangerous Tony will be. Speaking of this, Peepo seemed to think of something. Without any hesitation, he stood up and said to Suche, no, I have to contact a private detective now. As long as Tony can be found back, then Stark Industries is willing to offer a high bounty. Sue, thank you for the coffee. I hope that after Tony is found, you can buy me a cup like today. You're welcome. Smiling at Peepo, watching Peepo leave in a hurry. Suche didn't care. It's just a cup of coffee, but as the owner of the coffee shop, I can still afford it. Natasha Romanoff, who was not far away, watched Peepo leave and walked over with a cup of black coffee. Sue, you want black coffee without sugar? Thanks. Taking the coffee handed over by the widow, Suche smiled and thanked her. Which one should be the life assistant of the kidnapped Tony Stark that was being broadcast on TV just now? It seems that her feelings for Tony Stark are not just as simple as a personal assistant. Facing Peepo's anxious pace of leaving, Natasha Romanoff asked curiously as if very gossip. Who knows? Facing Natasha Romanoff's gossip, Suche shrugged his shoulders. I wrote in my diary that Tony Stark and Pepper would have a child named Morgan Stark. Natasha Romanoff knew it. The reason why I am asking this now is just a way to open up the topic. Definitely, as Suche who didn't know that the diary had been sneaked by them. Naturally, these things will not be said. It is still very important to maintain the personality in front of the widow. A woman's intuition tells me that Ms. Pepper has an unusual feeling for Tony Stark. But having said that, who would have thought that Tony Stark, a billionaire and known as the greatest genius of this century, would be attacked and kidnapped? My God, after seeing the news last night, I was almost shocked. Sitting across from Suche's coffee table without leaving a trace, Natasha Romanoff said in a shocked tone, now, all major media are reporting this matter. I don't know if the group of kidnappers who attacked Tony Stark wanted a ransom, revenge, or some other purpose. Not far from the counter, watching Natasha Romanoff sitting across from her boss very silky. He even chatted with his boss. Selena wiped the coffee cup and nodded thoughtfully. It turns out that it can still be like this. Learned. Sure enough, the high school teacher was right. You can learn from anyone what you don't know. However, watching Natasha Romanoff chatting with her boss seems to be very happy. Selena thought about it and felt that she should continue to work hard. After all, the manager of this Teowalan cafe has not yet been determined. Well, instead of talking to your boss, working hard is the real deal. Secretly cheering herself up, Selena worked even harder. People always have dreams. And Selena's dream is to become the store manager of this Teowalan cafe. In front of the coffee table. Seriously, isn't it boring to sit here every day? Looking at Suche, Natasha Romanoff suddenly smiled and said, by the way, I know there is a very interesting sport. So do you want to play something exciting later? Trust me, this is absolutely de-stressing, very anxiety-relieving, and I guarantee you will love it. Looking at Suche, after chatting for a while, Natasha Romanoff sent out the invitation very silky. Kong busy, Sue, don't refuse the invitation of a beautiful lady, please. Put your hands together, pretending to be pitiful. TSK, in order to invite Suche, the widow's sister actually started acting cute. Duh. Chapter 24. Inside the car. Sue, what do you think is the purpose of the group that attacked Tony Stark? Looking at Suche, who pressed down the car window and put his hand outside the car window, it seemed as if he was feeling the flow of the wind. Natasha Romanoff asked while driving the car. Purpose? Who knows? I'm not a kidnapper, so naturally I can't guess the purpose of this group of people. However, generally speaking, the cause of the case is either because of hatred or because of money and affection. Many times, long-term dissatisfaction will be accumulated to a certain extent, and it will reach the critical point of explosion. The kind of dissatisfaction that accumulates over time and the hatred that evolves from it is the most terrifying. Listening to Suche's answer, Natasha Romanoff laughed. That's not something a 19-year-old can say. I always feel that you have experienced a lot of things. Hey, it's been a long journey anyway, why don't you tell me? While talking, Natasha Romanoff took out 2 pieces of chewing gum. He threw one into his mouth and handed the other to Suche. Thank you, but you may not be interested in my past. Taking the chewing gum handed over by Natasha Romanoff, Suche thanked and threw it into his mouth. Who knows? Maybe I find it charming. Tilting her head and looking at Suche, Natasha Romanoff gave a charming smile. Are you sure you don't want to share? Watch the road and drive hard. Seeing Natasha Romanoff tilting her head and looking at her, Suche motioned her not to be distracted while driving. You should feel at ease about my driving skills. Trust me, even if I close my eyes, nothing will happen to me. Come on, I don't want to pay for your overconfidence. Driving along the street, the two chatted in the car. When passing by an alley, there was a sudden scream of panic in the alley. Then there were bursts of cries for help. Through the open car window, Suche and Natasha Romanoff spotted it immediately. At this moment in the alley, a black man is threatening a woman with a knife. It looked like a robbery was going on. He heard the voice of a woman calling for help from the alley. Suche's fingers resting on the outside of the car window flicked lightly inadvertently. In the next second, a drop of water appeared out of thin air and then very quickly flew towards the black man who was robbing with a knife. As the car drove past the alley, the drops of water hit the neck of the black man with his back facing outside the alley very precisely. Before he could react, a burst of absolute dizziness came under the heavy blow, and the black man fell to the ground directly. Thump! Watching the black man who robbed himself with a knife fell to the ground. The woman who was robbed was not surprised at all, as if she was mentally prepared. At the same time, he did not choose to leave immediately. Instead, he immediately took out a small timer and started counting, and then ran out of the alley in a panic. In the car, are you calling the police? Looking at Suche, who took out his mobile phone and dialed the number, Natasha Romanoff asked while driving the car. Definitely, if this kind of thing happens, it's best to let the police come out. If you act like a hero, I'm afraid the consequences will be very serious. After all, no one knows if the black man has a gun or something. After calling the police, Suche explained what happened in a simple and neat language. From the corner of the eye, I saw the rear of the formal car, and the woman who was robbed ran out in a hurry. Only then did Suche continue talking about the incident on the other end of the phone. Looking at Suche, who was concentrating on talking about the case, Natasha Romanoff continued to drive the car as if nothing had happened. It's just that on the side of the rearview mirror where Suche is located, the small bright spot invisible to the naked eye gradually goes out. With the car disappearing on the street, the woman who ran out of the alley with a panicked expression regained her composure at this moment. There is no abnormality at all. After turning around and re-entering the alley, he did not help or wake up the fainted black man. After confirming that his life was not in danger, he quietly watched the time jumping rapidly on the timer. More than 3 minutes later, I heard the sound of sirens from the entrance of the alley, and 2 patrolmen with weapons ran over. The woman took out her ID and told them that they don't need to intervene here. After the police left, the woman continued to stare at the timer in her hand. The moment he heard the black man who fell on the ground regain consciousness and subconsciously make a sound, the woman stopped the timer very quickly. 6 minutes and 43 seconds. Looking at the stop time on the timer, the woman said to the black man, "The time from the police car to here is about 3 minutes and 20 seconds, and the time you were unconscious was 6 minutes and 43 seconds. The time interval in between is doubled, It should be for the victim to escape and for the police to be unable to arrive in time for some reason. Hearing what the woman said, the black man got up from the ground and sat up against the wall. How did I faint? Although I felt something hit the back of my neck before I fainted. But I didn't hear the sound of the wind breaking from the attack behind me. I don't know about this either. Listening to the black man's words, the woman shook her head, but Chief Natasha Romanoff should have filmed it. We'll know when the time comes. TSK. Touching the very uncomfortable cervical spine, the black man clicked his tongue. If I knew it earlier, I might as well go to carry out the mission with boss Phil Coulson. Come on, passerby SHILD members like us are not qualified to choose missions. Remember, today's events are not allowed to be disclosed. The assessment after Christmas is the key to whether we can be promoted to level 5 agent. Leaning against the wall for a while, the black man stood up and said, "Hurry up to level 5. I don't want to continue to be a passerby agent. It's also because of our bad luck. The agent who came out of the Eagle's Nest 10 years ago can directly become a level 5 agent. It's not like now, after training from the Eagle's Nest, the result is still to start from the passerby level. But speaking of it, this at least gives us a time to adapt, otherwise. Stop your damn black language ability. If you want to take advantage of your ability, then go out and make a record. There are so many words." While speaking, the woman walked out of the alley. Seeing the back of the woman leaving, the black man chased after her and said, "Hey buddy, you are discriminating against me. Do you know? Hey, wait for me." Chapter 25. On the Quinjet. Where are you guys taking our siblings? Inside the cabin. Looking at the elder sister who was sitting across from him, who seemed to have a cold personality, Wanda asked warily. Recalling that before being picked up, Baron Strucker warned himself and Pietro to forget that he joined Hydra in Sokovia. It is absolutely not even allowed to disclose the identity of the two people. Inexplicably, Wanda felt uneasy for a while, although Wanda still doesn't understand what Hydra really means. But the thought of Baron Strucker's icy serious expression, Wanda knew that the person who took herself and Pietro away this time was definitely not simple. After all, although Sokovia has been in turmoil all year round, it is very dangerous everywhere. But there has never been any force that dares to conflict with the organization they belong to. And although the time to join the Sokovia HYDRA base is not long, but Wanda is very clear that in the castle where he lives, there are various fighter jets and tanks. A power like this is already very impressive in Sokovia. But in the face of these people who took him away, Baron Strucker didn't dare to resist. She didn't even dare to show up, but sent herself and Pietro to a residential building and asked her to take herself and Pietro away. Thinking of this, Wanda subconsciously hugged the black gold diary that no one else could see. It seemed that this black gold diary could bring her some comfort. What if the owner of the diary is Suche? Her future husband in that parallel world knew these things. He will definitely come to save himself. Now, he didn't even know that he and Pietro were taken away by this group of people. What should I do now? In case this group of people treats themselves and Pietro, feeling extremely anxious and flustered. Wanda didn't even realize that there was a slight tinge of red in her palm. Just when Wanda was feeling anxious, the big sister with a cold expression suddenly spoke. "Don't worry, Wanda, Pietro. We're Homeland Strategies, SHILD agents, and we don't mean any harm." As a professional agent, Maria Hill can definitely see that Wanda and Pietro are nervous and anxious at the moment. Facing this moment, he looked at him vigilantly like a wounded little beast. Maria Hill has such a soft heart. After all, they were still two 14-year-old children who had lost their parents and lived in war-torn areas all year round. Facing Wanda, his eyes are wary and alert, and Pietro on the side is ready to desperately look at any time. Although I don't care about these two teenagers who are only 14 years old. But Maria Hill comforted. "Please rest assured, we SHILD will not harm you at all. The reason why you two twin siblings were taken away from Sokovia is because the environment there is too dangerous and not suitable for you to continue living. After arriving at SHILD for a while, we will arrange a safe and comfortable accommodation for you. You are at the right age to study carefree on campus. I will arrange all these for you." Listening to the soft and gentle words of the big sister with a cold expression in front of her, Wanda and Pietro did not dare to relax in the slightest. Although, the slightly red energy in Wanda's palm gradually disappeared. But Pietro didn't believe what the big sister in front of him said. Over the years, Pietro has seen too many children of his and Wanda's age in Sokovia. Either they are the same as their siblings, their parents died in the war, or begging for food, doing various jobs on the street. I even saw it when I died on the street. Why didn't they see the more pitiful ones being taken away by this person who claimed to be the so-called SHILD? Compared with them, My twins seem to need to be saved even less. Arrange a comfortable living environment for yourself and Wanda, and let yourself and Wanda go to school. From the moment my parents died, from the moment I prayed to the gods countless times, but it was useless. Pietro doesn't believe in the so-called good luck. The so-called goodwill will come to himself and Wanda. So face the kindness that Hill exudes. Pietro still guards Wanda vigilantly. No matter what happens in a moment, if this group of people dares to shoot themselves and Wanda, then Pietro decided to fight them himself. Even if it only makes Wanda suffer a little bit of bad luck later, then it is worth paying the price of your own life. Because I am the big brother. Looking at the twins who are still vigilant and disbelieving, Maria Hill did not continue to say anything. Although I don't know why Nick Fury gave the order suddenly. Let yourself lead the team and bring the twins back at any cost. But Maria Hill knew that Nick Fury should have his own plan. I just need to bring them to Nick Fury as ordered. Speaking of which, when Nick Fury gave himself an order, he seemed to touch his broken eye unconsciously. It shouldn't have anything to do with the eyeball, otherwise Nick Fury would have done it long ago if he wanted to replace that eye. Still using thousands of miles to find the twins? But think of Nick Fury's eyes. Maria Hill was skeptical. She really didn't know how Nick Fury's eye broke. I heard him say that it was a mission and he was injured by the person he trusted the most. Could this be why he became paranoid later on, never trusting anyone? Then why is one of the unwritten rules of SHILD prohibiting cats? Forget it. Hill didn't think about things he couldn't understand. If you don't like cats, don't raise them. Anyway, it's not a big deal. Duh. Chapter 26. Boom. Bang bang. Suburban Arms Training Ground. Suche was holding a pistol and was constantly pulling the trigger on the target 30 meters ahead. 3 points in one line. Keep your eyes on the center of the gun target. Very good. Steady hand when shooting. 13 bullets, except for the first 3 that missed the target. All the other bullets hit the target. He looked at Suche, who was not so proficient in ejecting bullets according to the movements he taught him. Natasha Romanoff folded her arms and said with a smile, I can see that this is your first time playing with a gun. How about it? This project is enough to relieve pressure. It's okay, I really haven't touched it before. After unloading the bullet, Suche looked at Natasha Romanoff and smiled. Why did you suddenly think of bringing me to this place? Because I am a member here. Shaking the membership card in his hand at Suche, Natasha Romanoff raised his eyebrows and said, When I was under a lot of pressure, I like to come here to shoot targets. Putting away the membership card, Natasha Romanoff took Suche's pistol and loaded it while talking. You know, even though I'm a woman, I like to play this too. After the words fell, Natasha Romanoff raised her gun in a very sassy manner and fired at a target 30 meters away, accompanied by the sound of bullet casings falling to the ground. Suche could even see that all 13 bullets passed through the same single hole in the target 30 meters away. After firing the bullet, Natasha Romanoff dropped the magazine and smiled at Suche. How about it? Do you want to become a member? The membership fee is not expensive, and with the membership card, you can come in and play at any time, and the bullets are still half price. Definitely. The most important thing is that I brought you in. If you can apply for a card today, then I might get a little commission. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's very warm invitation, Suche thought for a while, then handed her the credit card. All right. Seeing that the credit card was handed to him, Natasha Romanoff smiled at Suche, then took the credit card and walked towards the place where the card is processed in the distance. Watching Natasha Romanoff leave, Suche picked up the pistol again and loaded it with bullets. That boy doesn't like to play with guns, and what boy can resist the temptation to pull the trigger? There is no chance to contact before crossing. Now that I finally have a chance, I definitely want to play enough. Bang bang bang. After a magazine was emptied by Suche, seeing the weapons in front of him, Suche put down his pistol. Sniper rifle? Don't play for now. Rifle? Well, playing for a while. Submachine gun. Equal treatment to a rifle. When you see the light machine gun at the end of the gun and the large magazine, Suche's eyes lit up slightly, and without any hesitation, he stepped forward and raised one hand. With the spare time of turning around, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Natasha Romanoff looking at him. Suche pretended to be more interested, and then started shooting at the air target with a light machine gun. Not far away. Seeing Suche holding a light machine gun and starting to shoot air targets, Natasha Romanoff smiled, and then spoke to the administrator. He went straight to the parking lot. It is said to be parked, but in fact, it is just parked casually in the wilderness. After coming to his car and making sure that there was no one around, he made a call and lightly pressed the small video recorder installed in the car. Hit the play button with Natasha Romanoff. Soon, the video began to play after Suche got into the co-pilot. Fast forward. Natasha Romanoff fast-forwards the video directly to the alley. Sir, Andrew didn't notice the danger before he was stunned. And after your car left, Andrew fainted for 6 minutes and 43 seconds, exactly twice the time it took those police officers to come here. According to the normal process time calculation, Andrew will be handcuffed by the police and escorted to the police car before waking up. As soon as the phone was connected, the other end quickly began to report. While listening to the report from the female detective on the other end of the phone, Natasha Romanoff watched as the car drove past the alley. The picture taken by the miniature high-speed camera hidden in the rearview mirror of the co-pilot. In the picture, Suche flicked his fingertips lightly. Although the movement range was not large, Natasha Romanoff could still easily capture it. I see, this task is regarded as a test of action, and the result is not recorded as a case. Yes, sir. After hanging up the phone, Natasha Romanoff rewinded to the scene where Suche's fingertips flicked just now, and then began to play frame by frame. Under the high-speed camera, Suche can be clearly seen after hearing the cry for help. At the tip of the middle finger, a transparent water ball the size of the thumb file condenses extremely quickly in the form of water droplets. Then in the movement of Suche flicking his fingertips slightly. This transparent water polo takes advantage of the time difference between the speed of the car and the passing of the alley. He flew towards the alley at a very high speed. This should be Sue's ability, or one of his abilities. Looking at the picture successfully captured by the high-speed camera on the rearview mirror of the co-pilot, Natasha Romanoff thought about it seriously. Obviously, if it was an ordinary camera, Night Attack would not be able to capture the subtle movements and the process of water droplets condensing. But fortunately, the high-speed capture camera in the rearview mirror of the co-pilot was improved by the SHILD research department. Therefore, after partial zoom-in processing, the process of water polo growing from scratch and water droplets agglomerating can be clearly seen. This is in line with Suche's setting as a super ability user. However, it is still uncertain whether Suche's ability is to create things out of thin air, or use the moisture in the air to create the water sphere. If it is the former, you can create things according to your mind. Then this ability is too terrifying. In addition, it took Andrew a total of 6 minutes and 42 seconds from being stunned to waking up. This also means that after Suche heard the call for help, he analyzed that the other party was only using a dagger instead of a gun. After the level of threat is not great. Suche made a judgment immediately and chose to rescue instead of killing the perpetrator. In addition, after he was stunned enough to call the police came to arrest him. Well, this meticulous mind is in line with a superhero, in line with an Asgardian approach. After all, they are facing non-superpowers and criminals who are not a strong threat. Stunning it rather than killing it is the best option. A person with a strong killing intent cannot become a superhero. Just like the blind man on record in SHILD who is a lawyer by day and fights criminals by night. Chapter 27. Desert, inside a cave. Hey, this thing is really bad. I swear it's the worst thing I've ever eaten in my life. With a small iron fist in hand, look at the slimy morsels of potatoes inside. Tony Stark complained as he ate. Although he was complaining, he didn't put down the bowl in his hand. He is very clear that he has fallen to this point, and only if he persists will he have a chance of being rescued. The materials here are poor and scarce, and it is very rare to have a bite of food. Listening to Tony's words, watching the onboard generator next to him to keep Tony Stark alive was still working. Only then did I feel a little relieved. After all, the guys who attacked and kidnapped him said that Tony Stark was dead. Then he might not be able to continue to live. Facing Ethan's words, Tony Stark was silent for a moment, and then laughed at himself. Actually, I'm not picky about food. Perhaps you can't imagine that what I want to eat most now is actually a cheeseburger. Okay, Ethan, why are you here? You know, my instincts have always been right. I think you should not be with the group of guys who attacked and kidnapped me. Staring at Ethan, Tony Stark looked at Hope in front of him pretending to be relaxed. It doesn't matter whether you can escape or not, and it doesn't matter when the rescuer will come. In this damn place, at least, Tony Stark thought. At least the people who can communicate with him should not be with those damned guys. This is also a little bit of comfort to myself in the desperate situation. Facing Tony Stark looked at himself. Ethan pushed his glasses and continued to eat the sticky mashed potatoes without any seasoning. After a little silence, Ethan suddenly asked, "Is there a difference?" Definitely, the difference is huge. Looking at Ethan, Tony Stark laughed at himself and said, "It's like my first love, the girl Cassie Della Gillespie from the Arms family. When my daddy was still alive, he told me she wasn't a good girl for me. But I didn't believe it. The less my father likes something, the more I want to do it. Facts have proved that my father's vision is not bad, and that girl really approached me with a purpose. It was only later that I found out that she was an agent codenamed Honey Badger. Having said that, Tony Stark looked at Ethan. The situation now is similar to what I was then. Although it was mentally trapped at the time, it is physically trapped now. But then at least I had family and friends I could trust. Hearing what Tony Stark said, Ethan in the cave continued to remain silent. After a long time, in Tony Stark's expectant eyes, Ethan suddenly said, "Go to sleep, you are not in good health yet." After finishing speaking, he didn't care about Tony Stark, but went directly back to his bed to get ready to rest. Yes, if I didn't answer Tony Stark's question directly, I might disappoint him. But I can't really trust him now. After all, everyone knows that this is just an arrogant playboy. In this place where life is always at the cost of life, Ethan will not, and is not willing to trust anyone easily. What's more, he is still a guy known as an arrogant B******************. Seeing that Ethan didn't answer himself, Tony Stark was indeed a little disappointed. Moving his body and lying on the bed again, his eyes fixed on the top of the cave, his thoughts began to gradually spread. It has been more than a week since I was kidnapped. What I thought and dreamed these days was not Rhodes' group of people who should be frantically looking for him at this moment. It was his life assistant, Paybois. With her around, at least I don't need to worry about anything. She can help herself take care of all the chores of life. Perhaps she should be very worried about her boss now. Still no news. More than a week has passed. Although Pipo was still very worried, his mood was much more stable. At least in the coffee shop, I can still joke with Suche. The reward of 10 million is enough to make those famous private investigators go crazy. Not to mention the person who needs to be rescued is Tony Stark, the man who has received countless spotlights. Unfortunately, there hasn't been any news about Tony's usefulness until now. Then you can take a good vacation. Seeing that Pipo's mood has stabilized, Suche laughed and said, "Before the worst news comes back, it proves that there is still hope for everything." I hope so, but the guy I feel most relaxed about is happy. After all, during the time Tony was missing, he only needed to clock in at work. He doesn't even need to check in. After all, as Tony's bodyguard and driver, Tony is not here. He is the most relaxed. Glancing at his watch, Pipo stood up with his bag in hand. "Thank you for the coffee. I still have some things to deal with here. If Tony is rescued one day, then I will pay double the amount of coffee you buy these days." Hearing what Paybois said, Suche smiled. "Then I should pray that Mr. Tony Stark will come back soon." "I hope so too." Nodding to Suche, Paybois got up and walked towards the door of the coffee shop. Outside the cafe, "Wanda, I don't understand why the two of us are here for coffee. What's so good about this stuff? Although the guy in the blindfold gave us living expenses. But I hate it here. Especially, this coffee shop is across from that goddamn Tony Stark's business." "Shut up, Pietro." Listening to Pietro's nagging, Wanda told him to shut up immediately. Looking up, I looked at this coffee shop named Peach Blossom Forest. Wanda took a deep breath, then pushed the door open and walked in. "I want to see what my future husband looks like in the diary." Duh. Chapter 28. Push open the door of the coffee shop and walk in. Wanda subconsciously looked at what was written in the diary, the one sitting in the second row with the best sun exposure. Looking over at a glance, he saw a tall, straight, and tough figure, whose back seemed to be unable to bend down even if the sky fell, especially in the warm and colorful sunshine. Although I haven't seen clearly what the owner of this figure looks like. However, maybe it was because of the influence of the diary, or maybe it was because of Suche's aura. Wanda always felt that this figure in the sun seemed to be shrouded in an extremely attractive sense of mystery. "This is my future husband in the parallel world." Withdrawing his thoughts, his eyes rolled slightly. The corner of Wanda's mouth raised a point, and immediately brought Pietro to the counter, raising her voice deliberately. "Please give me and Pietro 2 glasses of latte." Not far away, Suche is drinking coffee and thinking about how to write the next diary. Suddenly, I heard the words, "Please give me and Pietro 2 lattes" from behind. Involuntarily turned his head to look. As far as the eye can see, 2 figures are standing in front of the counter. Although Wanda and Pietro are only 14 years old at the moment, their looks are still relatively young. But Suche recognized them at a glance. Yes, this is Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver in their youth. You can't go wrong. This day has indeed come. Inside the counter, listening to Wanda's crunchy voice, Natasha Romanoff laughed and said, "Okay, wait a minute." While talking, Natasha Romanoff began to prepare coffee for Wanda and Pietro. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at Suche's expression at the moment. Although a few days ago, I saw Suche's ability from the shooting range and his handling of emergencies. Natasha Romanoff has endorsed him. Even the trust value of the content written in the diary has increased a lot. However, I received a message from Nick Fury 2 days ago. Said he sent someone to bring Wanda and Pietro back from Sokovia. So Natasha Romanoff has been waiting for this moment to come. On the one hand, the reason why these two little guys were brought back was to allow Su Che, the owner of the diary, to meet acquaintances. After meeting his future girlfriend, or even his wife, it is good to relieve some of the stress and anxiety in his heart. After all, the sense of despair and depression described in the diary came to my face. On the other hand, it is also the last test of Su Che, the superhero of the parallel world. If there are no surprises, then Natasha Romanoff thinks there is no need to continue to test anything. It should be further, according to the description in the diary of Su Che, the superhero of the parallel world. Get ready for the future. Looking at Su Che from the corner of the eye, Natasha Romanoff constantly analyzed Su Che's expression and body movements at the moment. Obviously, after Su Che heard Wanda's voice just now, he turned his head subconsciously. After seeing Wanda and Pietro clearly, what flashed in his eyes was surprise, or even astonishment. It seems to be wondering why they are here. Although there are surprises and excitement, but only for a moment. After reacting, it was full of pain and nostalgia. This reaction is correct. After all, for Su Che, the owner of the diary, this is a parallel world. Even the 14-year-old Wanda in front of me is a peer of a parallel world. But after all, it's not Su Che's wife in the parallel world. I'm afraid that the Wanda in the parallel world he lived in has died with the destruction of that parallel world. So seeing 14-year-old Wanda miss his wife in that world, this kind of pain and longing is the most correct reaction. If after seeing Wanda, I will be very excited and amazed to the point where I can't hold back. That's just pretending. Looking at the analysis of Su Che's expression, Natasha Romanoff nodded slightly. After the third trial, Natasha Romanoff felt that there was no need to continue the trial. The first time I came to the coffee shop to apply for a job. The second time was an emergency when I took him to the shooting range a few days ago and passed by an alley. The third time is today. These three temptations all happened suddenly, but Su Che behaved as he expected. Natasha Romanoff felt that the trial mission could be over. Natasha Romanoff felt normal. Wanda is so dissatisfied. Well, although my future husband in this parallel world is handsome and aura, even the story-filled vicissitudes between eyebrows is very fascinating, and there is a desire to explore. And the faint melancholy temperament in the eyes is almost like a mysterious prince from the east, extremely charming. However, when he saw himself again, his eyes kept changing, but he didn't come over. Not to mention the first meeting he imagined. He couldn't help rushing up to hug him. Shouldn't lovers who have been reunited after a long time meet for the first time have an excited hug? In the TV I watched at the Hydra base in Sokovia, it seemed like this was all played out. Well, Wanda also knows that the TV series are all fake. And this reaction is normal. After all, this is me, my future husband in the parallel world. However, I have to say that it is still very satisfying. Anyway, Wanda thinks that the tall, handsome, and charming guy in front of her is far beyond her standards for her future husband. In addition, he is a superhero in a parallel world, and he is also very strong, able to protect himself and Pietro. Hey. Well, when I saw the hanging stone in my heart, I fell to the ground. At least, don't worry that your future husband will be a greasy uncle. Chapter 29. In the evening, in an apartment. You are wrong, very wrong. Looking at Wanda sitting on the sofa, the corners of her mouth are always raised, and she seems to be in a good mood. Pietro crossed his arms and said suspiciously, "When you came back from the coffee shop this afternoon, you kept giggling. You even hummed the nursery rhyme that your mother taught us when we were having dinner. Oh my God, I can't remember the last time you hummed this song. What the hell happened, and why do you have to go to that coffee shop?" Although he experienced the pain of losing his father and mother when he was a teenager, he also endured the hardships of being displaced. Pietro and Wanda are far more mature mentally than Common's peers. However, even so, there is a limit to mental maturity. At least, how could Pietro understand that he is now 14 years old? In the middle of puberty, the kind of girl who is full of spring and yearns for a beautiful love. Wanda, what is she thinking at this moment? I found that your feeling seems to be particularly sharp today. Listening to Pietro's inquiry, Wanda raised her hand and patted Pietro's head. Remember, I am the older sister. Oh, here we come again. Hearing what Wanda said, Pietro leaned on the sofa speechlessly. Every time you encounter something you don't want to say, or encounter something that you disagree with, you just act like I am the older sister and you must listen to me. Look. But actually, Wanda, according to my birth time, I am. Before he finished speaking, he watched Wanda staring at him. Pietro paused for a moment, then raised his hand in surrender and said, "Okay, okay, you are my sister." Humph, that's about the same. He rubbed Pietro's head in satisfaction and looked at Pietro with the accustomed expression. Wanda smiled and said, "I'm thinking about what we're going to school tomorrow." When it comes to going to school, Wanda's eyes flashed with excitement and anticipation, but also hesitation and confusion. Once upon a time, it was a matter of being able to study and go to school like a peer. Seems far away from himself and Pietro. But now, after the cold-faced sister who doesn't like to laugh brings herself and Pietro back from Sokovia, I thought they were going to harm my siblings. Unexpectedly, the guy with the bald head and the blindfold just asked himself and Pietro about some things in life. So he directly arranged a house here for his siblings. No one imagine will suffer. There is no such thing as extorting confessions by torture. He didn't regard himself and Pietro as experimental subjects. Instead, he arranged an apartment for his siblings in New York, not only for living expenses every month, even arranged for school. It's as if my siblings can really live the life of common peers. Not sure what the guy with the blindfold was trying to do though. But, anyway, since there is no ability to resist now, then follow the arrangement. If those conspiracies really appear in the future, big deal. I took Pietro to find Suche. Well, as a future husband, Suche will never ignore herself and Pietro. At the same time, in the parking lot, getting off the car, Suche was thinking about how to write the fourth diary tonight. Walk in the direction of the apartment. Before he walked out of the parking lot, a sense of horror suddenly rose in his heart in the next second. Raising his hand almost subconsciously, a layer of extremely dense water shield instantly condensed in the palm of his hand, covering himself. Don't wait to see the danger coming. A bullet rushed directly towards Suche with a sharp sound of piercing the air. Puff. As we all know, the trajectory of bullets in water will be deflected, and ricochets will also occur. So when the bullet penetrated the water shield and brushed past Suche's ear, the kinetic energy had already disappeared. Seeing the bullet falling in front of him, Suche said that it was a lie, that he was not shocked. After all, he was just a common man before crossing over. Even now he possesses supernatural abilities. But after all, it's just common people. Fortunately, the mentality that was exercised during the system simulation let Suche initially have a strong psychological quality. Facing the sudden attack, Suche turned into a cheetah almost subconsciously and chased after the bullet that shot him. Following, Suche quickly chased towards the attacker. The surrounding air was faintly turbulent. Countless drops of water began to condense from all directions and then shot at the attacker like sharp arrows. At the same time, 100 meters away, the assailant in black was hiding behind the car. Then he saw that the target had actually created a floating water shield out of thin air to neutralize the power of his own bullets. Without hesitation, he closed his gun and prepared to escape. This time my target is not common people. If he hesitated for a second, he might die here. Before he could turn around and run away, he heard clusters of sharp sounds piercing the air behind him. This guy who has been fighting on the front line all year round can naturally feel the danger coming. Before his thoughts could react, his body reacted first and hid directly behind the car. Ding, jingle, bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by the water arrow attack, the originally intact car became riddled with holes in an instant. Some water arrows even directly penetrated the entire vehicle. Directly penetrate the attacker's shoulders. Depend on. He cursed secretly while clutching his shoulder that was in sharp pain for a moment. The assailant just stood up and continued to flee. Suddenly, a mass of water polo with huge amounts of water appeared in front of it, knocking it into the air, and then smashed it heavily onto the car. Chapter 30. The distance of 100 meters seems to be far away, but for Suche, who has the peak physical fitness, under the full pursuit, it took almost a few seconds to bully him. Although his skills are common, Suche caught the attacker in an instant and smashed it heavily to the ground. At the same time, exert force with both hands, only to hear two click and click, then directly abolished the guy's two arms. Then I remembered the thrilling moment when I was almost taken away by the bullet just now. When he came back to his senses, that trace of fear turned into anger. Under the adrenaline rush, Suche clenched his fists with red eyes. In an instant, like raindrops, it kept hitting the attacker heavily. No way, Suche was a common person before, although there are some systematic simulations. But this was the first brush with death. Skills are common people, not some fighting masters. At most, the physical fitness is the peak of ordinary people. In this case, if the guy in front of him is not completely abolished, who knows if this guy has other backhands? After a dozen heavy punches, if it wasn't for Suche, he still maintained his sanity. Then I'm afraid the assailant will be beaten to death by Suche. Looking at the assailant lying limp on the ground with blood all over his cheeks. Suche stretched out his hand, and the next second the moisture in the air instantly condensed into a huge amounts of water polo. Trapped the attacker firmly inside, leaving only one head outside for interrogation. In order to prevent this guy from being dishonest, in the huge amounts of blue water polo, Suche also tied his limbs with water lines. Make it form a big character floating in front of yourself. Say, who sent you to attack me? Looking at the guy in front of him with a bruised nose and swollen face, and bloodshot shoulders, Suche stared at him with dark eyes. If I hadn't reacted quickly just now, I'm afraid I would have been shot in the head by a bullet. Facing Suche's questioning, the guy who was firmly controlled by the water polo, even though his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, still looked deathly. Did not say. Facing this stubborn guy, Suche turned his fingers slightly with his palm facing up. In the next second, a vortex suddenly rolled up in the water polo, and then the torrent pierced the attacker's wound bit by bit like a needle. In an instant, the piercing pain made the attacker's eyes widen. It felt like a sharp sewing needle was piercing the bone. Relieved from the violent and dangerous negative emotions. Looking at the assailant whose forehead was covered with sweat from the intense pain at this moment, Suche crossed his arms and thought about it. When I encountered this world, I didn't seem to have sinned against anyone, not to mention any enemies. Although compiled in the diary, the parallel world has an enemy of its own. But that's just a fabrication. So who could it be? I thought about it carefully. There are only 3 diary holders who know that they are compiling the stories. Natasha Romanoff, Nick Fury, Wanda. Moreover, the holder of the diary has no way to tell the contents of the diary to the non-diary holder. And these 3 people can also be ruled out, etc. He raised his head and looked at the guy who was clenching his teeth, and his expression began to twist in pain at this moment. Suche's thinking logic began to deduce in reverse. Don't say it, there seems to be some eyebrows. Observing the painful and distorted expression of this guy, Suche suddenly said, "You should be from Hydra." As soon as Suche finished speaking, the assailant's expression of pain changed slightly. Seeing the subtle changes in his expression, Suche knew that he had guessed right. Fortunately, this guy is not a Hydra executive or an agent with real professional training. It should be only the Hydra Common Action Group, that is, members of the so-called cannon fodder level. Otherwise, you won't be cheated by yourself, and your expression will change obviously. Are you the one from Hydra hidden in SHILD? Staring at the guy in front of him, Suche began to ask word by word. Seeing his surprised expression, Suche nodded and continued. Oh, it doesn't seem to be the case. I only saw the Wanda Pietro twins today. The twins were supposed to be in Sokovia, but it appeared here at this moment. So, this matter has something to do with them, right? Huh? Looks like I'm right. Carefully observing the guy's expression, Suche folded his arms and said in a low voice, "It's impossible for these twins to come to New York, and it's even more impossible for them to be sent by Hydra. The only thing that can be explained clearly is that it was brought here by SHILD, to be precise, under the order of Nick Fury. Don't ask me how I know it. In fact, it's not difficult to guess when you have certain conditions." While speaking, Suche slowly stretched out his hand. The next moment, the huge water polo floating in the air slowly landed, allowing the attacker to look at himself. Looking into this guy's eyes, Suche said with great interest, "As the most inconspicuous pair of twins in the Hydra base in Sokovia, they were personally named and brought here by Nick Fury, the dignified SHIELD director. You must be very curious why Nick Fury would take a fancy to this pair of siblings. At the same time, you are also worried that their siblings will reveal your identity in Sokovia. And today, Wanda's brother and sister just happened to appear in my coffee shop, and Wanda's eyes were on me the whole time. It seems that she feels very unusual for me. In addition, in that coffee shop, the famous agent Black Widow was also there. So, you feel the danger and think that I am an agent of SHILD, and I will deliberately approach Wanda, so as to induce her to tell your secrets in Sokovia. You even think that I should have been to Sokovia, discovered the unusualness of the Wanda siblings, and came back to report to Nick Fury. That's why he gave the order to let the people of SHILD bring back the Wanda siblings, right?" Seeing this guy's ugly expression, Suche said, "So, you are one of the cleaners?" Chapter 31. Thank you. Leaning on a battered car, Suche looked at the guy trapped in the water prison in front of him. "A very sincere thank you. Listening to this tone, I thank you very sincerely." The assailant looked at him incredulously. No, this guy must have been fooled by his own attack and assassination. "Thank you to yourself? Actually, I'm a little bloated." Leaning on the car with arms folded, Suche looked at the guy trapped in the water prison in front of him and said, "From the time I got the first ability, I felt that I was already very strong. After all, after a common person accidentally obtains a super ability, the feeling of swelling in his heart is unavoidable. To put it simply, it's the same mentality as the nouveau riche who suddenly cheated on his wealth and wanted to immediately spend lavishly on retaliatory consumption. My mentality has also changed. Saying that, Suche spread his hands with a smile. To be honest, I was just a common person before, and it's normal to have this kind of mentality. After all, I haven't received professional training. But fortunately, that shot you just woke me up, reminding me that what I'm in now is the terrifying Marvel world. If this ability is true, although it is relatively strong, compared to those guys who destroy the world at every turn, the current me is nothing. And he looked at the assailant who wanted to say something, but his mouth was tightly sealed by water. Suche said with emotion, "The most important thing is that my inflated psychology was fortunately not exposed and was not discovered by Natasha Romanoff and Nick Fury. Otherwise, I'm afraid they will be aware of what I edited. One is the Black Widow who has received rigorous training from the Red House, and the other is the guy who is known as the King of Agents. Any flaw in their eyes will be infinitely magnified. Fortunately, your shot made me understand that I am just a lucky ant before I have gained absolute strength." At this point of introspection, Suche's palm slowly shrunk. The next moment, the spherical water prison began to slowly twist and spread, and the attacker's skin also began to become dry and brown at a speed visible to the naked eye. And feeling the changes taking place in their bodies, the attackers looked at Suche in horror. "Seems to be asking what you did." However, I saw Suche put his index finger to his mouth and made a hissing motion. The water in an adult's body accounts for about 70%. In other words, I can easily turn my enemy into a mummified corpse. Definitely, this is the first time I have manipulated. Let's take it as a reward and thank you for letting me wake up. Don't worry, there aren't any cameras in this parking lot, so you'll be a respectable mummified corpse. Hearing the assailant's terrified expression, he was obviously in a water prison with huge amounts of water, but his body's dehydration was rapidly forming. Suche leaned back on the car that was pierced by the water arrow and was now riddled with holes. Say thank you. This is not murder. The other point is that I have been thinking about how to gain a sense of presence. After all, although there were only 3 diary holders at first, the number is likely to increase in the future. So before that, I have to start my name and get my sense of existence. In this way, the people behind will be fooled. In the beginning, I was always looking for an opportunity, but now, this opportunity was sent by you personally. So naturally, I want to thank you very sincerely. Oh, I seem to be talking too much. Well, in fact, there is no way to do it. This is the first time to kill someone. You have to do a psychological construction for yourself. Listening to Suche's rambling words, the assailant looked at Suche with despair, and his body began to shrink rapidly. Finally, the last touch of color in the eyes disappeared. The whole person turned into a shriveled and skinny corpse in baggy clothes and brown as a whole. Call. He let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at the mummy in the water dungeon, Suche blinked slightly. In the next second, the water prison quickly evaporated and disappeared, and the shriveled corpse fell directly to the ground. Tisk, if the pyramids had this technology thousands of years ago, there would be mummies all over the world now. He glanced at the corpse on the ground. Suche got up and left. Well, in the future, you can't talk so much when facing the enemy. This doesn't fit the persona I described in my diary. Definitely, this is the first time I have truly turned a person into a mummy. So, in fact, it was just a matter of psychological construction for myself just now. After all, turning a living person into a mummy is such a thing, huh? It seems that there is not much feeling. That's fine, at least the shot just now made him sober again. Well, you can use this as a raft when you go home and compile your diary later. Let the edited story be more real and safer. So, is this a surprise delivered to the door for the follow-up to compile the story by yourself? Sun Huang said, well, why not? Duh. Chapter 32. The first mission of the system, a big Marvel event. Note, this mission is a continuous one-time mission. After the mission is completed, you will receive generous rewards. At the same time, the system will not issue any other missions in any form. Mission notes. Every superhero will have one or even several old enemies and fetters in his life, such as Batman to Joker, such as Steve Rogers and Winter Soldier. As a person who already has a super ability, you also need to create an old enemy for yourself, so as to secure the status of the parallel world superhero compiled by the diary. It should also be noted that as a time traveler, How can it not trigger a major Marvel event and sacrifice a Galactus? Mission requirements. A qualitative change caused by continuous missions. When the host defeats the old enemy, and when the host's strength reaches a certain level, it will lead to the planet devourer. Mission assistance. Since the mission is a one-time mission, the host can personally compile the enemy, name, appearance, ability, identity, etc. And every time the enemy is defeated, the host will get a top-level ability, and the diary holder will increase by 1. Back home, Suche was about to start compiling the 4th diary. Suddenly, I saw the hidden task prompted by the system. Open the hidden tasks column, and you will see these hidden tasks as mentioned above. Definitely, the task is not mandatory. You can choose whether to accept this hidden task. Look at the top of the taskbar, this so-called task. Suche felt more like a benefit from the system. At the very beginning, I wrote in my diary that I had an old enemy. But now, this so-called enemy can completely edit it himself. That is to say, as strong as I want this old enemy to be, this old enemy will be as strong as possible. No matter how difficult you want to make him, he will be a headache. Even the ability of this old enemy was compiled by himself. Isn't this equivalent to working part-time as a dealer while fighting the landlord's cards? 2 kings and 4 twos are issued to themselves, and 4 more aces and 4 ks are issued to themselves, all of which are bullying. However, look at the things marked on the system. Suche pondered slightly. Indeed, every superhero has a nemesis. Once the old enemy compiled by himself comes true, it will not only make the diary holder believe in his identity. You can also indirectly realize your identity as a parallel world superhero. After all, some words are uttered by the villain's old enemy, and let the diary holder hear it with his own ears. Far more convincing than what I compiled in my diary. The most important thing is that every time you defeat the enemy you created, you can get a top-level ability. That is to say, I can not only grab the wool of my old enemy, can you also use the villain you created to make the diary holder trust the content of the diary, and at the same time, you can squeeze the diary holder's wool? Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the last planet devourer, the matter of sacrificing Galactus. Well, this is triggered when one's own strength reaches a certain level. So don't worry about it now. By the way, when the time comes, you can also create this villain yourself. Let him say it himself, entangle himself in the parallel world, and then change his identity into the vanguard of the planet devourer. TSK. Seeing the hidden mission of the system, Suche instantly felt better. Definitely, every time you defeat an enemy, you will get a top-level ability. This is not enough to defeat him a few times. How many times to squeeze the wool? When contestants and judges and notaries are all my people. How can you lose? Thinking of this, Suche pondered for a moment, then turned on the diary editing system and started editing. New York, 3 blocks from Suche's apartment. I've seen you before. You're the waiter at the Teowalan Cafe. Watch as Natasha Romanoff opens the door and walks in, smiling and asking what she and Pietro want for dinner. Wanda reacted immediately. So, you are with that SHILD? Yes. Seeing Wanda and Pietro surprised, then revealed a vigilant expression. Natasha Romanoff took off his coat and hung it on the hanger. I was originally one of the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. working as a waiter in that coffee shop is just a way for me to decompress. And didn't Nick Fury tell you that I'm going to be your twins' guardian starting today? With that said, Natasha Romanoff came in front of Wanda and Pietro. The smile was full of tenderness. Don't worry, I'm not here to spy on you or persecute you, but to protect you as a parent. After all, you are only 14 years old now. Although you are more mature than your peers, you still need a guardian. You can call me Sister Natasha Romanoff, or you can just call me Natasha Romanoff. When I have no tasks, your daily life, including going to school and studying, pocket money for living expenses, etc., are all taken care of by me, the guardian. After you reach the age of 18, if you want to leave, or choose how you want to live your life, this will be your freedom. Speaking of which, under the vigilant eyes of Wanda and Pietro, Natasha Romanoff raised her hand and gently stroked the heads of the 2 people. Don't worry, I won't treat you as children. After all, you are already 14 years old. However, I hope you can regard me as a trustworthy older sister. I will do my best to protect you and take on what a real sister should do. Speaking of this, Natasha Romanoff seemed to have thought of something, and then smiled at the 2 people. Oh, yes. Although you are an adult at the age of 18, you can escape my protection, but you are not allowed to drink before the age of 21. Otherwise, you will break the law. After speaking, Natasha Romanoff looked at Wanda and Pietro. So, my new siblings, what do you want for dinner today? Chapter 33. You also have. Looking at the black gold diary in Natasha Romanoff's hand, Wanda said subconsciously. Hearing Wanda's voice, Natasha Romanoff turned her head and found that Wanda, who was wearing pajamas at the moment, was holding the same black gold diary in her hand. Come and sit. Seeing Wanda looking at him in surprise, Natasha Romanoff smiled and waved to her. After Wanda walked over, Natasha Romanoff smiled and said, "No wonder you went to Teowalan Cafe this morning." "So, I went to see Sue." Listening to what Natasha Romanoff said, Wanda didn't answer, but asked instead, "So, the purpose of your working as a waiter at Teowalan Cafe is also to get close to Sue?" On the one hand, he stretched out his hand and hugged Wanda, who was sitting next to him. It's like a big sister hugging her younger sister. I just felt Wanda's uncomfortable and tense body. Natasha Romanoff said with a smile. On the one hand, on the other hand, I really want to confirm whether what Sue wrote in this black gold diary is true. What's the conclusion? Looking up at Natasha Romanoff, Wanda asked seriously. I tested him 3 times, and the conclusion is that I don't doubt much about what's written in the diary now. It's you, Wanda, who have to go to a new school tomorrow to welcome a new life. It's almost 10 o'clock. Why are you still up? It really seems like a big sister is caring about her younger sister. At least, Wanda didn't detect any trace of malice from Natasha Romanoff. On the contrary, there is a feeling of a parent. It doesn't matter whether it's pretending or something else. Even though she was still wary of Natasha Romanoff at this moment, Wanda still didn't push away Natasha Romanoff's hand on her shoulder. He just said softly, I just changed the environment, and I can't sleep. After adding the 4th diary, I want to read it before going to sleep. Then let's watch together. Rubbing Wanda's head, Natasha Romanoff said with a smile. Good. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's gentle smile, Wanda pursed her lips, then nodded slightly. This is my first month in this world, and I find that many things have changed since I came here. I actually met Wanda and Pietro at Teowalan Cafe. I don't understand why Wanda and Pietro are here. According to the timeline, they should be in Sokovia at this moment. Who brought them here? Nick Fury? No, he probably doesn't know Wanda Pietro by now. So what happened? Seeing this, Natasha Romanoff whispered to Wanda. Nick Fury is the one who ordered you and Pietro to be brought back. He is also one of the holders of the black gold diary. That guy from SHILD with the blindfold? Listening to Natasha Romanoff's explanation, Wanda remembered the black marinated egg. That's right. He's the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Smiling and rubbing Wanda's head, Natasha Romanoff said softly. After getting the diary back then, all the names SHILD recorded in the diary have been paid attention to. That includes you and Pietro. And you and Pietro are the point. Facing Natasha Romanoff's words, Wanda nodded understandingly. Because the me in that parallel world is Sue's wife, right? So relatively speaking, I should have the greatest influence on Sue among all the people. No wonder that man named Nick Fury would send his sister with a cold expression to bring me and Pietro back from Sokovia. I didn't expect the real reason to be like this. After knowing the real reason why he and Pietro were brought back by S.H.I.E.L.D., Wanda's originally vigilant heart relaxed. Should I tell Natasha Romanoff about the Hydra base in Sokovia? After all, it can be seen from the diary records. Natasha Romanoff should be a good guy. At least, Natasha Romanoff is a good guy in Sue's pen. Seeing that Wanda is very clever, he understood what he said. Natasha Romanoff continued with a smile. Another point is that Sue doesn't know about this matter. He doesn't know. The diary he wrote will be seen by us. That's why I don't understand why you and Pietro are here. Should I tell him then? Looking up at Natasha Romanoff, Wanda asked very seriously. Is this considered peeping at Sue's privacy? It's a bit immoral. After knowing that the diary written by her future husband is not only seen by herself, Wanda felt uncomfortable for no reason. That's my future husband, whether it's from a parallel world or not. His future wife can read his diary, others. I can't tell him. I tried. The look on Wanda's face naturally couldn't be hidden from Natasha Romanoff. From what Wanda just said, Natasha Romanoff could hear that Wanda felt slightly uncomfortable. When I was a waiter in a coffee shop, I wanted to test whether the owner of his diary knew that the diary he wrote would be seen by us. However, it's like the diary holder cannot disclose the diary and the contents written in the diary like non-diary holders. I have no way to tell him by any means. And really, it's important for us to read between the lines of his words what's going to happen in the future. After all, the parallel world he lives in has been destroyed. If the future of our world doesn't want to be destroyed, just make some preparations in advance. All right. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's serious words, Wanda nodded in understanding. It's like I can't tell Pietro this black gold diary and what's written in it. But after thinking about it, Wanda suddenly raised her head and looked at Natasha Romanoff. Then when you went to work as a waiter in a coffee shop, Sue should have recognized you right away. After all, your name was written in the last diary. It also said that you have the best relationship with him, or the one with the most different feelings. That's right. Without hiding anything, Natasha Romanoff nodded. He recognized me from the first moment he saw me. I know he knows me, but he doesn't know that I know he knows me. It's a twisty sentence, but Wanda can understand it. Because she also knew that Sue knew her, but he didn't know that she knew that he knew herself. Nodding his head, he continued to read the diary. Wanda really wants to know about Sue's future husband in this parallel world. How would you describe the feeling of seeing yourself for the first time today? Oh, wait. Natasha Romanoff and Nick Fury can also see the journal. Doesn't that mean that they have already seen all the short stories written by Sue and himself? Mommy, this is too. Please, Sue, please don't write any embarrassing things in the diary. Otherwise, I will die in front of this Natasha Romanoff I just met. Duh. Chapter 34. Nick Fury Gets Serious. I was very excited when I saw Wanda and Pietro. Even though I have seen too much in my superhero career for more than 10 years, I have become extremely calm. But the moment I saw Wanda, I was still a little upset. She is very young and immature, but she still looks like her. I know this is Wanda, the wife I have been thinking about day and night. However, it is not the real her. See this sentence written in the diary. Wanda breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't write too much in the diary. Then what kind of plot? Otherwise I would have died too much. But looking at the words, he is not the wife he thinks about day and night. Wanda pursed her lips subconsciously. What I saw during the day came to my mind. That person who looked very handsome and tough, with a melancholy temperament and a faint sense of vicissitudes between his brows. The whole person seems to be extremely mysterious and full of security, which makes people understand Sue Che's desire to explore. And my subconscious mind has decided that this is my future husband in the parallel world. After seeing this sentence again, it is Wanda who is in her youth and who likes to dream and dream. Inexplicably jealous of himself in that parallel world. It's actually nothing. Wanda, who was quietly observing, watched the subtle movement of Wanda pursing her lips because of that sentence in the diary. Natasha Romanoff said with a smile, "You and his wife in the world he lives in are originally peers. It's just that his world has been destroyed, although you and that Wanda are not alone. However, I can feel that Sue treats you differently. No matter what is recorded in the diary, he has already seen too many big scenes, and he has become extremely calm, and he is a little upset. The moment he saw you at Teowalan Cafe, excitement flashed in his eyes. In addition, his world has been destroyed, so if he really has an idea, then there is nothing he can't do." Listening to Natasha Romanoff's words, Wanda pursed her lips slightly. Then he smiled and said, "Who cares if he is upset or not? I have nothing to do with him. I read this diary as if I was bored reading a novel, so I don't care." Watching Wanda talking and not caring at all, Natasha Romanoff just smiled and didn't continue to say anything. Although when she was her age, she spent time in the Red House. However, Natasha Romanoff is still very clear about what girls of this age are thinking. Don't look at her being stubborn now, but if she really doesn't care, she won't take Pietro to Teowalan Cafe immediately after being sent to New York. Don't you want to see what your husband looks like in the parallel world? But Natasha Romanoff really hopes that Wanda can be with Sue Che in the future. First, it can reduce the anxiety and pressure in Sue Che's heart. Secondly, as mentioned in Sue Che's diary, this world has not really opened and has not yet kicked off. We need a superhero like Sue Che who has more than 10 years of Avenger career experience and knows the future. Definitely, if Wanda doesn't want to, then forget it. I don't want to force Wanda to do something. Otherwise, judging from Sue Che's unusual affection for Wanda, it is easy to have the opposite effect. Focus your attention on the diary again. Soon, Natasha Romanoff, who had a smile on her face, suddenly became serious. In the parking lot when I came back, I was attacked. In the beginning, I didn't know who the attacker was until I killed the attacker. It was discovered that the attacker's eyes were red, and he seemed to be a humanoid creature without any reason under the control of others. Seeing this attacker, I have a bad premonition. Sure enough, after my inspection, I found something was wrong. It's the same as the group of guys that once appeared in my world. This is the first time I think of a person, or should I say a guy with a human appearance, Olivia Temple. That is my biggest enemy in the parallel world, a guy who has been entangled with me for more than 10 years. I don't know where this Olivia Temple, nicknamed the Balrog, came from that planet. But I know that every time this guy who claims to be the messenger of the god appears, a group of evil people will be infected and become a monster who is not afraid of death and only obeys his orders. The attack on me this time is not like an assassination, but more like a Balrog. Olivia Temple, who claims to be the messenger of the gods, is greeting me. Tell me that my old opponent, who has been entangled with me for more than 10 years, has also come to this world. Seeing this, Natasha Romanoff had a serious expression. After talking to Wanda, he walked aside and picked up his phone to call Nick Fury. As soon as the call was connected, Natasha Romanoff said directly, "Director, are you resting there?" Instead of calling Nick Fury Nick, he called him Director. Let Nick Fury know between a title, this is a business. Not yet. I'm also looking at the diary that was just updated. Nick Fury has already blocked the entire office. After Natasha Romanoff's words, he said, I saw Suche wrote in his diary that he was attacked when he returned. Unfortunately, we didn't monitor him immediately, so we didn't notice that he was attacked. Yes, Nick Fury did not send someone to follow and monitor Suche, although this is very inconsistent with Nick Fury's action style. But who made Suche a superhero with a dozen years of Avengers experience? If he rashly sends someone to spy on him, he will definitely find out directly. Another most important point is, after Nick Fury saw in Suche's diary that SHILD was not safe. Although it feels ridiculous to have doubts in my heart, but even if there is even a little doubt, Nick Fury will investigate. And once his absurd guess is true, so what if someone was sent to spy on them and was discovered by those guys? I'm afraid it will have very bad effects. More importantly, Nick Fury has already regarded Suche as a whole card that he can use. Carol, who is far away at the other end of the vast universe, cannot come back now. Then Suche can take on one of his cards. Should I go to that parking lot now and check? Hearing Nick Fury's words, Natasha Romanoff immediately said, I am now just 3 streets away from Sue's apartment. I can rush there immediately. Not for the time being. The more important matters related to Sue, or the future of our world, the more cautious we must be. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's voluntary request, Nick Fury had a serious expression, but without any hesitation. I've already asked Hill to lead people over there. Now, make a decision and discuss after reading the second half of the diary. Also, how are the twins Wanda doing now? Chapter 35. Hey, why are you still up so late? Pietro, who came out of another bedroom and wanted to go to the bathroom, suddenly found that the light in the living room was still on. When I came to the living room, I saw Wanda and Natasha Romanoff snuggled up on the sofa at the moment. Watching Natasha Romanoff put one arm around Wanda, and Wanda lost the vigilance she had when she first met Natasha Romanoff this afternoon. He couldn't help asking. At the same time, Pietro quietly gave Wanda a look. Tell her to be more vigilant. Don't get too close to this SHILD agent. After all, there is no chance of escaping from their claws. Better to be careful. God knows that these guys are very nice to themselves and Wanda at the moment. But who can guarantee that they won't persecute their siblings in the blink of an eye? Looking into Pietro's eyes, Natasha Romanoff knew he hadn't fully approved of himself, or endorsed by S.H.I.E.L.D. But that's okay, Natasha Romanoff understands. After all, if I put myself in my shoes, I'm afraid I will be more vigilant than Pietro. But Wanda gave him a reassuring smile after receiving Pietro's eyes. Go to bed now, Natasha Romanoff and I have something to whisper. Pietro couldn't talk about the diary, so Wanda just made an excuse. Why does it have to be so late? Oh, if I tell you to go to bed quickly. Why do you care so much about the whispers between us girls? Putting on an air of a sister, Wanda signaled Pietro to go to bed quickly. Looking at Pietro, he was a little suspicious and hesitation. Wanda picked up the pillow from the sofa and threw it on Pietro. Really, the bigger the more rebellious. I don't even listen to my sister's words. Okay, I'll go to the bathroom and sleep. Seeing Wanda's angry appearance, Pietro had no choice but to raise his hands and surrender. Well, I have to talk to Wanda tomorrow. I can't trust them too much. After all, as Baron Strucker of the Sokovia base said, SHILD is not a very nice place. Watch Pietro go to the bathroom. Wanda whispered to Natasha Romanoff. Pietro doesn't know about the diary, so naturally he doesn't know why SHILD brought our siblings here. So, I can understand. Holding Wanda with a smile on her face, Natasha Romanoff comforted. Don't think so much, and don't explain carefully. I am the guardian of you and Pietro. You can treat me like a sister. And this place is also your home. Wanda, who knew what happened, smiled at Natasha Romanoff when she heard what Natasha Romanoff said. Home. But the home of myself and Pietro had disappeared as early as in that damn attack. By the way, Sue said in his diary that he was attacked in the parking lot on his way back. And the other party should have attacked him on purpose, so Natasha Romanoff, will SHILD come forward to help Sue? It seemed like he was thinking of that phone call that Natasha Romanoff had just made. Wanda immediately asked seriously. In Wanda's view, no matter how strong a person is, how strong can he be? And S.H.I.E.L.D. This is an existence that even the powerful Hydra base with tank fighters and Baron Strucker dare not provoke. Definitely will. Looking at Wanda's serious eyes, Natasha Romanoff was not disappointed because Wanda didn't call her sister. She knew she wanted to open up the hearts of the twins who had lost their parents as children. It is something that cannot be rushed. It's just that you should have seen what was written in the first 2 diaries. Sue doesn't trust S.H.I.E.L.D., or rather, Sue doesn't trust some people in S.H.I.E.L.D. now. The only people he could trust were me and Nick Fury and Hill and a few others. Having said that, Natasha Romanoff patted Wanda lightly. However, even so, once Sue needs it, then S.H.I.E.L.D. will fully cooperate with him and help him. After all, Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., takes Sue very seriously. Hearing what Natasha Romanoff said, Wanda breathed a sigh of relief. Although, either Sue wrote in his diary or Baron Strucker said S.H.I.E.L.D. was not to be trusted. But, after all, S.H.I.E.L.D. seems to be pretty good. With such a helper, Sue shouldn't be worried about that bad guy called Olivia Temple, right? Watching Pietro come out of the bathroom, then with a look of concern, he finally returned to his room. Wanda and Natasha Romanoff leaned together and continued to read the diary. I didn't expect that after my parallel world was destroyed, it wasn't just me who came to this world. However, because of this attacker, the appearance of this guy who was polluted by Olivia Temple's spirit reminded me of a very bold guess I once made. That is, this guy who has the nickname of Balrog but claims to be the messenger of the gods should not be an alien from other galaxies in the universe like Thor. It should be a guy from a different dimension. After all, when the Earth I was on was destroyed, my universe seemed to be completely annihilated. Planets can be destroyed, and the universe can collapse. But spaces of different dimensions do exist. This is confirmed by the Time Administration. It's just that I haven't figured out what the sentence he said when he was fighting with Olivia Temple, I am the end of the fate of the god he believed in, what this sentence expresses, and why it will be me. Well, it seems that my fateful entanglement with him, and even with the so-called god behind him, is still going on. In the past, I had Steve and Tony around me to help. Tony can use the Stark Industrial Satellite for the first time to help me monitor all the jewelry stores in New York. Steve will fight with me with the shield. Just like once, I helped Tony and Steve fight their old enemies together. But this time, it's only me. Maybe, I can go to Natasha Romanoff and Nick Fury. After all, she is working as a waiter in my Teo Wallen cafe to experience life. But, should I really involve them? Will they believe me, an Avenger from a parallel world? I'm not sure, and S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't trustworthy right now. I don't want to reveal my identity yet. Another point is, whether it is my world or this parallel world. When Olivia Temple, an enemy of a different dimension, appeared, why didn't the Asgardian who claimed to be the Earth's reality dimension, the Supreme Mage Ancient One, not intervene? Is it because the Balrog can't deal a devastating blow to the Earth like Nightmare and Dormammu, so she doesn't bother to take care of it, or because Ancient One Mage knows that once the Balrog is completely killed, then the so-called god behind Olivia Temple will come to Earth? I don't know, but I still choose to believe in that Supreme Mage Ancient One. Perhaps, as Olivia Temple once said, he and I are natural enemies. Chapter 36 A Troubled Earth, Nick Fury Confused. Appeared. Inside SHIELD. Looking at the 4th diary, new characters appeared again. Nick Fury opened his private record without any hesitation. In this private record, the characters that appear in the first 3 diaries are recorded. The record is divided into 3 parts. The confirmed characters are Tony, Stark, Steve, Rogers, Bruce, Banner, Colinte, Barton. Then 2 new characters were added, Wanda and Pietro. In the undetermined column are Thor, Loki, Ant-Man. The column for the villain reads, Kong the Conqueror. Celestial Group, Ultron. Compared with the 4th diary, Nick Fury started adding names again. Added Olivia Temple, Suche's so-called old enemy, to the villains column. That's right, Nick Fury has subconsciously determined that Suche is the superhero. Therefore, his old enemy is naturally the supervillain. At the same time, there were a few more names in the villain column. Dormammu, Nightmare. After recording the names of villains who threaten the Earth, Nick Fury hesitated for a moment, and then wrote the name of the Supreme Mage Ancient One on the undetermined column. At the same time, the words of the real dimension Asgardian were added after the name of Ancient One. After finishing these, Nick Fury began to think, who is the Asgardian in the real dimension, the Supreme Mage Ancient One? Judging from the tone of voice recorded in Suche's diary, he seems to respect this Supreme Mage very much. Asgardian himself can understand. What does the dimension of reality mean? This refers to the dimensional space where the Earth exists. In addition, the title of Ancient One Mage is Supreme Mage, so it can be understood that there are many mages under her, him. As the Master of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury knows that there are not only superpowers on Earth, but also a large number of aliens. It is also included in S.H.I.E.L.D. There are even vampires and legendary. But now, there is another group of mage. And looking at the diary written by Su Che, this group of mage should be led by the Supreme Mage Ancient One, has been silently guarding the Earth. So what's the difference between mage and necromancer? After all, I have come into contact with people like necromancers and witches. What was written in Su Che's diary should not be people like witches. TSK. It seems that it is not only Aegis and Spear who guard the Earth. Now, there's another mage team. Really, more and more interesting. Come to think of it, Nick Fury slid private records to big events. The so-called big events are the big events extracted and analyzed by Nick Fury in Su Che's diary. Including the records in the diary, the beginning of this world was the kidnapping of Tony Stark, Steve Rogers and Winter Soldier, Hydra event, and the Ultron event, the Conqueror Khan united with the Celestial Group to destroy the Earth event. After thinking about it, Nick Fury recorded the incident between Su Che and Olivia Temple, the Balrog, who claims to be the messenger of God. At the same time, the events of Supreme Mage Ancient One, Dormammu, and Nightmare were recorded. Looking at just 4 diaries, so many events are recorded. Nick Fury leaned back on the seat and shook his head helplessly. What a disaster-ridden Earth indeed. There are only 4 diaries, and I already know so much, including the destruction of the Earth. An inexplicable sense of urgency arises spontaneously. It seems that I have to speed up the speed of forming Avengers. I don't know when Steve Rogers, the legendary hero, will be discovered. At the same time, the parking lot recorded in Su Che's diary. Sir, only 1 bullet casing and a pistol were found at the scene. Judging from the movement trajectory of the bullet casing, it should be used by the attacker. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent in charge of investigating the scene reports to Maria Hill standing in front of a battered car. Other than that, no traces of the use of thermal weapons, including firearms, were found. In addition, the corpse on the ground is obviously a mummy, and judging from the dryness and dehydration, it should be relatively old and well preserved. It's like a new one. However, the specific age of the mummy needs to be brought back for retesting. As for this car, looking at the simple analysis report in his hand, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent said, Sir, the car body is riddled with holes, which looks like it was left when it was pierced by bullets. But according to the file size analysis of the bullet hole, it should not be a firearm of any model. Listening to the analysis of the investigators she brought over, Maria Hill nodded. Is there surveillance around? No, sir. This parking lot has been built for more than 10 years, and although there are many apartments nearby, but very few people use this car park, so there is no surveillance facility in the surrounding area. Speaking of which, the S.H.I.E.L.D. inspector hesitated for a moment. Explain. Looking at the hesitation of the inspectors, Maria Hill said directly, Sir, based on the detection of the vehicle that was attacked, we found that the vehicle was penetrated. Ordinary bullets simply cannot penetrate the vehicle directly with every shot. At the same time, there is no second bottom shell in the entire parking lot, and we have also used a detection machine to analyze some water in the gaps between vehicles. It's as if the car was riddled with holes because it was penetrated by very thin weapons made of water. However, I always feel that this test is too bizarre, not whether water can cause such a large destructive power. After all, when the water is compressed to the extreme, its power is terrifying. But to achieve this effect, I'm afraid. Listening to what the inspector said, Maria Hill nodded. File, bring the car and the mummy back to S.H.I.E.L.D. for detailed analysis. Yes, sir. After hearing Maria Hill's order, S.H.I.E.L.D. inspectors begin execution immediately. Chapter 37. In the desert, in a certain cave. If you don't even have a chance to live, then there's no point in talking about anything. Pass the mashed potatoes to Tony Stark. Looking at Tony, who was looking sluggish at the moment, Ethan said with a smile, They won't let me go. As a result, Tony Stark was not in the mood to eat the mashed potatoes that Ethan handed over. Thinking back to the day, those damned guys hung themselves upside down and immersed themselves in the water again and again. This painful torture made Tony Stark unable to lift any spirits. You're right, they won't let you go. Picking up the mashed potatoes in his bowl, Ethan pushed his glasses. For them, those who are useful live. Those who are not useful are killed, and they are thrown into the desert without even needing to be buried. So if you want to keep going, you want to wait for the miracle of rescue to happen. Then I suggest that you'd better dismiss the idea. I admit that you are rich and know many people of high status. But this is a desert, and the vast desert is extremely secretive. I guess you will die before they find you. Speaking of this, Ethan suddenly looked up at Tony Stark and said, "Why don't you tell me that your first girlfriend is a honey badger agent? Anyway, Changyi is very lonely in the desert, so it's better to have a chat." Listening to Ethan's words, Tony Stark lowered his head and kept stirring the mashed potatoes in the iron bowl with a spoon. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the car battery connected to his body. After thinking for a while, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Ethan. "What if we want to rely on our own strength to escape? Then I suggest you hold on and live every day. Wait until the patience of those guys is exhausted. You're agreeing to help them make the Jericho missile and maybe survive for an extra month or two." Listening to Tony Stark talk like a dream, Ethan scooped a spoonful of mashed potatoes and said while eating, "If you can help me, Ethan, then I'll have a way to get the two of us out of this damn place." Staring at Ethan in front of him with scorching eyes, this is the only person he can trust in this damned place. At the same time, in a temporary tent in the desert. "Sir, how long are we going to last here?" After spitting out the sand in his mouth, a SHIELD agent complained to Phil Coulson. "Sir, although this is not the jurisdiction of our shield, but to save a Tony Stark, you don't need to mobilize any more power. We have enough people. And, sir, you have also seen that this group of people tortured Tony Stark a lot during the day. It's been more than a month. I'm worried that if this continues, this Tony Stark who has never experienced this will not be able to persist." Hearing what the team members said, Phil Coulson shook his head. "Wait for the order. Our order is that if Tony Stark's life is not in danger, then everything depends on him. This is an order from Mr. Director." After finishing speaking, Phil Coulson couldn't help spitting. In this windy and sandy place, it's hard not to eat a mouthful of sand. Listening to Phil Coulson, the player shrugged. The officer said so they can only continue to eat sand and blow cold wind here. Watching the players leave, Phil Coulson hesitated for a while. Then he took out his mobile phone and called Nick Fury. Shield inside Nick Fury's office. "Keep waiting, don't worry about the rest." Listening to Phil Coulson's inquiry on the other end of the phone, Nick Fury decisively asked him to continue guarding there with his people. As for whether Tony Stark can escape, and whether he can become the superhero recorded in Suche's diary, Nick Fury is very confident now. It's not that Nick Fury now trusts 100% what's written in the diary. It's the members of Phil Coulson's team. Isn't it just his back card for Tony Stark? Anyway, as long as Tony Stark's life is not in danger, let him make trouble on his own first. Even if it is a bit of hardship, as long as you can come back alive. Then it is the best explanation for Ms. Page. After hanging up the phone, Nick Fury looked at the report analysis sent by Maria Hill. "You suggest raising Sue's danger level to the most advanced?" "Yes, Nick." Facing Nick Fury's inquiry, Maria Hill said seriously, "Although I don't know if this is all the abilities of that Suche, or a single ability. But he alone can turn a living attacker into a mummified corpse. And the fact that you can use the power of water at will to turn an intact car into a riddle. I thought he was very dangerous. After all, water is everywhere in life, which means that there are weapons he can use everywhere. Even he was originally a humanoid weapon." Speaking of this, Maria Hill's expression remained unchanged, and from the fact that he can turn a living attacker into a mummy. As long as he is willing, then anyone who faces him has no chance to react. Unless it's a robot, an adult's body is more than 70% water. This is equivalent to killing a city or even a country at any time if he wants. Although it is not certain, since he can use the moisture in the human body to turn it into a mummy. Then is it possible that he can also use the moisture contained in the air? If this conjecture is correct, then, Nick, I think you should know how dangerous he is. Chapter 38. Maria Hill has a point. In fact, if Suche really wanted to, then as long as you appear in front of him, it doesn't matter whether it's the army or others. Suche can destroy it immediately. The power of water is soft, but equally terrifying. Suche can use a drop of water at will to make a car full of holes. So what if Suche wants to, and fully exerts his true power? How much moisture is there in the air? How much water is there on Earth? When it comes to harm, Suche has the ability to flood the city, or even flood the Earth. Definitely, it's not like Suche is invincible now. That's just the level of danger. Unless Suche hides directly in the deep sea, a single mushroom egg can turn Suche into ashes. One bullet could end Suche's life even without precaution. Etc. When Suche acquired this ability, the water pressure, breathing, and even resistance of the seabed did not exist for Suche. Does that mean that Suche is invincible as long as he is in the bottomless sea? After all, Even the explosion of a mushroom egg cannot harm Su-Che at the bottom of the water. TSK, the false Aquaman, who can only use the trident to stop the water riot. Then he was tied up with a lasso of mantra and spoke the shameful truth. The real Aquaman can transform the moisture in the air into a huge amounts of tsunami with just a wave of his hand. It even flooded the earth, making the Noah's Ark thing a reality. Aquaman, no, civilized you and me. I agree with you. Listen to the analysis of Maria Hill in front of you. Nick Fury nodded. So, what's your conclusion? I have no idea. Facing Nick Fury's inquiry, Maria Hill was silent for a moment. Then he shook his head. I don't know how to treat him either. The last one who made us so helpless was Dr. Bruce Banner, who turned into a green titan because of gamma rays. It's just that for Dr. Bruce Banner, we are not really helpless, we just can't use it. But the method of dealing with Dr. Bruce Banner will definitely not work for Su-Che. After all, if you lock him in an airtight jar and throw him into the bottom of the sea, maybe it will become Su's home field instead. However, Su-Che is not without weaknesses, but only if. No. Hearing Hill's words, Nick Fury shook his head immediately. Su is not our enemy, Hill. And what you said and thought, do you want to pay for the whole of New York? What's more, even if we can afford this price, are you sure you can really destroy Su? You still underestimate him. Then what should we do? Let's just leave him alone. Listening to Nick Fury's words, Maria Hill remained expressionless. Who said he was left alone? Didn't you see that I've sent Natasha Romanoff with him? Not to mention, I sent him the twins Wanda and Pietro. I don't get it. Nick, it's the same as Su. Hill, if you get the chance in the future, then you'll know. Looking at Hill, Nick Fury showed a rare smile and SHILD. Sometimes, emotions are always better than weapons. Definitely, I can't tell you the specifics. Okay, anyway, you are the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Since you think there is a way, then I have no objection. Glancing at the time, it was almost 12 o'clock in the evening. Maria Hill stood up and said to Nick Fury, I'm going to rest. Go. Watching Hill turn and leave, Nick Fury stopped her again. When Hill turned around, Nick Fury smiled and said, Do me a favor, don't report things about Su-Che to those guys from the World Security Council. Good. Without the slightest hesitation, Maria Hill nodded and turned to leave. Nick Fury takes care of the planet more than anyone else. So, no reporting, no reporting. Since he is confident, he doesn't have to guess too much. Watching Hill leave, he also closed the office door for himself very intimately. Nick Fury picked up his phone and sent Natasha Romanoff a text message. Then he opened his private record and raised the danger level of the column related to Su-Che to the highest level. At the same time, a sentence is also remarked at the back. Once Su-Che has dangerous tendencies or ideas, destroy them at all costs. If necessary, you can plant mushroom eggs on him. Yeah, don't look at what Nick Fury swears by Hill. However, for someone like Su-Che who has the ability to destroy a city, or even the earth, Nick Fury can't trust 100%. Even his last hole card, the Captain Marvel Carl Luo. Nick Fury has prepared means to deal with her. Tesseract, including studying one of Tesseract's purposes for creating weapons. It's not just about dealing with aliens. Definitely, this point, or this dark mind, only he himself knows. 100%, trust a person without reservation. There is absolutely no way Nick Fury can do it. Chapter 39. Natasha Romanoff blew herself up, and she was about to cry. My name is Natasha Romanoff, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Teo Wallen Cafe, the next morning. Sit across from Su-Che. Holding coffee in both hands, Natasha Romanoff introduced herself to Su-Che with a smile. That's right. Although Natasha Romanoff knew, Su-Che had already recognized herself the first day she saw her. But as the holder of the Black Gold Diary, Natasha Romanoff knew that Su-Che knew herself. But he still has to pretend not to know. Su-Che knows his own affairs. This logic is not messy. At least Natasha Romanoff believes that Su-Che does not know about the diary holder. Therefore, some introductions are necessary. Your expression is very calm. You don't even have any fluctuations in your eyes. Holding the coffee, Su-Che didn't show any surprise after watching himself introduce himself. Natasha Romanoff laughed. While sending Wanda and Pietro to school this morning, I was thinking about what if I would introduce myself to you. Then what would your reaction be? I've thought about your various expressions, whether it's surprise, doubt, or anger. But now it seems that you are so calm as if you knew it in advance. This is a normal conversation. It's a dialogue that fits the first demagogue. At least, this is in line with Natasha Romanoff's intention to hide that she is the holder of the Black Gold Diary and does not know that Su-Che knows her. Last night Nick Fury texted her so that she could tell Su-Che about her identity today. The purpose is to help Suche legitimately and brightly. Go spy on jewelry stores all over New York. After all, Suche wrote that diary entry yesterday, and Tony Stark helped him with this kind of thing before. So in Nick Fury's view, since Tony Stark has not become the so-called superhero, then the monitoring of the whole city should be done by S.H.I.E.L.D. help a superhero. This is what S.H.I.E.L.D. should do. So what if you want the other party to do things for you without giving sweetness? If you want to take it first, you must give it first. This is the attitude of doing things. No surprise there either. Looking at Natasha Romanoff in front of him, Suche said indifferently, "Do you still remember half a month ago when you took me to the shooting range? Definitely. That's when you discovered my identity. It's about the same. After all, it's not just a random person who can pass 13 bullets through the same bullet hole." Putting down the black coffee in his hand, Suche looked at Natasha Romanoff, who blew her identity in front of her. Then he asked, "Did you come to my coffee shop to spy on me? Or to perform a mission?" "Neither." Natasha Romanoff, who had already made up the reason, leaned on the seat and smiled. "Every time I finish the task, I like to change my identity and experience a different life. On the one hand, it eliminates the negative emotions of stress and tasks. On the other hand, it makes me feel that I am a living person, not a task machine. This is also the reason for coming to your Teowalan cafe. It can only be called a coincidence. It's just that I didn't expect that you are not from common." Holding the coffee cup in one hand, Natasha Romanoff's bright red lips tasted it slightly. "Sure enough, I still can't adapt to black coffee without sugar. If I had known earlier, I would not have ordered the same coffee as Suche because of the so-called identity psychology. There was a fight in the parking lot of the apartment you were in yesterday. To be precise, it should be a unilateral suppression. You can actually turn Renren, who was alive 1 second, into a mummy the next second. Tisk, do you know how frightened our S.H.I.E.L.D. inspectors were when the test results came out? So you're here to catch me?" Looking at Natasha Romanoff, Suche's indifferent smile remained unchanged. There was even a flash of interest in the originally melancholy eyes. It seemed as if he was deliberately teasing her. I silently remembered Suche's look in my heart. Natasha Romanoff shrugged and said, "Definitely didn't come here to catch you. In fact, you don't seem to care about being arrested by S.H.I.E.L.D. The real purpose of my coming here today is to find out what happened yesterday afternoon. Sue, although we have only been in contact for a short month, I think we are already friends. As a friend, I believe that you are definitely not the kind of villain who abuses super abilities. I have seen many people who commit all kinds of crimes, and I have also seen many people who kill and even eat people. But no matter what the reason is, you are different from them. I want to figure out what happened yesterday afternoon, and I want to help you. So, can you tell me, what exactly happened yesterday afternoon? Trust me, I mean it." With that said, Natasha Romanoff hesitated for a while, and then said softly, "If I can investigate clearly what happened yesterday afternoon, then you, the person involved, may really be wanted by S.H.I.E.L.D. Maybe you don't know what S.H.I.E.L.D. stands for, but I believe you don't want to see the consequences of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s orders." Listening to Natasha Romanoff was clearly threatening, but her tone was not even half threatening. Instead, there was an extra tone of sincere desire to help. Suche picked up his coffee and said with a smile, "Thank you, but there are some things that you can't handle or even accept. And to correct you, the guy who turned into a mummy yesterday afternoon is not a human being. To be precise, it should be a humanoid monster. Secondly, I don't trust your so-called S.H.I.E.L.D., and I don't need help. I can handle my own affairs. If the S.H.I.E.L.D. behind you has the ability to catch me, then let them come over and try. Just right. I haven't moved my muscles for a long time. Well, I wrote it all in my diary, and I don't trust the current S.H.I.E.L.D. In the minds of Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff, they don't think they know the secret of the diary. So make every choice yourself. You have to keep the personality you wrote. So, are we talking about it?" Looking at Suche, Natasha Romanoff frowned and asked while holding a coffee cup in both hands. "It counts. Then, can I continue to work in your coffee shop?" Blinking his eyes, the serious expression suddenly disappeared. As if playing face-changing, Natasha Romanoff immediately put on a pitiful, "Please don't fire me" expression. In the face of the last second, "I still want to help you. S.H.I.E.L.D. is very powerful. You and S.H.I.E.L.D. will have a serious expression that you will regret." In the next second, it turned into a cute and pitiful appearance. Suche couldn't laugh or cry in his heart. It's already discussed, but you still want to work here? Moreover, how did you manage to act cute and pitiful in front of a man 5 years younger than you? TSK, can you only say that you are a trained professional agent? Even the expressions are so professional. But let alone, the widow's sister, who is at the peak of her appearance, is acting cute and pitiful. It's really pretty beautiful. Duh. Chapter 40. I can't remember how many times Pepper Potts has come to my coffee shop since Tony was kidnapped, except for the first few days. Peepo came every day for the next month, and not very willing to leave. In her words, during the period when Tony was kidnapped, she felt oppressed in Stark Industries. But the fact is that she gave herself this depression. After all, more than a month has passed since Tony Stark was kidnapped. Whether it is the outside media, Stark Industries employees, or even members of the Stark Industries board of directors, they have given up hope that Tony can come back alive. However, only she hasn't given up yet. So, in the camp that has given up hope, as the only one who is still looking for hope, how can it be possible not to be depressed? So during this period of time, she would rather stay in my coffee shop and chat with me about things than go back to Stark Industries. Although the fifth diary seems to be written in small talk, but both Natasha Romanoff and Nick Fury paid more attention to this diary. Nothing else, because they can analyze Suche's emotions with the help of this diary, through this seemingly chatty diary. Suche's mood is important to Nick Fury. Even how to appease Suche, how to make Suche increase his sense of identity with their world. Even blending into this world, treating this world as his world. This is extremely important to Nick Fury, especially after getting to know Suche's ability again, and even suspecting that Suche's strength is only a small part. Nick Fury takes Suche more seriously. The world needs a hero, a superhero who can stand up on the eve of destruction and save the world. Not to mention, Suche is also the Avenger of the parallel world, a superhero who has protected the Earth for more than 10 years. Whether it is his firm belief for more than 10 years, or his cognition of all major events related to the Earth in the future, the importance of this to their world is self-evident. It was like being among the three who got the Black Gold Diary from the very beginning. After reading the first diary, Nick Fury, the king of agents who has always doubted everything, is the most trusted person among the three diary holders. Because, whether it is Avengers, a concept super team that has ideas but has not yet been proposed, I was still shocked by the strong sense of despair in that diary. Nick Fury hopes that what this diary writes is true, although the idea is nasty. But if everything recorded in the diary is true, then even though the parallel world has been destroyed, but their world will have one more superhero who is determined, full of faith, able to protect the Earth, and has a clear understanding of the future. That's what Nick Fury needs most. The Earth has never been safe. Nick Fury has a clear understanding of this. For Suche, it can be said that in Nick Fury's heart, the importance of Suche has far exceeded that of other superheroes who have not yet appeared. Therefore, what Nick Fury hopes to see most is that Suche can regenerate emotions with other former comrades in arms, in order to slowly integrate into this world. That's why Nick Fury sent Natasha Romanoff to approach Suche. In the same way, this is also after Nick Fury saw in the diary that Wanda was his wife in the parallel world. Rather change the future than directly bring back the Wanda Pietro twins. As long as Suche can integrate into this world, form a bond with this world, become a part of this world, and become a superhero who guards this world. Well, whatever it takes, Nick Fury thinks it's worth it. So when you see what is described in the diary, the fifth diary is more like some daily life. There are many reasons why Nick Fury will be at ease in his heart. After all, compared to seeing the diary in the corner of the future, he would rather see a Suche whose mentality is gradually calming down. Which one is the most important, the best for the world? Nick Fury knows very clearly. Well, Nick Fury knows that well. But that doesn't mean other people know it well. Like Wanda right now. Looking at the description in the diary, I can't wait to stay in Pabwa and Teowalan Cafe every day. An inexplicable sourness rose in my heart. Although Sue is just her husband in a parallel world. But when I think of other women running into Teowalan Cafe every day, talk and laugh with my future husband every day, Wanda felt irritated for no reason. How could this be so? That is my future husband. What are you trying to do in front of him every day? But when I thought about it, I was only 14 years old now, and I was only 15 years old in more than a month. Wanda was a little discouraged. When can I grow up? On the sofa, watching and listening to Wanda's constantly changing expressions and small movements. Natasha Romanoff definitely knew what she was thinking. He raised his hand and rubbed Wanda's head with a smile. Natasha Romanoff is going to wait until after reading this diary, and then comfort this girl who is more mature, but still unable to escape the cranky thinking that should be at this age. It's like seeing Obadiah Stan on TV today, the person whom Tony regards as an uncle, said in front of the media, same as when it was time to get Tony back at all costs. Both Peepo and I have mocking eyes. Peepo saw Obadiah Stan and Tony being kidnapped, and he has been fighting for power and profit, wanting to make his position go to a higher place. even making Stark Industries hiss. But what I saw was an old fox who planned to kidnap Tony Stark, but pretended to be innocent and outraged in front of others. Oh right, perhaps one of the hatreds for the death of Wanda and Pietro's parents can also be placed on him. After all, many weapons from Stark Industries, including the missile that destroyed the Wanda family in Sokovia, were all secretly sold by him through his private channels without telling Stark Industries. See this sentence. Wanda's little tangled expression changed instantly. Chapter 41. Obadiah Stine is the CEO of Stark Industries, a member of the board of directors, and the current president of Stark Industries. Looking at the look on Wanda's face, Natasha Romanoff definitely knew what she was thinking. In fact, Natasha Romanoff also knows about Wanda's life experience, so she also understands the resentment towards Wanda. In fact, since the death of Mr. Howard Stark and his wife, Ms. Maria, Tony Stark has been in the care of Obadiah Stine. Obadiah Stine is responsible for the normal operation and business dealings of the Stark industry. Tony Stark is only responsible for researching the weapons needed by the Stark industry. It can be said that the combination of these two people is very suitable. One is not willing to manage the business, but only likes to study things and enjoy life, and is a playboy. And the other is obsessed with the control of Stark Industries. Looking at Wanda, Natasha Romanoff said seriously, "So, for what Sue wrote in his diary, those who bombed your homeland and killed your parents. I'm afraid it really will be Obadiah Stine's fault. After all, according to his status in Stark Industries, it is easy for him to seek personal gain and use private channels to sell weapons." Listen to Natasha Romanoff say that. There was a glint of gloom in Wanda's eyes. But even if the culprit is Obadiah Stine, that Tony Stark is still involved. Who made the missile that made us lose our parents? Hearing what Wanda said, Natasha Romanoff shrugged, but did not refute. Wanda can say this subconsciously. This proves that she has 100% trust in what Sue wrote in the diary. This also indirectly proves that the little girl Wanda has a very unusual feeling for Sue. It reminds me of the time when Peepo stayed in the coffee shop every day during the period I just read and didn't want to face the depressing office. A look of unnaturalness flashed across Wanda's expression. TSK. Seeing that Wanda really developed feelings for Sue through the diary. In other words, she really regarded Sue as her future husband. Well, leave that layer aside. Just talk about the relationship between Obadiah Stine and Tony Stark. The original purpose of knife manufacturers is to produce kitchen knives for cutting vegetables, which is convenient for people's lives. But if someone uses a vegetable knife to kill someone, can the knife manufacturer be blamed? The answer is obvious. But sometimes, the facts are true but the words cannot. At least, these words should not be said by myself. I am not qualified to persuade Wanda myself. Who told me that I was not clean either? When I was in the Red House, I made a lot of blood debts in order to survive. During the period of escaping from the Red House, how many innocent people were injured by bombing the hospital by himself and causing bloodshed? A person with a bloody debt and hands full of sins is not qualified to persuade others, even if he can get the so-called salvation. But that doesn't mean you're clean. Looking at Wanda's gloomy little face, Natasha Romanoff stretched out his arms to hug Wanda, as if silently comforting a little sister. Her fate is very bitter, but why is she not? So, what's going on? Pietro, who came out of the bedroom, was again at 10 o'clock in the evening. Saw the picture of Natasha Romanoff and Wanda hugging each other. What a scene of déjà vu. No, you women have so many whispers every night that you can't let others know. Why did I go out to the bathroom twice and see the same picture twice? Etc. This Natasha Romanoff, who became the guardian of herself and Wanda, can't be in. After all, Natasha Romanoff is so pretty and has such a good figure. But I never heard that she had a boyfriend. Thinking of the future, my sister, Wanda said to herself one day. She decides to marry Natasha Romanoff in the future and spend the rest of her life together. Pietro shivered subconsciously. No wonder Natasha Romanoff became her and Wanda's guardian. Damn it, it turned out that she had a crush on Wanda, so she wanted to cultivate a relationship in advance to start. What are you thinking about? He turned his head and looked at Pietro, who was standing not far from the sofa, who was thinking wildly at the moment. Wanda, who had a gloomy expression, immediately put away her expression and asked Pietro, "Why are you still sleeping so late?" "I'm going to go to the bathroom, you guys." Before Pietro finished speaking, Wanda said softly, "Since you are going to the bathroom, what are you doing there? Hurry up, go to bed after you're done. You have to go to school tomorrow." "Okay." Hearing what Wanda said, Pietro nodded subconsciously. "Then you too." Before he could finish speaking, he saw the look in Wanda's hand. Go to the bathroom cleanly, wash your hands and go to bed after using the toilet." When passing by the living room, I glanced at Wanda and Natasha Romanoff, who were whispering. Pietro hesitated for a moment, then quietly returned to his room. Turn off the light and lie on the bed looking at the ceiling. Pietro, who was still a little sleepy at first, now has no sleepiness with his eyes open. Natasha Romanoff likes girls. She actually likes women. And he also set his target on his own sister. Damn, how could she do this? Thinking back to just now, Natasha Romanoff put his arm around his sister's shoulders, and Wanda leaned on her very obediently. Thinking of this scene, Pietro felt a little irritable. I heard from the teachers at the school that the Organization for the Protection of Minors here is very strong. If you encounter domestic violence problems or feel threatened, you can go to them. So can I ask them for help? But why did Wanda not resist at all, but acted willingly? God, Wanda can't really be bent by Natasha Romanoff. If so, Wanda really likes Natasha Romanoff too. Then find that organization to forcibly separate Natasha Romanoff and Wanda. Doing so will surely make Wanda die of grief. I know very well how much Wanda longs for a complete family. Lie on the bed and thump twice. Pietro was very irritable at the moment. At the age of 14, he likes to think wildly in this night, completely insomnia. Chapter 42. Add another pair of horns. Picture the horns on Loki's helmet and the horns on the head of the fiery titan Surtr. Suche added a pair of red thumb file-size horns to Olivia Temple, the enemy, whose image is being set up in the system. Well, it is also the pioneer of the planet Devourer. Other people's silver surfers can have metallic silver all over their bodies, and they can fly into the sky on a skateboard. The Olivia Temple I created couldn't be so ordinary, could it? Looking at the height of 3 meters, it seems that there is dark brown magma flowing all over the body. Suche nodded in satisfaction. Just this size, plus dark red's evil eyes, and devil-like sharp horns on his head. Anyone who sees it and doesn't think it's an evil villain? System, I remember that in the mission, every time I kill the Olivia Temple I created, I will get an ability, right? Then the first time I killed it, what ability did I get? Looking at the system creation page, whether it is image, ability, or others, they are all enemies and villains created by themselves. Suche asked the system in satisfaction. The first time you kill the enemy, Olivia Temple, you will get one of the 2 rewards. 1. The Body of Superman, Advanced Defense Version. 2. Cyclops Advanced Version. Suche asked casually, but unexpectedly the system actually gave an answer. Looking at the rewards given by the system, Suche's eyes lit up instantly. Although the ability of Cyclops is also very strong. But there is really no first reward in sense. Even if the first reward is just an advanced defense version of Superman's body. What do you lack most now? It is a super defensive physique that can withstand bullets, bomb mushroom eggs, etc. The attacker of Hydra in Sokovia last time, if he hadn't perceived himself as in danger. I'm afraid a bullet will really take me away. Now, with this reward. Although it is only a defensive version of Superman's body, not all of Superman's abilities. But, in other words, doesn't it mean that he is at least full in defense? Don't forget, with this defense advanced version of Superman's body. From then on, I don't have to worry about danger. I can use the diary editing system to set up a superhero persona to convince the diary holder. So you can use other super abilities with peace of mind. Click on the rewards of the system with a hint of excitement. Blocked the second Cyclops option without any hesitation and clicked on the reward of Superman body. Soon, a detailed introduction to Superman's body, Advanced Defense Edition, appeared in front of Suche. System note, the advanced version of Superman's body defense, exempt from all physical rules and magic damage. At the same time, there is no need to worry about the weakening caused by kryptonite. Note, the body of Superman only increases the defense mechanism and does not mean that he can obtain all the abilities of Superman. To obtain other abilities, the host still needs to work hard. Seeing the simple introduction of the system, Suche's heart was filled with enthusiasm. The advanced defense version of Superman's body is much stronger than the original Superman's body. You must know that in DC Comics, although Superman's Iron Man is very strong, it has a fatal weakness. That's kryptonite. Both Batman and Zod used kryptonite to weaken and then defeat Superman. Most importantly, the original Superman's Iron Man was not immune to magical interference. It has appeared more than once in DC's comics. Dachau was intruded by the enemy's magic and even bewitched his mind. Therefore, whether it is Zatanna or Jia Kong, that group of demon mage is one of the group of people that Dachau least likes to confront. But now, the reward he got after killing Olivia Temple. You can directly get the advanced version, which can be called the perfect version of Superman's body. Well, with this advanced version of the full body of Superman's body defense, when the self-defense is full. From then on, I no longer have to worry about attacks and dangers. Coupled with the diary editing reward, Natasha Romanoff's trust value reached over 90%, and she gained 10 times the physical fitness of an ordinary person's peak. And other abilities. It can be said that in the near future, Jiang Lai, I am afraid that he will really become an existence that can single out Galactus. Thinking of this, Suche began to think about how to stage the big event he created. The early foreshadowing is enough, and the next step is to launch the enemy, Olivia Temple, from the system. At the same time, it must be beheaded. It must not be the kind of incident that can kill, but not kill. This is not only disgusting, but more importantly, it will be discovered by Nick Fury and others. This is not in line with the means of a villain who has more than 10 years of Avenger career and is a threat to the Earth. In the face of savable innocent people, it is definitely necessary to save. But in the face of villains who have the ability to threaten the Earth, or even destroy it, it should be decisive. This is what a qualified Earth Asgardian should do. Thinking of this, Suche began to think about how to invest in things that would convince him and maximize his benefits. Presumably, based on what I recorded in the fourth diary, Nick Fury should have sent someone to monitor jewelry stores all over New York. Well, I have to use it to bring the widow sister into the situation I set up. Without letting them see it with their own eyes, how can they improve their trust in the diary and refresh other new abilities? Chapter 43. Early the next morning. Did you not sleep well last night? Looking at Pietro, who came out of the wash, with some heavy eye circles, Wanda sat at the dining table and asked Pietro. It counts. Looking at Wanda, Pietro hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and sat on the dining table. In the kitchen, Natasha Romanoff, who came over with breakfast, sat at the table and added an extra hard-boiled egg to the plate in front of Wanda and Pietro. You are growing up, you should eat more. Only by absorbing enough nutrients can the body develop fully. Hearing what Natasha Romanoff said, Pietro struggled for a moment, then nodded. Wanda looked up at Natasha Romanoff instead. Thinking back to what I felt when I leaned on Natasha Romanoff to read Sue's diary last night. Subconsciously, he lowered his head and looked at his somewhat flat place. Then his eyes lit up, he smiled sweetly at Natasha Romanoff, and picked up the eggs and ate them. Seeing Wanda's delicious food, he tentatively sent the boiled egg on his plate to Wanda's plate. Then I saw that Wanda started to eat without any hesitation. It's over, as expected, my guess has come true. Pietro, who had been secretly watching Wanda from the corner of his eye just now, was more certain of his guess last night. You must know that although Wanda is not a picky eater, she doesn't like to eat chicken and boiled eggs that much. On the contrary, if there is a choice of food, then Wanda will never touch boiled eggs. But now, just after she handed over her boiled egg, Wanda ate it without hesitation. What does this mean? Prove that your guess is true. Wanda has really fallen and been bent. She really likes Natasha Romanoff. This is absolutely true. Otherwise, according to Wanda's personality, she would definitely tell herself to eat her own boiled eggs. But now, Wanda isn't just eating her share of hard-boiled eggs. He even ate the boiled egg that he handed over. Isn't this the best proof? Because Natasha Romanoff gets up early to cook boiled eggs. Pietro's brainstorming continued, but Natasha Romanoff looked at Wanda eating boiled eggs with the same smile on his face. Just now Wanda's immature body was compared with her own. What she was thinking, she definitely knew. But Natasha Romanoff is not going to tell Wanda that eating eggs won't make her bigger. After breakfast, Natasha Romanoff drove Wanda and Pietro to school. Along the way, Pietro sat in the back row and was very tangled. Wait until you get off the bus and enter the school gate. After watching Natasha Romanoff leave, Wanda suddenly said to Pietro, "Tell me, what are you struggling with?" "Oh." Pietro, who was still immersed in his own thoughts, suddenly heard Wanda's inquiry and subconsciously looked at Wanda. "Pietro, I'm your older sister. We grew up together. We suffer from insomnia and entanglement. Do you think I can't see it?" Not. Looking at Wanda, who stared at him with burning eyes. Pietro hesitated for a while, and then whispered to Wanda, "Wanda, although you have always claimed to be my sister, I think you know that I am actually the big brother. It's just, I want to say that I thought about it all night, and finally I still think, as long as you can feel happy. You know, as long as you can feel happy, that's enough." Looking at it, he took a deep breath, and then he was very serious about himself, saying these confusing words. Wanda raised her hand and tapped Pietro's head. "What are you thinking about all day?" "No, it's your choice for the other half, and I definitely support it." Looking at Wanda, Pietro said seriously, "We are siblings, whoever you like is your freedom. No matter what others say, I will stand firmly by your side." "You knew already?" Listening to Pietro's words, watching Pietro make up his mind after struggling. Wanda also thought that he had discovered that he had a crush on Suche, his future husband from a parallel world. There is an unusual feeling that Pietro discovered. I thought that the reason Pietro was struggling was because he was only 14 years old. I'm not stupid. We grew up together. How could I not see it? After the words were spoken, Pietro felt a lot more relaxed. On the contrary, Wanda was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "Let's talk about the future. I'm still young, just wait." "All right, anyway, I respect you as a big brother." "Hey, Pietro, remember, I'm the older sister." While talking, the twins walked towards the classroom with different misunderstandings. On the other side, in the car, "Natasha Romanoff, come to SHILD immediately. Something is wrong. It's about Suche." Listen to the serious tone of Nick Fury on the other end of the phone. Natasha Romanoff, who had a relaxed expression, stepped on the accelerator instantly and drove towards the place where the Quinjet fighter was. Well, whoever made Natasha Romanoff Wanda and Pietro's guardian was in New York, in the headquarters of the SHILD Trident Building, in Washington, D.C. Chapter 44. Trident Building Headquarters. Natasha Romanoff, who hurried back in a Quinjet fighter, followed Nick Fury's instructions all the way to the 17th floor, the research room of the Trident Building. "Boss, what happened?" Looking at Nick Fury standing outside the clear glass, observing the research laboratory, Natasha Romanoff asked, "Remember what Suche wrote in his diary, that one of the abilities named Olivia Temple, nicknamed Balrog?" In the face of Nick Fury's questioning, Natasha Romanoff immediately said, "Remember, according to Sue's description in the diary, Olivia Temple guessed that it was an enemy from a different dimension. At the same time, it has the ability to confuse others, according to what is said in the diary. The more evil a person is in his heart, the more he will be seduced by Olivia Temple." Listening to Natasha Romanoff's answer, Nick Fury nodded with a serious expression. A report was also delivered to Natasha Romanoff. "Didn't Suche be attacked 2 days ago? According to what he told you after you confessed your identity as an SHILD agent. A man who was bewitched by Olivia Temple is no longer human. I asked Hill to lead someone to bring back the attacker who was turned into a mummy by Suche, and let the experimenters conduct research. It was found that there was nothing unusual." Having said that, Nick Fury stared seriously at the guy in the laboratory who was being dissected at the moment. According to Suche's diary, Olivia Temple can draw energy from jewelry. So since Suche was attacked, I had the SHILD satellite monitor jewelry stores all over New York. Sure enough, just last night, a jewelry store on 7th Street in New York was attacked. This is the guy who raided an entire jewelry store by himself. When the SHILD agent near New York was sent by me to arrest him. This guy is extremely strong against ability. It took a lot of money to kill him and bring him back. Turning his head, he looked at Natasha Romanoff. Romanoff was reading the report. Nick Fury said seriously, "The heart and the head are the two fatal weaknesses of the common people, and it is useless to hit him." It was one of the detectives who accidentally hit the back of his neck when he shot, and he was killed on the spot. Heart, liver, spleen, lung, and kidney are all gone. Looking at what was shown in the report, dissect this bewitched corpse. It was found that this guy didn't have any internal organs of ordinary people in the corpse. Instead, it was a 3-meter-long bloodthirsty mouthparts that looked like a tongue, with densely packed dozens of sharp teeth. Natasha Romanoff frowned and asked Nick Fury, "What is this tongue-like thing?" It seems that even the vampires and legendary are not so disgusting. It's not clear yet. The experimenter is testing. As for whether bloodthirsty, or whether the tongue projected from the mouth is also contagious, whether it can transform the common people into their own kind, and whether there are other weaknesses besides the cervical spine and the neck, we don't know anything at this time. Having said that, Nick Fury looked at Natasha Romanoff and said seriously, "Just like what Sue said, people transformed by Olivia Temple ability can no longer be called human beings. More like a humanoid monster. If this monster has the ability to transform common people, then Natasha Romanoff, you should be able to imagine the degree of threat it will cause." Facing Nick Fury's extremely serious expression, Natasha Romanoff said with an equally serious expression, "I've seen the Resident Evil movie and the comics about the big events in the DC zombie universe shot a few years ago. Once you are bitten or scratched like a zombie, you will also become a zombie. I'm afraid it won't be long before the whole of New York will be reduced to a living hell. So I understand what you mean. I will go to Sue immediately and have a serious talk with him." Whether Marvel is a movie universe or comics, there are DC comics, and the same DC comics seem to have Marvel comics. Definitely, the latter is not sure. Because apart from some classic DC comics, I haven't read more DC Universe comics. Watching Natasha Romanoff has realized the seriousness of the matter. Nick Fury nodded. That's why I called you back. Natasha Romanoff, Sue once wrote in his diary that among all the superheroes in the entire Avengers Alliance, your position in his heart is different. Plus, with Sue's identity, he knows the seriousness of the matter, so I believe you will be able to convince him. I'll go now. Nodding solemnly, Natasha Romanoff was just about to return the report to Nick Fury. But I saw Nick Fury shaking his head. Take this report. Now this matter is except for the researchers in the laboratory. Only you, me, and he'll know. Nick, are you suspicious of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I get it. Nodding slightly, Natasha Romanoff looked at Nick Fury. Perhaps it is true as Sue said, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not trustworthy yet. But fortunately, I am trustworthy in Sue's diary. Otherwise, according to your guess Nick, once this thing comes true, then this kind of thing will be terrible. However, I really want to meet the me in Sue's world and see what kind of abilities she has, so that she can have such an important position and evaluation in the heart of a superhero like Sue. Chapter 45. Watch as Natasha Romanoff leaves with the report. Maria Hill pushed the door open and walked in. Hill, how are your preparations going? Seeing Hill approaching, Nick Fury asked with a serious expression. It's almost ready. According to the test by Dr. S.H.I.E.L.D., he still has vital signs. After thawing, his vital signs are returning to normal. I just don't know when I will wake up. After answering Nick Fury's question, Hill said with a little emotion, I didn't expect that we could really find this frozen legendary hero. Not to mention, it has been almost 70 years, and he is still so young, and he is still alive after being frozen for nearly 70 years. God, I simply suspect that the serum that Dr. Abraham Erskine injected into the legendary hero was not a super soldier's serum. It's the serum extracted from Superman's body in the comics. Listening to Hill's emotion, Nick Fury didn't say much. Indeed, it was discovered from the records in Sue Che's diary. When Steve Rogers, the legendary who had been frozen in sleep for nearly 70 years, was still alive. Nick Fury felt a little incredible. Then, using the power and technology of S.H.I.E.L.D., they searched frantically at the North Pole mentioned in Sue Che's diary. Unexpectedly, it was actually found. After hearing the news, Nick Fury immediately asked people to bring back the frozen and sleeping Steve Rogers. At the same time, let Hill start preparations and start to restore a scene of the building in that year. Well, Nick Fury is also worried. This superhero who has been sleeping for nearly 70 years wouldn't be able to accept awakening coming. Half a century has passed. Let's find a way to wake up this legendary hero with all our strength. As for the others, I think he will accept it slowly. Look at the humanoid being dissected in the laboratory behind the clear glass. Nick Fury said in a low voice to Hill. Well, if Steve Rogers wakes up, he really can't accept this news. In other words, it is impossible to integrate into this new world. Then send him directly to Teowalan Cafe to be with Sue Che. One is the superhero who came to this world because of the destruction of the parallel world. One is Captain Legendary, who has been sleeping for 70 years and was abandoned by the original world. I believe that in this era that does not belong to them, but has to gradually integrate into this era. The two of them must have a lot in common. Well, let's not talk about it. Looking at it this way, maybe the two of them will really get along very well. New York, Peach Blossom Cafe. I think you should promote Selena to store manager. Looking at the front of the counter, Selena always keeps a sweet smile on the guests. Even when the piece is dirty, she will deal with it as soon as possible. Natasha Romanoff sat opposite Sue Che with a cup of coffee and said with a smile, She is the hardest working girl I have ever seen. I mean in this coffee shop. It can be seen that she is very responsible. Whether it is for customers or other things, she is very attentive. Speaking of this, Natasha Romanoff raised an eyebrow at Sue Che. You should know that the other girls in the store, including some female customers who approached you, are just to lure you to the bedroom and want to try the mysterious oriental lash. Only Selena wants to become a store manager and is working hard for it. Hearing what Natasha Romanoff said, Sue Che glanced at Selena who was standing inside the counter, smiling at the customers who came to buy coffee. Then he nodded. That's true. After the account reconciliation is completed at the end of the month, it belongs to Selena's longing for the position of store manager. Maybe I will hand it over to her. But before that, are you sure you came here today to talk to me about this? Looking at Natasha Romanoff while holding a coffee. Tell me, what do you want me to do this time? If it's a collaboration with S.H.I.E.L.D., then forget it. Like I said, I don't trust the current S.H.I.E.L.D. After speaking, Sue Che picked up the coffee and took a sip. In fact, hand-ground black coffee has no added sugar and tastes a bit sour and bitter. Most people really can't accept it. But if you can accept this taste, Then the unique, burn aroma of black coffee is really memorable. Instead of cooperating with SHILD, we discovered the humanoid monster you mentioned last time. After handing over the information to Suche, Natasha Romanoff's expression became serious again from the joke just now. Sue, you should be the one who knows this kind of humanoid monster best. After all, you are the first to come into contact with it. I don't know if you've seen the Resident Evil movie. We're not sure if this humanoid monster is contagious right now. After all, the kind of tongue-like mouthparts that can be spit out from the mouth are too scary. Once a monster like this is contagious, it can turn common people into monsters like them. Then I'm afraid it won't be long before this world will completely fall. After speaking, he looked at Suche, who was flipping through the report he had brought. Natasha Romanoff said solemnly, I know you don't trust SHILD, and that's okay. But I hope you can trust me. Chapter 46. In August, the warm sunshine shines on the body through the transparent glass. It makes people feel warm. But sitting in the coffee shop by the window, Suche could feel a chill at this moment. If it wasn't for this dissected Olivia Temple's men created it herself, then I really thought that I had traveled to the Blood Clan movie world. Well, although I know what's going on. But it's clear that SHILD's analysis has gone too far. In particular, the anatomical pictures are accompanied by a detailed analysis report. The 3-meter-long mouthparts covered with sharp teeth, as well as dissected pictures. Even the most important remarks in the report. It has not yet been analyzed whether it is highly contagious. In order to prevent accidents, once it is found to be contagious, it is recommended to take the highest level of prevention. Anyone who has been in contact with it can use physical methods to deal with it if necessary. Well, what is the physical way to deal with it? To put it simply, it is anyone who has come into contact with Olivia Temple's subordinates. In order to prevent infection, the best option is to eliminate directly. Closing the report in his hand, Suche looked at Natasha Romanoff and asked, Where did you catch this person who was bewitched by the Balrog? Inside a jewelry store on 7th Street. Facing Suche, Natasha Romanoff told all the known news without any hesitation. Unnecessary. After hearing the news from Natasha Romanoff, Suche said, Let go of that poor clerk who was locked up by you last night. As for what you are most worried about, the thing that was bewitched by Olivia Temple and turned into a humanoid monster in the name of evolution is actually not contagious. It won't be like zombies. After common people are scratched or bitten, they will assimilate into zombies. The mouthparts covered with sharp teeth in the report are just the weapons of that kind of humanoid monster. Except for Olivia Temple originally, his other subordinates don't have the ability to bewitch. Having said that, Suche paused. The coffee in my hand felt a little cold. It was placed directly on the table. In fact, Olivia Temple is able to turn people into that humanoid monster. On the one hand, he can use his spiritual power to create extremely evil scenes in the spiritual world of the bewitched person. Then he can arouse the evil thoughts in the heart of the evil person and amplify them infinitely. After these people's spiritual thoughts are controlled and they become the so-called believers of Olivia Temple, he will put a trace of flowing magma on his body. Well, let's call it magma for the time being, because it is very similar, but I don't know what it is. This is a substance that has never existed on the earth. After dissolving this peeled magma in water and drinking it by his followers, those believers will evolve into the guy you captured, becoming a humanoid monster. Returning the report to Natasha Romanoff, Suche glanced at the cold coffee. After thinking about it, he picked it up and took a sip. It is not good to waste the business in your own store. This humanoid monster only knows to obey the orders of Olivia Temple. And without any pain or fear, it can be said to be his best tool, man who can be discarded at any time. Weaknesses such as the brain, heart, etc. that are fatal to the common people have no effect on this humanoid monster. The only weakness is the cervical spine. Once the cervical spine is penetrated or cut off, the monster will lose its vitality. Hearing Suche tell himself everything, Natasha Romanoff put away the report and asked seriously, Nasu, what should we do next? The whole city of supervisors. Facing Natasha Romanoff's inquiry, Suche pondered for a moment. I don't know what the price for Olivia Temple to come to this world across dimensions. But obviously, compared to before, his strength has been weakened a lot. It can be seen from the fact that there was only one humanoid monster last night. Otherwise, according to his ability, you should have faced hundreds of monsters last night. Having said that, Suche fixed his gaze on Natasha Romanoff's eyes. Humanoid monsters are easy to deal with. As long as the cervical spine is amputated, they will lose their vitality. However, there is one thing. Although Olivia Temple has lost most of her abilities, she is not something that the current SHILD can defeat. Natasha Romanoff, I don't trust SHILD, but I trust you. Looking at Natasha Romanoff, Suche's eyes were full of trust at the moment. It's as if the eyes are not looking at Natasha Romanoff, but looking at the partner who has lived and died together countless times in memory. Well, that's the benefit of system simulation. Otherwise, even the most powerful actor, in front of a professional agent like Natasha Romanoff, it will also show its feet. If you can't kill Olivia Temple before she fully recovers, perhaps this time the Earth will face big trouble. Facing the look in Suche's eyes at this moment, Natasha Romanoff, who had already seen various big scenes, felt an inexplicable tremor in her heart at this moment. Although the words in front of me are speaking to myself, but Natasha Romanoff can feel that the eyes of absolute trust, the trust that is so heavy that she is even willing to give her back to herself, is not for herself, but to someone he once knew, the one named Natasha Romanoff, flashed through my mind, mentioned in the Black Gold Diary. Suche's affection for Natasha Romanoff originally thought that he already knew enough about the parallel world, and that Natasha Romanoff had a lot in his heart. But now it seems, after all, I still underestimated that heavy feeling. What the hell did Natasha Romanoff from that alternate universe do? Only then can the guy in front of him have the trust that he is willing to entrust his life. Inexplicably, Natasha Romanoff was a little envious of herself in the parallel world in the diary. Perhaps this is why in the Black Gold Diary, the parallel world self. In the end, I would rather give up my life than bring back the lost ones. What I longed for all my life seems to have really come true in the parallel world. Taking a long breath, he forcibly dispelled the feeling in his heart. As a professional agent, Natasha Romanoff knows that this is not the time to express her emotions and emotions. It's just that even she didn't notice it, the voice that asked Suche was inexplicably astringent. Sour? Or bitter? Who knows? If. Facing Suche, Natasha Romanoff asked softly, if the Olivia Temple you mentioned is fully restored. So how terrifying is he? And besides monitoring jewelry stores all over the city, what other preparations do we need to do? As a professional agent, Natasha Romanoff must ask clearly about the enemies she will face. Even if she really wanted to call Nick Fury right now and ask him to follow Suche's arrangement. Chapter 47. How terrifying would it be if Olivia Temple regained her full strength? Facing Natasha Romanoff's question, Suche leaned back on the seat. His gaze seemed to flash a flash of memory. Once, I faced Olivia Stein's believers with my friend. Can you imagine facing thousands of monsters who lose their minds and are like zombies in your mouth, with disgusting but sharp and deadly mouthparts? I've experienced it myself. Looking at Natasha Romanoff, Suche said softly, that battle finally forced us to use the ultimate power to lift a whole piece of mountain land into the air and finally detonate and destroy it at high altitude. Actually, I don't know how strong Olivia Temple's ability was in its heyday, a self-proclaimed messenger of the gods. But I have repelled him more than once and sent him back to another dimension. The only pity is that I have not been able to completely kill him on Earth. But this time, I'm not going to let him go. Looking into Natasha Romanoff's eyes again, Suche's expression was serious at this moment. You don't know my past, and SHILD can't investigate my past. But that's okay, one day you'll find out. But before that, Natasha Romanoff, I need you to inform Nick Fury. If you don't want the whole of New York to become an ocean, if you don't want this city with a population of nearly 10 million to completely sink into an ocean, then don't make any small moves. Even if you want to capture monsters for research, you can't make preparations to prevent similar situations from happening in the future. Shut up SHILD's curiosity in the face of special events, and also warn the military and disaster management in New York. Sometimes the heavy price is absolutely unacceptable to them. Listen to Suche's words of warning. Natasha Romanoff nodded slightly. Obviously, Natasha Romanoff can feel unprecedented seriousness from Suche's words. At the same time, what Suche just said, he and his friends, should be referring to the Avengers in the parallel world. But what do the last few sentences mean? Suche once said in his diary more than once that the current SHILD is not trustworthy, and then added the military and the disaster management agency. Could it be that these two departments also have forces that Suche doesn't trust at all? Moreover, it seems that the Disaster Management Bureau has not yet been established. Well, that's what I said to myself on purpose, so that I could remind Nick Fury. Or has Suche forgotten that the current so-called Post-Disaster Management Bureau is actually just an empty shelf? TSK. However, SHILD is not to be trusted if it is related to what Suche wrote in his diary. Then, this thing is really interesting. It is simply full of information. I'm going to tell Nick Fury the whole thing, including your warning. Looking at Su-che, Natasha Romanoff nodded. I think Nick should understand the importance of this matter. If there are no accidents, this time I should be fully cooperating with you on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm looking forward to fighting side by side. Looking at Natasha Romanoff, Su-che's voice was slightly soft. It seemed like he was talking about something that he had been looking forward to for a long time. I am looking forward too. Looking at Su-che, Natasha Romanoff answered very seriously. From the beginning, she didn't intentionally ask why Su-che knew that the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was Nick Fury. In fact, after 3 trials, although not comprehensive, Natasha Romanoff also believes that there is no need to test again and again. Anyway, she is willing to believe that Su-che is a superhero from a parallel world. As for whether Nick Fury is still with a trace of doubt, Natasha Romanoff said it doesn't matter. After all, when did the guy Nick Fury trust a thing 100%? Well, Hill is an exception. 10 minutes later, in the car. Yes, from now on I will give you the authority and personnel to monitor the whole city, and you can cooperate with Su-che in any action. Listening to Natasha Romanoff's report, Nick Fury didn't have any hesitation at all. As for the military, I'll let someone handle it. Speaking of this, Nick Fury pinched the center of his brows with some headaches. That's it, Natasha Romanoff. Just cooperate with Sue. Although Sue doesn't currently trust S.H.I.E.L.D., this is the key to improving your trust with him. Perhaps after this matter is over, we can obtain some useful information through Sue. Clear. Nodding emphatically, Natasha Romanoff knows what Nick Fury is talking about. The information he said was just to be confirmed by Su-che solemnly. The so-called current S.H.I.E.L.D. is not trustworthy. After all, it is because S.H.I.E.L.D. has other parties or its own forces in S.H.I.E.L.D. Or, the reason S.H.I.E.L.D. is truly untrustworthy. Because of HYDRA. And Natasha Romanoff knows, Nick Fury is already on the verge of the ladder. After hanging up the video call, Nick Fury leaned back in his seat and frowned. He has seen too many storms and waves, and he is inexplicably tired at this moment. TSK. From Natasha Romanoff's report just now, it's not hard to hear, whether it's the empty post-disaster reconstruction agency or the people on Ross's side. It seems that there is that faint shadow. Does that mean that since that damned shadow can infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. and these departments, so can it penetrate into other industries? What about Congress? What about the World Security Council? What about high-level executives from all walks of life? Damn, hadn't Hydra been wiped out long ago? Although there are still some Hydra hidden here and there in the corners of this world. However, if it is said that they have infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. or the senior management of various industries, well, Nick Fury really doesn't want to believe it. But, except for this kind of speculation, Nick Fury couldn't think of the reason. That's why Su-che distrusts the current S.H.I.E.L.D. so much. Pick up the phone and want to call Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the current Secretary General of S.H.I.E.L.D. But just as he picked up the phone, he put it down again. Although, I don't want to doubt Alexander Pierce. However, if it is really like what Su-che recorded in the Black Gold Diary, in case S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated by HYDRA, then as the former S.H.I.E.L.D. director with great ability, Alexander Pierce, what role does he play in it? After all, Pierce, who has controlled S.H.I.E.L.D. for more than 10 years, has a very good ability. If he didn't realize it at all, then Nick Fury would rather believe that the world will end tomorrow. Can't imagine this thing. However, as the king of agents, as the master of S.H.I.E.L.D. But Nick Fury knew that this matter might really have something to do with Alexander Pierce. No matter how much I trust him. However, there are some things that you must do yourself. Heaving a sigh of relief, Nick Fury picked up the phone and asked when Captain America Steve Rogers would wake up. Perhaps, wait for these 2 people who were also abandoned by the world to get together. Then many things should be solved. Compared to this, the villain Olivia Temple in New York is not important. Nick Fury believes that Su-che, the Avenger of the parallel world, has the ability to solve this matter. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't mess with it. Chapter 48. In the evening, New York, S.H.I.E.L.D. monitors the entire city base. So, this is what you wear when you fight. Looking at a gorgeous silver and white cloak armor, the face is only covered with a visor covering the eyes. But I couldn't tell what Su-che looked like. This surprised Natasha Romanoff. As a professional agent, Natasha Romanoff can't say she has a photographic memory. But after being in contact with Su-che for more than 2 months, Su-che's face has long been engraved in his heart. How could he not recognize him just by wearing a handsome visor? But the reality is, the Su-che in front of him just covered the area around his eyes. But I have a very strange feeling. This surprised Natasha Romanoff. This visor has a vision function. As long as you wear this visor, others will not be able to tell the face of the visor's owner. Well, It's similar to the glasses of Superman in the comics, except that Superman relies on his own ability, and the glasses are just decorations. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's surprised look, Suche explained, "This outfit is an extra gift from the system. As a superhero, how can you do without a handsome outfit? You can't face supervillains in normal clothes. It's very out of style. It's really convenient." Hearing Suche's explanation, Natasha Romanoff nodded. "It will be much more convenient for you in the future. At least you don't have to worry about being recognized after saving the world. It's also because there are too few Avengers Alliance superheroes." Leaning in front of the cabinet with Natasha Romanoff, arms folded, watching several staff members in front of them monitor the whole of New York through dozens of screens, Suche said softly, "On the one hand, superhero is just a job identity, and it's best to separate work from personal life. On the other hand, there are too few superheroes now, and if a superhero appears by chance, then the common people can't help but want to dig and disturb because of their novelty hunting mentality. Unnecessarily, it will cause a lot of trouble. But it will be fine in the future. When there are more superheroes and common people are used to it, maybe there is no need to hide their identity." Listening to Suche's talk from experience, Natasha Romanoff nodded slightly. In Natasha Romanoff's mind, Suche must be very experienced in this area. After all, they had been Avengers for more than 10 years before the destruction of the parallel world. So it is absolutely correct to listen to him in this regard. Work is work and life is life. If they get mixed up and cannot be distinguished, I am afraid that my life will also become a mess. This is what Natasha Romanoff had in mind. "I also don't like being disturbed by various tasks in my daily life. I thought you'd come with 2 cups of coffee." Looking at Suche with folded arms and a smile, Natasha Romanoff shrugged and said, "After all, it's already past 10 o'clock, and no one knows when the disaster of unrest will happen tonight. And you are so convenient as the owner of the coffee shop. It's really unreasonable not to bring a few cups of coffee to refresh yourself. You have coffee here." Looking at the coffee cups placed in front of the staff, Suche turned his head and asked Natasha Romanoff, "Come on, it's the instant one." Leaning against the cabinet speechlessly, Natasha Romanoff spread her hands and said, "I don't know why. SHILD's logistics side can save more and more money now. When I was first brought into SHILD by Barton, both the work meals and the coffee were the best. But now, the late-night work meal has become a simple sandwich, and the coffee is the kind that is instant in a bag. Sometimes, even the application for funds is greatly discounted. It is clear that SHILD can apply for a large sum of money from the World Security Council every year. But Nick Fury is getting more and more stingy. You know, even the dinners and breakfasts I make for Wanda and Pietro will enrich the food according to the body they need now. But SHILD's late-night work meal is just a few sandwiches. Can you believe it?" Listening to Natasha Romanoff's complaints, Suche didn't speak. Natasha Romanoff's complaints should correspond to the fact that Nick Fury embezzled the money and is building a moon base. This is not a small project, and it cannot be known to too many people. That's why Natasha Romanoff feels that Nick Fury is getting more and more stingy. How are Wanda and Pietro doing now? As if chatting, Suche intentionally or unintentionally asked about Wanda and Pietro's current living conditions. Although I know that the reason why Wanda and Pietro appeared in New York was that they were adopted by the widow sister and became their guardians. A large reason is caused by the stories I compiled in my diary. But, even so, Suche had to pretend not to know, and then asked Natasha Romanoff inadvertently. Turning her head to look at Suche, Natasha Romanoff smiled. "It's okay. Although these 2 little guys are only 14 years old, they still have a trace of hostility in their hearts. But it may have something to do with their experience. But it doesn't matter. As the warm daily life gradually fills up the vacancy in their hearts, I believe they will become better. Wanda is still relatively well-behaved, and her academic performance is pretty good. As for Pietro, he has a lot of ideas. Although his grades are not very good, his athletic ability is not bad." Having said that, Natasha Romanoff turned her head to look at Suche and said with a smile, "Wanda and Pietro will have their birthdays in a few days. As the guardian sister, I have to make some preparations. The 2 little ones haven't had a birthday since their parents passed away. So, since I am their guardian and their elder sister now, then this kind of thing should naturally be done by me." Before Natasha Romanoff could finish speaking, the SHILD staff sitting in the chairs in front were in charge of monitoring the whole city through dozens of screens. Immediately said, "Sir, something unusual happened." Hearing what the staff said, Natasha Romanoff and Suche looked at each other. He immediately walked to the monitor. Chapter 49. "Sir, according to surveillance, Riots broke out on Fifth Avenue, Brooklyn, Queens, and Bronx at almost the same time. Look at the situation displayed on the monitor. The person in charge of monitoring quickly reported to Natasha Romanoff. The people who attacked the jewelry store clashed with some guards and even gang members. In addition, sir, these attackers are very fast, and they escaped almost immediately after they succeeded. And based on the escape routes they chose from all directions, we simulated an attacker's final location. With that said, the person in charge of monitoring directly called up a holographic roadmap. On the roadmap, the red dot symbolizing the attacker at this moment is rushing towards the same target at an extremely fast speed. Look at the simulated location based on the attacker's escape route. Natasha Romanoff immediately turned to look at Su-Che. Although Nick is getting more and more stingy now, I think he should be willing to give compensation if there is an accidental damage. Yes, according to the direction in which those red dots on the hologram are gathering. Impressively, it is the direction of Su-Che's Teowalan Cafe. Well, across from Stark Industries. Seeing that the final location was determined, Su-Che's eyes were concentrated, and a trace of murderousness exuded from his body. Olivia Temple should come here again. This time, I will completely eliminate him here. Then I'll go drive. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from Su-Che, Natasha Romanoff immediately stood up and prepared to act. Too slow. Walking out of the room with Natasha Romanoff, Su-Che said in a deep voice, "Hold on to me." Although I don't know what Su-Che wants to do. But Natasha Romanoff grabbed Su-Che's arm without hesitation. Following Natasha Romanoff's movements, a cloud of white rose from under the two of them. Then the cloud and mist seemed to be solidified, and the two of them rose into the sky directly. In the air, as if the solid clouds soared up. Almost in the blink of an eye, a long pale blue water bridge appeared in front of the two of them. Condensed clouds and mist fell on the water bridge, and the light blue water bridge flowed extremely fast in the next second. The powerful kinetic energy generated by the extremely fast-flowing water bridge made the two of them fly towards the Teowalan Cafe. If it wasn't for Natasha Romanoff holding Su-Che's arm, Su-Che's waist would also be held by Su-Che. Then the huge amounts of inertia may directly make Natasha Romanoff fall backwards from the air. Are all your abilities so convenient? In the air, experience the water bridge flowing under your feet as if it were real. That feeling is as novel as gliding on ice at extreme speed. Natasha Romanoff ignored the gust of wind whizzing past her ears, and then said to Su-Che, "If I had your kind of ability, then I wouldn't even need to fly a Quinjet fighter jet for missions in the future." Inside SHILD. Look at the pictures sent back from the SHILD satellite in space. Nick Fury had a serious expression, but Maria Hill said, "This ability is really convenient. If every one of our SHILD agents knows this ability, then the money left over from the annual budget alone is enough to add a few important parts to our moon base." Listening to Hill's banter, Nick Fury looked into the frame. The water bridge flowing in front of the two of them continued to appear out of thin air, as if a passage had been opened in the air. Nick Fury said in a deep voice, "Has Ross been notified?" "The notice has been issued. Although it is not from a department, Ross will obviously not send people from the military to make trouble. At the same time, the police department has also communicated in the name of S.H.I.E.L.D. At least until the matter is over, those people will not attack rashly for no reason." Having said that, Maria Hill looked at Nick Fury and said, "But even though it's already 10 o'clock in the evening, there are still many people and vehicles on the street. So if there is no accident, this big event should be recorded. When these people face the danger of sudden changes and choose to call the police as soon as possible, if there are no National Guards and people from the police station at the scene. Nick, I fear they will face public accountability after the fact." Hearing Hill's words, Nick Fury gave her a noncommittal look. "They were held accountable. What does it have to do with us, SHILD? Although we took the initiative to communicate with them about this matter, SHILD, so that they don't have to intervene. However, if the pressure of public accountability is given to them, it will be given to them. Let's just stay invisible." Listen to what Nick Fury has said. Hill is used to it. Yeah, there's the pressure of public accountability on both sides of them. What does this have to do with us, SHILD? Everyone is not in the same system. If there is a panic, someone must take the blame. Then if you don't take the blame, who will take the blame? What? SHILD keeping them out? Heh, how many people in the public know about the existence of SHILD? Maybe people thought it was a department you deliberately made up to shirk responsibility. As for if something like this happens again in the future, will the two departments not cooperate? Just kidding. By the way, Nick, if Su-Che's Peach Blossom Forest Cafe is damaged in a fierce battle later, do we, SHILD, need compensation? Looking at Nick Fury, Maria Hill asked, "According to the data, Teowalan Cafe doesn't seem to have any insurance measures. Definitely need compensation." With a rare laugh, Nick Fury said, "Although the post-disaster reconstruction department has not been formally determined, it is just an empty shelf. But this is the first time that SHILD's jurisdiction has faced a big event. In addition, Su Che is one of the targets we want to recruit, so we SHILD have to show some responsibility. And how do we make money without compensation? Just pay according to the store's highest standard. You should remember this matter. Afterwards, don't forget to apply for compensation from the World Security Council for the compensation amount of SHIELD. Still according to the previous rules, should SHILD keep 90% of the compensation amount reported 10 times? Listening to Nick Fury, Maria Hill nodded. That's fine. Otherwise, every few days I would always forge weapons and equipment. The Quinjet fighter jets would be damaged in missions and aerospace aircraft carrier maintenance, and the research and development costs of the dark matter research base. After a long time, the World Security Council will become suspicious. Well, as Nick Fury's right-hand man, for the money of the Security Council of the Underworld, Maria Hill has already done it extremely skillfully. Who told her that she was sent by the World Security Council to supervise Nick Fury? Chapter 50. At the same time, the streets of Manhattan. Although it is already past 10 o'clock in the evening, the streets are still full of people and traffic. Just as the pedestrians were enjoying the quiet night, the ground suddenly shook in the next second. Before everyone could react, the originally flat and wide road exploded and shattered with a boom. Immediately, a wave of heat gushed out from the ground. Dark red, magma-like things continuously sprang out of the hole and quickly began to corrode everything around. Then, a 3-meter-tall man with curved horns on his head, and his whole body was covered with dark red magma. A demon-like monster jumped out of the ground. This sudden scene frightened many people around, especially after seeing that demon-like thing in mythology jumping out from the ground. Some timid people were so scared that they hid in the corner and their legs were weak, while more people screamed and ran away in a panic. Oh my God! Inside the cafe, seeing this scene, Selena subconsciously widened her eyes. Originally, she was on the day shift and didn't have to work here at night. But a waiter broke up with her because of something. I originally thought that the cafe would close at 11 o'clock at night. From 5 o'clock in the afternoon to 11 o'clock, without being busy during the day, plus the daytime salary, I can get 2 days' salary by myself. Unexpectedly, this situation happened to me now. God. He stared wide-eyed at the devil-like guy with horns on the street, not far away. Selena felt that her legs were a little weak. The doomsday has come. The demons from hell that are said in the Bible have come to the world. The doomsday has come, but I haven't become the store manager yet. Look at the guy who seems to have magma flowing all over his body. The first thought in Selena's mind was that the doomsday was coming and the demons would recover. Immediately afterwards, there was an extremely strong unwillingness to become the manager of the coffee shop, especially watching this demon wielding a huge flaming chain. With just one blow, the cars on both sides of the road were smashed, and then there was a violent explosion, even after the glass of the coffee shop was shattered. Selena collapsed to the ground, her eyes full of despair. There were screams of fear and escape from outside. Selena felt that she was completely dead now, especially when I saw dozens of disgusting guys with terrifying appearances and long tongues sticking out of their mouths surrounding that demon. From time to time, you can still hear that monster-like, creepy roar. Selena's tears of despair flowed down involuntarily. God, the end is coming. Just when Selena was full of helplessness, despair, and unwillingness to face death before becoming a store manager. In the sky, an extremely gorgeous light blue water bridge appeared out of thin air. Immediately, a superhero dressed in white battle armor, with a silver-white cloak on his shoulders and a savior with his feet on the clouds, descended from the sky with a woman in his arms. The moment it landed, the superhero with the white cloak on his shoulders waved his hand, and dozens of ice arrows emitting a cold light attacked the group of monsters. And those monsters surrounding the demon rushed towards the two people on the ground with long, terrifying, and disgusting mouthparts. Seeing this scene, Selena's originally desperate eyes exuded a look of hope at this moment. Wait, this superhero who looks like a savior fell from the sky with a woman in his arms? Inexplicably, seeing this scene, Selena even forgot her fear. An extremely weird idea appeared in my mind out of thin air. Is the current savior playing like this? As soon as this idea came out, Selena immediately drove it out. At the same time, he got up from the ground regardless of his weak legs, and hurriedly dragged a little girl, and at the same time called the screaming and wailing customers in the store to hide behind the counter. There is the appearance of a savior from heaven, the superhero. Then people like myself can't die, right? Since you can't die, you must do your duty. This is the quality that a potential store manager should have. He dragged the little girl and ran blindly to hide behind the counter as he lost his mind because of his voice. Curled up like an ostrich, there are some praying customers. Selena quietly stretched out her head and looked outside. Never mind if the savior showed up with his arms around a woman. But he is really amazing. The ice arrows scattered casually pierced the necks of those monsters with long mouthparts. The whole person is like flowing water, calmly and continuously harvesting the lives of those monsters. Even the woman who was hugged by him just now was extremely sassy and kept attacking those monsters with 2 guns, etc. Why does that woman with long red hair look so familiar? Isn't that Natasha Romanoff who used to work here part-time and quit, but has a very good relationship with the boss? Depend on. Seeing Natasha Romanoff holding 2 guns, she was like a heroic female warrior at the moment, constantly shooting at the monster. Selena's eyes widened. Unexpectedly, Natasha Romanoff, who is beautiful and has a hot body. It's so powerful, etc. She has a good relationship with her boss, so could the savior who fell from the sky with her arms around her be her boss? He stared curiously at the superhero in the silver moon cloak. Looking at him, he didn't know when a long sword made of pure ice appeared in his hand. But the appearance is a bit strange. Although the figure is very similar, but it does not look like his own boss. Wait, my god. He actually cut off the head of a monster with 1 sword. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.